Closed session reports from the city attorney.
Nothing to report, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, I saw Karen Smith in here. Karen Smith, would you lead us in the pledge?
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Litzter?
Here.
Councilmember Luevanos?
Here.
Councilmember Kavanaugh?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Judge is absent. Mayor Mashburn?
Here.
Thank you.
I'd have a statement I'd like to read on behalf of Mayor Pro Tem Judge. Good evening. Tonight I will be unable to attend the City Council meeting due to an injury I sustained while on duty. However, I do not want the City Council to delay discussion of any of the scheduled agenda items because of my absence. Once again, I would like to apologize for my social media posts that so many found offensive. I meant no disrespect to the civil rights activists in Birmingham, Alabama in 1963 and the abuse they endured. I really was trying to make a joke about face masks. I realize now the parallels to the civil rights activists and wish I would have realized it earlier. If so, I would have never shared the meme, mask joke or not. I would also like to restate that Ms. Foster did an impressive job keeping the protests peaceful on June 6th. As someone who upholds the law for a living, I was very pleased that so many people in our community came out to express their First Amendment rights in peace. That said, I urge the City Council to move forward with full discussion and vote on all items on the agenda. Thank you, Mike Judge. As you are all aware, the coronavirus continues to require us, including government, to do things differently. As we venture out with the loosening of some restrictions, California in general and Ventura County in particular are experiencing a rise in COVID-positive cases. This is concerning. With the rise of COVID-positive cases and the continued orders by the state of California and the Ventura County Public Health Officer, Simi Valley and the other 9 cities in the county continue to hold their council meetings without the public in attendance. Although the public is not here, there are still opportunities for the listening public to participate in this council meeting. The public statements procedure has been the same since our April 6, 2020 meeting. As noted on the agenda, the public was encouraged to submit emails concerning tonight's agenda. For emails submitted prior to 12 noon today, those emails have been provided to us. They will be made part of the record, but will not be read by the city clerk tonight. We have 3 opportunities for public statements this evening. The first opportunity is to comment on agenda item 2, appointments, special presentations, and informational reports. If you wish to make a comment on appointments, special presentations, and informational reports portion of the agenda, emails received after 12 noon today up to the beginning of this agenda item will be read by the city clerk this evening. Emails should be sent to the city clerk's office at publicstatements@simivalley.org. Include in the subject line agenda item number 2 and should be limited to 250 words or less. At the beginning of this agenda item, email receipt will be closed. Subsequently, the city will read the emails received for a period of 30 minutes. Every effort will be made to read all emails into the record, but some emails may not be read due to time limitations. Emails received after the beginning of this agenda item or unread emails will be made part of the record if received prior to the end of the meeting. The second opportunity is to provide testimony on Agenda Item 4, public hearings on the agenda. If you wish to provide testimony on Item 4, the public hearings portion of the agenda, emails received after 12 p.m. noon today and during the meeting may be read at the council meeting. Emails should be sent to the city clerk's office at publicstatements@simivalley.org. Include in the subject line the agenda item number, i.e. Agenda Item 4B, and should be limited to 250 words or less. At the conclusion of the staff presentation for each hearing under Item 4, email receipt will be closed. Subsequently, the city will read the emails received for a period of 30 minutes. Every effort will be made to read all emails into the record, but some emails may not be read due to time limitations. Emails received after the conclusion of the staff presentation of Item 4 or unread emails will be made part of the record if received prior to the end of the meeting. The third opportunity is Agenda Item 5, public statements. It's the item on the agenda, Item 5. The same procedure will be used for public statements. Emails received after 12 noon today up to the beginning of the agenda item will be read by the city clerk this evening. Emails should be sent to the city's clerk office at publicstatements@simivalley.org. Include in the subject line agenda item number 5, limited to 250 words. At the beginning of this agenda item, email receipt will be closed. No new emails will be received and read. The city clerk will begin to read the emails received since noon today, spending 3 minutes on each email. The city clerk will spend 30 minutes total reading emails. For those emails that are not read, they will be entered into the record. So right now, you can still send emails that may be read during the meeting for agenda items 2, 4, and 5. The city thanks you for your patience. During this local emergency, the city is making every attempt to continue to allow the public to participate in the business of the city. With that said, we can move on with the meeting. City Clerk, you may continue with one interruption from me. I would like to say that the 30-minute time limit, I believe City Clerk isn't the highest number of emails received for item 5.
$205, Mayor.
Okay,
Emails
so-
received for item number 5.
So on item number 5, to give more opportunity, we will extend that to 90 minutes, that time period.
Mayor, may I translate, or is there someone else that can translate to Spanish?
I'm sorry?
May I translate what you said to Spanish, or is there someone else who would like to translate to Spanish
Oh,
for our Spanish-speaking residents? Is
yeah,
that all
go
right?
ahead.
Si usted gusta someter comentarios para esta junta pública del concejal de la ciudad de Simi Valley, todavía pueden mandar un correo electrónico a Public Statements, publicstatements at simivalley.org. Todavía puede someter comentarios para los agenda número 2, número 4 y número 5 hasta que llegamos a ese punto en la agenda del concejal de la ciudad. Y en esa manera pueden participar en esta agenda, esta junta del concejal. Ahorita estamos cerrados al público por parte del coronavirus y queremos que todos se mantengan en la casa y se mantengan seguros. Gracias. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Okay. Now you may continue.
Agenda review, Mayor. Agenda item 1.
Are there any items for agenda review? Anybody have any? Okay.
I move that all resolutions and ordinances presented tonight be read in title only and all further readings be waived.
Second.
Motion is second. Call for the vote.
Motion passes unanimously with Mayor Pro Tem Judge absent.
Okay, we're at the declaration of conflict point, which is 1C. Prior to starting asking that question, I forgot I was going to mention, if the noise from outside becomes disturbing to the council meeting and the progress of this meeting, I will ask the police department to make any changes necessary to where we can continue to conduct this meeting in an order in which we can hear everything and have dialogue between each other. Okay, with that, we'll move on to 1C, declaration of conflict. Does anybody have any conflicts with any agenda items this evening? Okay, seeing none. Go to 1D.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, the first item on the agenda is 1D1, an honorary resolution to the 2020 Community Volunteer of the Year, and Siobhan Moser is here for this presentation.
Good evening, Mayor Mashburn and members of the City Council. Each year, the public at large is asked to nominate one dedicated volunteer to be selected as the Community Volunteer of the Year. Several nominations applauding the dedication, time, and talent of community members were received. Tonight, the City Council would like to recognize an outstanding member of our community, Debbie Thomas, as the 2020 Community Volunteer of the Year. At this time, I would like to read an honorary resolution recognizing her as the 2020 Community Volunteer of the Year. Whereas, since its incorporation in 1969, the quality of life for residents in the city of Simi Valley has been positively impacted by the selfless contributions of committed volunteers. And whereas, the Simi Valley City Council established a Community Volunteer of the Year to highlight the endeavors of a single individual each year who is responsive to the current community needs and whose efforts embody a commitment to volunteerism. And whereas Debbie Thomas has been selected as the 2020 Community Volunteer of the Year for having this spirit of volunteerism and for the immense amount of time and energy she dedicates to others, serving as an inspiration to the entire community. And whereas Debbie Thomas is the founder and active member of the volunteer-based nonprofit Stroptimus International Simi Valley organization, which empowers women within their community. And whereas Debbie Thomas has helped create the Simi Cares Foundation to assist various local organizations in critical need of financial support, and whereas Debbie Thomas coordinated a charity event to help find a life-saving kidney donation for a person in need and served as a volunteer judge with the Boys and Girls Club to present its Youth of the Year Award for 2019, among countless other instances of service. And whereas Debbie Thomas served as an outstanding example of volunteerism, sharing her time, talents, and unfailing commitment to Simi Valley. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the City Council of the City of Simi Valley that it hereby commends Debbie Thomas as the 2020 Community Volunteer of the Year and expresses its sincere appreciation for her dedicated service to our community. Presented this 29th day of June 2020.
Comments from council?
I would just like to congratulate Debbie. I wish she could be here. Debbie has done so much for our community. She is an unsung hero. There's so much more to than what you read, and those are wonderful things. She's always there to help anybody. She's the first one to say, what can I do to help you? I'm there. And do you have any donuts? So that's her favorite thing. So I had to bring that out there. So Debbie, I hope you're watching, and I hope somebody brought you some donuts tonight. Thanks.
And I just want to add my voice to what Council Member has just articulated. Debbie truly embodies the vision in our community, and it's amazing what she has been able to do over so many years and continues to do, even if there are health struggles. I know that she was recently recognized as one of the top 10 most influential people by the Acorn, and we could go on and on talking about what she does, but it is from a position of selflessness, and she truly desires things to be well here in our community. And so we just love Debbie Thomas and are thrilled that this award is being given.
No, I just want to thank her for her service. I don't know her as well as you do, so.
Okay, very good. I'd just like to say that without putting anybody down, this had to be the easiest choice for the committee to select Debbie. I mean, she does so much for this community, and when she's at these meetings, you can always spot her. She's the lady with the big smile on her face, even when things are rough and tough. She always has this glowing personality that makes you think, hey, everything's going to be okay because Debbie's here, and everything's going to be positive because Debbie's here. And I only wish she was here tonight because I know this means a lot to her. It would mean an awful lot to this council to be able to, in person, congratulate her. It was the right choice, the right person, the right time, and congratulations, Debbie.
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, next on the agenda is 1D2, an honorary resolution to the 2020 City Volunteer of the Year, and Siobhan Moser will also be presenting this one.
Good evening, Mayor Mashburn and members of the City Council. Additionally, each year, staff from the city's various departments is asked to nominate some of the city's dedicated volunteers to be selected as the City Volunteer of the Year. This year, there were several very dedicated and impactful volunteers nominated. However, tonight, the City Council is recognizing the individual that stood out as having the greatest impact over the past year as the 2020 City Volunteer of the Year. At this time, I would like to read an honorary resolution recognizing Molly Waters as the 2020 City Volunteer of the Year. Whereas, since its incorporation in 1969, the quality of life for citizens in the city of Simi Valley has continued to improve due to the significant contributions of the committed volunteers in our community. And whereas the city of Simi Valley currently has over 600 volunteers who contribute an estimated 37,000 hours each year to city programs and services, valued at over $1.1 million annually. And whereas the Simi Valley City Council established the City Volunteer of the Year to recognize a special individual whose outstanding service to the city represents our citizens' willingness to give back to their community. And whereas the City of Simi Valley recognizes these extraordinary volunteers and celebrates the impacts that volunteers have in our community. And whereas Molly Waters has been chosen as the City of Simi Valley's 2020 Volunteer of the Year for donating her time and skills to the Environmental Compliance Division. And whereas Molly Waters has been volunteering weekly with the Environmental Compliance Division since 2018, supporting the division's many complex endeavors and programs within our community. And whereas Molly Waters has demonstrated a commitment to analyzing complex regulatory and statistical data to help facilitate multiple programs, such as preparing water rebate applications for 3 city turf removal locations. And whereas Molly Waters accompanied inspectors to various business sites to educate owners on stormwater and water conservation issues, as well as help prepare for and participate in public outreach events such as the Living Green Expo, Moore Park College educational events, the Simi Valley Street Fair, and the city's 50th anniversary celebration. And whereas her dedication to our city is now expanding within the Public Works Environmental Compliance Division to all 5 of the division's programs, including waste, hazardous waste, wastewater pretreatment, stormwater, and water conservation programs. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the City Council of the City of Simi Valley that it hereby commends Molly Waters as the 2020 City Volunteer of the Year and expresses its sincere gratitude for her dedicated service to our community. Presented this 29th day of June, 2020.
Thank you. Comments?
I would just like to say congratulations to her, and to have somebody volunteer in environmental compliance and to get that much work done, she's got to be something special. So congratulations to Molly.
Again, I would like to commend, I don't know Molly personally, but I want to thank her for her volunteer work to our city. It's you know, as staff has been reduced, it takes a village, right, to do everything that we need to get done. And so we really appreciate our volunteers. We have some of the most outstanding volunteers in the city. So thank you, especially for helping in environmental services. Our environment is so very precious, and we need to protect it. So thank you, Molly.
And I just love the fact that she has helped advise on water rebates and helped the citizens going out and inspecting. And I think the fact that she was selected out of 600 volunteers, it shows that she truly is the creme de la creme. And so we just appreciate her and all the volunteers that do so much for our city.
And I just want to add, there, in my opinion, there's nothing more important than those that reach out and have direct communication with our business community and our residents. And that alone is a huge task, if you will, and to be able to do that and communicate why you're imposing certain laws and ordinances to people that don't necessarily want some of the help that they receive. And for her to be able to do that and gain compliance and have a smile on the face of the business owner and go, I got a fair deal on this. I got what I bargained for. This is great. And I think she bridges an extremely important gap, and I appreciate her service.
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, next on the agenda is item 2, public statements on appointments, special presentations, and informational reports. Mayor, we have no public statements for this item.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, next on the agenda is 3A1, ratification of the appointment of a representative to the Ventura County Area Agency on Aging Advisory Council, and Robert Martin is here for this presentation.
Good evening, Mayor Mashburn and members of the City Council. The Ventura County Area Agency on Aging representative represents the concerns of senior citizens countywide by providing leadership, advocacy, and visibility for persons aged 60 and over within Ventura County. The VCAAA Advisory Council is comprised of 2 representatives from each city within the county and serves to advise the VCAAA on matters related to persons aged 60 and older. Each city's council on aging executive board elects 2 representatives, which are then ratified by representative city councils and appointed to a 20-member VCAAA advisory council. The Simi Valley City Council began soliciting applications for the upcoming vacancy on May 1st, 2020, and closed the recruitment on June 5th, 2020. During this period, 6 interest forms were received. On June 8th, 2020, the COA voted to recommend the appointment of Carol Martin as representative to the VCAAA Advisory Council, subject to the City Council's ratification. If ratified, this will be Mrs. Martin's first term commencing July 1st, 2020 and concluding June 30th, 2022. It is the recommendation of the Council on Aging that the City Council approve and the Mayor appoint Carol Martin as a representative to the VCAAA Advisory Council. This concludes the report, and staff is available for questions at this time.
Questions?
I don't know if it's a question. Well, it is a question. Will Ms. Martin be sharing out back with us what happens at the VCAAA? Is that a possibility for her to come and share her reports with the City Council?
That's not part of that duty, but she will be reporting directly to this Council on Aging, but
Okay.
not to the City Council.
Okay.
So through the COA's reports, those will be shared with you.
That'll be emailed to us in some way? Or can we-
Like in our minutes that we do, our Council on Aging minutes, as you bring up from every public meeting, any other comments and things that are being brought forward, she'll be one of 2 representatives providing a report.
And we have council members on the Council of Aging.
Yeah, and Council on Aging makes a presentation to the City Council on a regular basis. So you'll get passed down that way.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Correct. Thank you.
Okay.
And if I could just make a comment, sitting on the Council on Aging, and I attended the meeting in which they interviewed all of these representatives, there were some outstanding candidates. I will tell you that the other candidates, I would strongly encourage them to apply for other commissions and other agencies within the city, because they were truly stellar. And so it just speaks to Carol and her strengths, but they really were outstanding people, all of them.
We definitely hold their information and try to call it back.
I can see why. No, they were, yeah. So do we need a motion for this to approve?
Yes.
I would like to motion that we approve, ratify the appointment of Carol Martin.
A second?
Motion and second. Call for the vote.
Motion passes unanimously with Mayor Pro Tem Judge absent.
And for the record, I appoint as directed by the council.
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, next we have item 3A2, Appointment of Americans with Disabilities Act, ADA, Paratransit Advisory Committee members, and Ron Fuchiwaki is here for this presentation.
Good evening, Mayor Mashburn and council members. The ADA Paratransit Advisory Committee was established to review public transportation issues affecting individuals with disabilities. The committee consists of 5 members and 2 alternates, and there are currently 4 member vacancies and 2 alternate vacancies. On June 2nd, 2020, Councilmember Kavanaugh and Councilmember Luevanos interviewed 7 candidates, and they have nominated the following candidates. The nominees for members are Donna Delaney, Ruth Lauro, Barbara Waite, and Stephen Dean. The nominees for alternates are Rebecca McCann and Teresa Lewis. Their terms will conclude on April 30th, 2022. Staff recommends the City Council approve, and the mayor appoint the nominees to the ADA Paratransit Advisory Committee.
Questions, staff? None? Motion?
Make a motion to approve the applicants nominated to the ADA Paratransit Advisory Committee.
Second.
Call for the vote.
Motion passes unanimously with Mayor Pro Tem Judge absent.
And I appoint as directed by council.
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, next on the agenda is item 3A3, reappointment of trustees Kavanaugh and Luevanos to serve on the Simi Valley Library Board of Trustees, and adoption of a resolution. The reading of the resolution is as follows. Resolution number 2020-35. A resolution of the Simi Valley Board of Trustees reappointing trustees Kavanaugh and Luevanos to the Simi Valley Library Board of Trustees. And Kelly Tinker is here for this presentation.
Good evening, Mayor Mashburn and members of the City Council. In 2012, the Simi Valley Library Board of Trustees established the initial terms of office of the board with 3-year terms of service for each trustee. The terms of 2 trustees, Kavanaugh and Luevanos, are scheduled to expire at the conclusion of fiscal year 1920. Therefore, it is recommended that the board adopt a resolution to reappoint trustees Kavanaugh and Luevanos to the Simi Valley Library Board of Trustees for a 3-year term beginning July 1st, 2020 and expiring June 30th, 2023. No other board positions are expiring this year. This concludes staff presentation, and I'm available for any questions you may have.
Question?
I have a question, if I may, Mayor. Why are they 3-year terms instead of 2-year terms?
They have been since the inception of the library board, and they are staggered to offset rotating city council members. So whereas you took over in 2018 for the vacated position of Councilmember Glenn Becerra, but to be perfectly honest, I don't actually know why they were originally designed for 3-year terms.
Would it be easier if they were two-year terms as opposed to 3-year terms, or does it not make a difference?
If you're asking if I would think it would be easier?
Yes.
Yes, it would be easier
Okay.
to keep it with rotating council members, but it doesn't bother me either way.
Would it be less work for you?
The system that we have set up is so seamless, it doesn't really
Okay.
change much, but
I just, we shouldn't always do things just because that's the way we've always done them. We should look at why we do them and if there's a way to make it a more streamlined process. And I don't know if we need a motion for that.
Yeah, I
Mr.
think
Gabriel, or not.
when we took over the library, it was, we thought it was best to have a 3-year term. That way, you would guaranteed a staggered term depending, no matter where the elections would fall.
Okay.
So that's why the 3-year term.
Okay.
And there, if there was a desire to change, we would have to come back with a revised policy and resolution for the Board of Trustees to adopt.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other? Elaine?
No, I would move that we adopt the attached resolution reappointing trustees Kavanaugh and Levinos to serve on the Simi Valley Library Board of Trustees for an additional term through June 30th, 2023.
And I will second that. So you don't have to second it.
Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. Call for the vote.
Motion passes unanimously with Mayor Pro Tem Judge absent. Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, we have no items for Agenda Item 3B, special presentations, or 3C, informational reports. Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, next on the agenda is public hearings. This is the time for testimony on public hearings on consideration of matters as presented on this agenda. Let the record show that due notice was given as required by law, and an affidavit to this effect is on file in the City Clerk's office. All comments submitted by email prior to 12 p.m. today have been provided to the City Council and will be made part of the record. However, they will not be read by the City Clerk at the meeting. Comments received after 12 p.m. noon today until the conclusion of the staff presentation for each hearing under Item 4 will be read for a period of 30 minutes. Every effort will be made to read the emails into the record, but some emails may not be read due to time limitations. Emails received after the conclusion of the staff presentation for Item 4 or unread emails will be made part of the record if received prior to the end of the meeting. Comments shall be limited to matters relevant to the item on the agenda and may be ruled out of order if comments are unrelated to the item. The reports of the city staff relating to these matters shall be made part of the record of this meeting. If you challenge in court any of the City Council decisions made here tonight, you may be limited to raising only those issues you or someone else raised at this public hearing. The time within judicial review must be sought is governed by California Code of Civil Procedure, Section 1094.6. Please note all land use public hearings are postponed due to county stay well at home order and to ensure appropriate opportunity for public input. Agenda Item 4A, a public hearing on the Draft Regional Consolidated Plan Fiscal Year 2020-2024 and to authorize its submission to the United States Department of Housing and Urban Development. And Julia Ramirez is here for this presentation.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. On March 9th, staff made a presentation introducing the Regional Consolidated Plan for 2020. On that night, staff sought to receive and record comments pertaining to this document. No action was requested nor taken. Tonight, we are before you once again, this time requesting that you approve the Ventura County Regional Consolidated Plan for fiscal year 2020 through 2024. The Regional Con Plan was prepared in response to public comments at focus meetings, community workshops, public surveys, and interviews with agencies and organizations that provide services to low-income populations. For efficiency purposes, the city collaborated with all other cities in Ventura County and the County of Ventura in the preparation of this document, which covers the period of July 1st, 2020 through June 30th, 2025. The County of Ventura serves as the lead agency, with the Cloudburst Group as the consultant hired to prepare this report. Collaborations of this nature are highly encouraged by the United States Department of Housing and Urban Development, otherwise known as HUD. In order to receive Community Development Block Grant, otherwise known as CDBG funds, the city must prepare a consolidated plan every 5 years outlining the housing, public service, and economic development needs in the community. In addition, the city must identify the resources available to address these needs. The consolidated plan process requires public input, including public hearings and a minimum 30-day public review and comment period. This plan will guide future funding recommendations by the CDBG Advisory Committee, who evaluates, rates, and ranks annual applications prior to forwarding its recommendations to the City Council. This evening, staff recommends that you approve the Regional Consolidated Plan. Staff is available for any questions, and this concludes this presentation.
Questions of staff?
If I may, Mayor.
Yes.
I would just I have I have a request and a question. So the request is, this is a 380-page report, and I like to read all the reports. I'm just very thorough that way. I would have loved to have had it a little bit sooner than Thursday night, because it's very dense, and it takes a while to get through 380 pages. And we had several other reports that we had to read that were not as long as this one, but pretty long. So that's my request to the city manager. If we get a report that's more than 100 pages, if we can get it a little more leeway in terms of being able to read it. My question is with regard to, and I'm on page 5, it says on the document at the bottom, where it talks about the accomplishments that were accomplished in 4 years. I'm looking at Simi Valley, and I'm looking at some of the categories where other cities that are smaller than ours, like Camarillo and San Buenaventura, which is the city of Ventura, did more, or significantly more than we did, in terms of economic development and job creation. San Buenaventura had 27, we had nothing. In terms of fair housing opportunity, Simi Valley had 104. Can you explain what that means by fair housing opportunity? I'm assuming that means non-discriminatory. Do you see what I'm talking about? It's on page 5 of the document, and it has all the cities in the region that are compared in this report: Camarillo, Oxnard, San Buenaventura, Simi Valley, Thousand Oaks, and Ventura Urban County, which I assume is unincorporated. And then if you look down to where it says fair housing opportunity, we're at 104, whereas San Buenaventura is 411, Oxnard is 725, and Camarillo is 149. The reason I'm asking about this is because regionally, we have been, we haven't always done our fair share in terms of providing the housing. So I would like to know, what does that mean by fair housing opportunity?
This does not, the fair housing reference refers to the number of contacts that were provided or serviced. Because we do as part of receiving CDBG funding, we have to provide fair housing services.
How is that how is fair housing defined? Is that non-discriminatory? Is it based on income? What is it based on?
It's based on a federal and state laws that say that we can't discriminate, or that
for non-discriminatory.
Discriminate. Yeah.
Okay, so we've only done 104 contacts versus, San Buenaventura, which is 411. So they have, and they're a smaller city than ours. They're only 111,000. They did 4 times as many. And I'm not questioning you. I'm just looking at the numbers. That's what it means.
I think the key point is that there were 400 people seeking help because they believe they've had a fair housing issue with a landlord or a building in those communities, whereas Simi Valley has only had 104 people seeking help from the fair housing consultants that we use in order to seek assistance.
Is that a result of, and the reason I'm asking this is because, I've had a lot of people approach me about lack of access to housing here in Simi Valley, from literally my students, in Reseda and Canoga Park, who have tried to come and rent and live over here and have been asked about their immigration status or things like that. And I'm wondering if this is because, if our contacts are so low because of our geography, because Simi Valley is on the east side of the county and we're not close to, county agencies, or is this because we don't have, we're not putting it out there that, hey, you can complain about this and this is where you can go and talk about it?
Well, I mean, it is, we believe that we push it out as much as any other city does. And it's not about the availability of affordable housing, it's the complaints that people have had because they don't feel as though they've been treated fairly.
Right, but I'm asking if they, did they not feel like there was a venue here in Simi Valley to complain to? Or because, Ventura is much closer to the county, facility, so that's why I'm asking. Is it a matter of that? Because if it is there a better job that we can do as a city to make sure that we as the east part of Ventura County are getting the same services to our residents?
Well, I think we are getting the same services. I think, and I don't think proximity to Ventura is an issue. I think it's just a matter of, and we believe that we're pushing the information out. Now, certainly we could always do more, and we can strive to do that through various social media avenues and other things of that nature. But I think that I would look at it as we're not getting as many complaints because perhaps our landlords are doing a better job. But that's, we don't get the data on the complaints. We just get the logging of the complaints in order to make sure we can keep track of that. I do want to note on the economic development assistance, there is nothing in Simi Valley because this city doesn't put any CDBG money forward for economic development. So that's why there's nothing in that category. That's not one of the priorities that the city has in use of our CDBG money.
Are we going to be able, and I know this is later on the agenda, but I just am curious. Later on in the agenda, we're going to talk about these emergency grants for businesses. Would that be something that we could count in this for the next round or no?
Oh, absolutely. I believe so. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions of staff?
I move to review and approve the priority needs summary and to authorize the submission of the draft regional consolidated plan fiscal year 2020 to 2024 to the United States Department of Housing and Urban Development.
I'll second it.
Pardon me, were there any comments received?
No, Mr. Mayor, for the record, there were no public testimony received for this item.
Okay, thank you. There's no one in the room that wishes to speak? It's all staff in the room? No emails, so we can go ahead and tally the vote. Call for the vote.
Motion passes unanimously with Mayor Pro Tem Jug absent. Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, next item on the agenda is 4B, a public hearing on the Community Development Block Grant Allocations, the draft fiscal year 2021 action plan, and the draft citizen participation plan. And Julia Ramirez is also here for this presentation.
Good evening, once more. On February 25th, the Community Development Block Grant Advisory Committee recommended funding amounts for the 2021 fiscal year block grant or CDBG program, and also recommended that the action plan and the citizen participation plan be submitted to HUD. The purpose of this hearing is to solicit comments on the 2021 action plan that identifies funding resources available to address community needs identified in the 2020 Regional Consolidated Plan, including CDBG funds. At this hearing, the City Council will be asked to make a final decision on the committee's preliminary recommendations. The committee's recommendations have been incorporated into the action plan that was made available for a 30-day public review period. There are 3 categories allowable in CDBG expenditures: public service, capital improvement, and administration. This is the second year of a 2-year funding cycle for public service. Your determination on the use of these federal funds from year 1 will be carried out the second year in the area of public service programs. This year, staff processed 1 capital improvement application. The committee evaluated, rated, and ranked an application from Manny Mansions, who is requesting $61,818 for an energy efficiency dual pane window project at their Casa de Paz apartment site. On February 14th, the CDBG allocation amounts were published by HUD for fiscal year 2021. The city will receive $621,524 in CDBG entitlement funds for the upcoming program year. Concurrent with this year's action plan, staff is presenting an updated citizen participation plan necessitated by recent changes, including HUD waivers for processing required documents and the inclusion of emergency and disaster contingency language. Due to COVID-19, HUD has issued guidance that waives the 30-day public review period, requiring only a 5-day public review timeframe. The city has provided notice of a 5-day public review comment from June 24th through the 29th on the city's website as part of the city's citizen participation plan. This concludes this presentation, and staff is available for questions.
Questions, staff?
You can go first. I'll go in first. You sure?
Either one.
Okay. I had a question, and I don't know if you can answer it or not, but so I have several questions. The first question is the amount that we're allocated, $621,000, and the amount allocated on page 4 of the report for CDBG program administration is $110,000 for program administration. That's 25%. Why is it so high? Why is the program administration such a huge chunk of this amount of money?
Under CDBG regulations, the city is entitled to take 20% of the entitlement funds for administration. This includes the preparation of such documents as the consolidated plan, the analysis of impediments, and to pay for our fair housing services that we offer, or we contract to offer to the community free of charge. So that is all part of the administrative costs.
Okay, can you slow down? Just say fair housing services, the planning, analyzing the plan, and what was the third one you said?
The preparation of the documents and the administration of the program.
Okay, what does administration of the program entail? Because to me, it would be just giving the money to the people. I mean, is there an audit involved, or what is the process exactly?
There are contracts that have to be entered into with each one of the recipients. There are audits of their information. There's contact to each one of the recipients to make sure we get the information pertaining to their audit. It's follow-up with each one of the recipients. It's follow-up with the prior year's recipients and all the other recipients that have received money. It's the preparation of the 300-page document that you received. It's everything that goes into running the CDBG program. I wish it was as easy as here's your money and go have fun, but the paperwork required to submit to the federal government is pretty extensive.
So is that, because $110,000, that's like a salary, like a yearly salary. So is that split among several people, or is it just one person, or?
It's various people that are involved, from the environmental review that has to take place for all the recipients, to Julia's time, to our rehab coordinator's time that's doing CDBG loans, to various other people involved. It is a standard. I mean, HUD allows for 25% of the money to go to this particular purpose. We are just taking what the HUD regulations allow for us to take.
Okay, the reason I'm asking is because, you know, we have had redevelopment funds, and it seems like a huge chunk of that has been sucked up by administration, but we haven't built anything with the redevelopment money that we still have. So that's why I'm asking, because I want to make sure that we have transparency and we have accountability in terms of, you know, how it's being administered, and, you know, in terms of the measurable goals, because I see that we're giving this funding, and I think that's wonderful. I think Many Mansions does a great job, you know, Samaritan Center and the Conejo Valley Senior Concerns, but I don't see any measurable goals. So is that going to be something that we're going to get? Are we going to get some measurable results and criteria so that we know that we're being effective in the use of the $621,000 of funds in terms of providing housing, if that's what the goal is? And just so you know, I'm very goal-oriented. I'm a backwards planner because I'm a teacher, so I'm always looking at what is the standard to be met and how do we reach that standard, and then how do we measure that we're effective in that standard. And so that's what I would like to know is how do we know what are the measurable results or criteria? Because I looked through the staff report and I couldn't really find it, that, you know, they served this many people, or this many people got housed, or this is how it impacted positively the community, and there were surveys or something that was taken. The only measurable results that I could find were on page 3 of the report that talked about, like you stated, evaluation of past performance, that there was an assistance of 36 households with housing rehab and provided a variety of services for over 224 persons. And that, that was all that I could find. I could not find anything else that was a measurable result or a goal to say, hey, in this next round, we want to help, 250 people, or we're going to have 40 people find housing, or, help them, not become homeless, or I don't see any measurable results. I see a list of all the agencies and the groups, but I don't see any measurable results. Can you point that out to me where it would be in the report that I'm missing it?
So each year, we do report the measurable goals in the plan back to the council. Because this is a 2-year, the second year will report the second year results from the recipients. We only have results from 1 year so far. We do provide those to the council in a separate report, and we'll make sure we highlight those better for you.
And can we compare that to previous year's results so we know, is there a greater need? Is there less of a need? Is there more of a need? Do we need to fund this more or less? Or how, are they being really effective so that we know as a city, are we serving the needs of our community?
Sure. If the money is used for the same purpose, then it's easy to compare results. But every year or every 2 years, the allocations may be different to different users. 1 year it's senior concerns, the next year it may be many mansions. So they're often, the programs themselves are different. So it's a little tough to compare each one.
But if we're already doing an evaluation of past recipients, right, which you said was part of the administrative cost, then there would already be documentation of that. We can already just pull that information, right? Like if we know we've given money to many mansions before and they helped this many people or they fixed this many units, and they did that 3 years ago, we should already have that data. Is that correct?
Yeah, so if they were to apply again, that information would be in their application of how they've used previous monies.
And you understand that I'm not doing this to bother you. I just want to make sure we have accountability and transparency. The $621,000 is a lot of money. We want to make sure that we use it effectively and that we're helping as many people as we can.
Certainly. And that's one of the goals of giving the money out, what the CDBG committee evaluates, as well as what the council does at the second hearing. So yes.
Can that be one of the goals that is put into the application so that when they do apply, that we say, hey, we want this as a measure, we want some sort of measurable goal of how you're going to spend this money, or how many people you're going to help, or how many meals you're going to provide, so that we know that we're spending this money effectively? Because while we know these service providers, like for example, we know there's been a shift at the Samaritan Center, as of late, and in this past several months, just as an example,
right.
We want to make sure that we're getting the most bang for our buck. And so if you put it into the application and you say, we want a measurable goal in terms of how you think you're going to improve outcomes for our community members, then they will automatically work towards that goal. And that's what we want. We want effective use of the funds and transparency and accountability, and of course to lift up the community.
Correct, and that is included in the application. They do have to report that, going forward and looking back.
And is that something that we could have access to in the future so that we would know what their measurable goals are?
Absolutely, but again, this is the second year of the application, so you wouldn't be.
I'm asking for in the future.
Correct, yes.
Okay, thank you.
If I might just ask a question.
Yes.
It's my perception that the Community Development Block Grant process application process is very intensive, very difficult, and so you actually have few applicants for those grants. Would that be an accurate statement?
Well, there's a lot of interest. Every fall, we do a application workshop.
Right.
So we do a press release, and we do an application workshop, and we walk them through everything. We provide technical assistance, and we have a lot of interest. When it comes down to the application, CDBG is the correct funding for many, but it's not for a lot of others that don't have the skills or they're not a nonprofit or something, or it's not the right time for them. Maybe it's not the right funding source. So we work with them, but there is a lot of interest. It's just that at the time of application, and this particular year, we only accepted capital improvement applications because of the 2-year funding cycle for public service. But yeah.
Okay. And so were there, and maybe you can help me out, were there other applications that were denied?
Not in this, not this year.
That's what I'm reading, that there wasn't any applications denied.
Correct.
So, okay. So in essence, we could have more, well, I realize that we used the funds, a small amount went to capital improvement, but I guess the question is there a way that you see that we could actually garner more applicants? Is it just the severity of the requirements?
Actually, it's the nature of the requirements that scares a lot of applicants away.
Right.
We've had several applicants over the years that say, I don't want to participate anymore, because the cost of participating is much greater than the benefit that they're receiving in funds. And I know of several applicants that have just said it's not worth going through the process of providing all the paperwork to the city so we can report it to the federal government, that they've opted not to participate any longer.
That's my sense. So, and it truly is because the federal requirements.
That's correct.
Gotcha.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, is there any cards? Anybody wish to speak?
Mayor, no public testimony was received for this item.
Okay, hearing's closed. Motion?
I vote to authorize the submission of the fiscal year 2020-21 action plan and citizen participation plan to the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development.
Second.
Motion is second. Call for the vote.
Did I need to include adopt the citizen participation plan in that motion?
Yeah, I was going to ask if that was the full motion. Seems
Yeah,
like
I
there's a little-
realized as I'm reading this,
I thought you read the whole thing.
I read item 3, but I should have included to adopt, and with that also adopt or modify the citizen participation plan.
Okay, let's start over and do it clean
Okay,
slate. Okay,
apologize.
go ahead and make your motion.
I move that we adopt the citizen participation plan and,
Missing item 1.
Go to page 5.
Gotcha.
Yeah, page 5 of the whole motion.
Page 5.
am I not on page 5? Where am I? If I can make the motion, I think that's where it was, wasn't it? Oh, you're right. Okay, let me try that again. I move. Now I'm ready to go. Thank you. I move to adopt the Community Development Block Grant Advisory Committee's funding recommendation and make the final determination of projects and programs to be funded in fiscal year 2020-21. Adopt the citizen participation plan and authorize the submission of the fiscal year 2020-21 action plan and the citizen participation plan to the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development.
Okay, and
Second.
Councilmember Luevano second, and we'll call for the vote.
Motion passes unanimously with Mayor Pro Tem Judge absent. Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, next item on the agenda is item 4C, a public hearing to consider a substantial amendment to the fiscal year 2019-20 action plan, and Julia Ramirez is also here for this presentation.
Good evening. The fiscal year 1920 action plan was adopted on May 6, 2019. In accordance with the city's citizen participation plan and HUD's regulations, a substantial amendment to the annual action plan is required when a major change is proposed, such as the case before you this evening. Earlier this year, the city was notified that it had been awarded $365,622 in Coronavirus Aid, Relief, and Economic Securities Act, otherwise known as CARES Act, funding through the CDBG program. These funds are provided to prevent, prepare, and respond to the spread of COVID-19 and facilitate assistance to eligible communities, households, and persons economically impacted by COVID-19. A substantial amendment to this year's action plan is needed in order for the city to receive and administer the CDBG CV funds. In order to expend the funds, the city must modify its already adopted action plan to address the receipt of the funds and the proposed expenditures. This substantial amendment proposes to utilize CDBG CV funding to develop and operate an emergency rental assistant grants program and a small business grants program, both to benefit low and moderate income persons impacted by COVID-19. Although these two programs have not been created, staff is seeking approval to develop and operate them under the guidance and authority of the city manager. It is the intent to form these programs utilizing much of the criteria and guidelines established by the County of Ventura in their similar grant programs. It is recommended that the City Council approve this substantial amendment in order to access the CDBG funds under the CARES Act and authorize the city manager to approve the development and operations of the emergency rental and small business grants program. Due to COVID-19, HUD has issued guidance that waives a 30-day public review period, requiring a 5-day public review timeframe. The city has provided notice of the 5-day public review comment period beginning on June 24th on the city's website as part of the city's citizen participation plan process. This concludes this presentation. Thank you.
Questions, staff? Elaine?
I do have some questions. I'm trying to, I know that the Ventura County is in the middle of their cycle of applications for both business and rentals right now. And I gather we're modeling this after what they are doing. My question is, just logistically, are we going to use their applications and will they be funneling it, or are people going to have to apply all over again? Are we going to reinvent the wheel? How are we?
Well, we don't want to necessarily reinvent the wheel, but we're not necessarily, we're geared more towards someone that did not qualify for whatever reason or was not able to get a grant through the Ventura County program. I wouldn't want to fund the same recipients.
And I guess that's what I wondered, if they are going to, will we have their database of who they funded, for instance?
I believe that we'll be able to verify through Ventura County Community Foundation, who's running it for them, those that have been accepted and have been approved, and then so we wouldn't want to fund those same persons. But it does, because CDBG does target, it's required that the money be spent on low and moderate income persons. That would be the primary factor in use of this money, is preserving for, on a rental side, low and moderate income persons, and on the business side, you have to hire low and moderate income persons, and the business would have to provide verification of that information. So I don't want to say we're going to reinvent the wheel. We're going to try and use as much that's out there already, but there are certain requirements that we have to meet, in particular on those items.
And I guess my concern is, I know that their funding is pushed out. I mean, we're talking end of July, August, when their funds become available, for the most part, once it's reviewed. Is that when you envision, I mean, what's the timeline that we could realistically make this happen?
Well, realistically, if we can roll it out the end of July, I think we'll be in really good shape.
And is this all being done internally within the city, or are we going to use
Julio's got nothing better to do.
Oh, okay.
We're going to attempt to do it all in-house.
Okay.
But I have already been in contact with the Economic Development Collaborative. They've indicated they were more than happy to run the program for us. The VCCF has indicated that they're willing to take on other programs too. They're obviously very busy with their current program. So adding the one more to them might be a little bit more challenging. But we're going to take a look at whether we can do it in-house.
Will we be if we go forward and approve this, will we be seeing exactly what the program looks like before it's implemented, or we just?
Absolutely, yeah. We can either run it to the council as an agenda item if you'd like. We can provide information to the council to your boxes, and if there's a question, or if there's enough questions that we need to run back to the council, we'll certainly do that.
I guess it's that I would like to influence the process, but I
would think that whatever is the quickest way to help our people in need. That's, the biggest complaint about government is the time involved. And here, with us being in full control and it being a grant, it's I would think, very much needed, and it's earmarked for the correct people to receive. So whatever's quickest would be my vote.
Okay, and I'm sorry, one more question then, as far as the rental side of it. Ventura County has the monies actually going, as I understand it, to the landlord. They has to attest that they truly have not been able to do it, and so that's how that gets paid. Are you envisioning the same?
Payments have to be made to the landlord
Okay.
on behalf of the tenant.
Gotcha.
The money does not go to the tenant.
Okay, gotcha. Thank you.
That's a good question.
I want to echo the mayor's sentiments. However, we can get this out as quickly as possible. Just even hearing it on the radio on the way over here, they did a survey on KNX 1070 that 18% of households in the region are not sure if they have enough money to even pay next month's rent. And there were like at least 12% that didn't know that couldn't pay this month's rent, and we're at the end of June already. So we have people that are desperately in need. Our food pantries are empty at all of our faith operations at the Samaritan Center because so many people have been focusing on paying their rent. They don't have any money left for food. So this is, I applaud this program. Thank you, Brian and Julia and whoever else put this together, because this is phenomenal. This is exactly the kind of services that we need to be providing as a city. And the fact that we got this funding and that we're funneling out to our residents who are most in need is something that I want to get up and stand up and applaud you guys, because this is exactly what we need to be doing as a government, and in this time of need that they most desperately need and want to stay here. And this is going to help keep residents here. It's going to help keep businesses here. So in the end, this benefits our community. And I already did the math. So for that amount of money, that we can help at least 146 people. And that's 146 people in businesses and jobs that can stay here, as opposed to having to go somewhere else because they can't afford the rent or because they can't afford to keep their employees. So thank you very much for putting this together. I applaud this program wholeheartedly.
Thank you. We just need to make sure the county closes their program first, so we make sure that we're not duplicating.
Yes, we want to make sure.
Question. The money comes directly to us, and then we distribute, and there's no administrative cost.
That's correct.
And if we went to one of these other agencies to do it for us, there would be an administrative cost.
They may take a chunk, yes.
Yeah, so
Let's do it in-house. We want the money to go out, please.
We'll have, and we have other individuals that can help Julia out too in the process. So we'll make sure that we've, like I said, the goal is to do it in-house to make sure that we can get it out as quick as we can.
Great. Okay, any cards?
No, Mayor, no public testimony received for this item.
Okay, hearing's closed. Any other questions, comments?
May I make the motion?
Please do.
I move to approve a substantial amendment to the fiscal year 2019-20 action plan to authorize the city manager to approve the development and operation of the Community Development Block Grant COVID-19 programs, and authorize the submission of a substantial amendment to the fiscal year 2019-20 action plan to the United States Department of Housing and Urban Development, and this is an awesome program.
I second the motion.
We have a motion and a second. Call for the vote.
Motion passes unanimously with Mayor Pro Tem Judd absent.
Mr. Mayor, can I make a quick comment?
Yes.
I was on a recent call with the EDC, and they were asking different cities what they were doing, and a couple other cities were doing something similar to this. So I'm very happy that now I can say that on our next call that we're doing it too. So thank you.
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, next on the agenda is item 4D, a public hearing to consider the proposed fiscal year 2020-2021 assessment for Simi Valley Landscape District Number 1 and adoption of a resolution approving the assessments. The reading of the resolution is as follows. Resolution number 2020-36, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Simi Valley confirming the diagram and assessment for those lots and parcels included within Simi Valley Landscape District Number 1, levying the assessments for fiscal year 2020-21, and ordering improvements specified in the engineer's report as approved in resolution number 2020-26. And Ron Fuchiwaki is here for this presentation.
Good evening again. On June 8th, the City Council adopted resolutions verifying its intent to levy assessments, approving this engineer's report, and setting a public hearing for tonight, June 29th, to consider and to adopt landscape assessments for next fiscal year. In 1973, the city created Landscape District Number 1 to provide for continued maintenance of several landscape areas throughout the city. Within the landscape district, there are 48 zones that are maintained by a city contractor and funded through assessments to the property owners within each zone. The assessment should normally cover the annual cost of maintenance, utilities, improvements, and a cost allocation factor. However, in many cases and for several years, a general fund subsidy has been needed to cover the costs. Staff estimate that at the current assessment levels and maintenance currently required, it is likely the district will operate at a deficit beginning in FY 2021 and in future years. However, over the years, staff has implemented several measures to reduce the cost in the landscape district, and through an ongoing cost reduction program, the deficit will be addressed. Staff recommends that the current assessment amounts remain the same and requests that at the close of the public hearing, the City Council adopt a resolution approving the assessments for Landscape District Number 1 for fiscal year 2021. That concludes our report.
Thank you. Any questions, staff?
Yes, I have a question, Mayor, if I may.
Go ahead.
Okay, so I read the report, and then I got to page 3, and it says, with the proposed changes noted above, at the top of the bottom of the first paragraph on page 3, the deficit will be addressed. And so I put in big letters, what changes specifically? So are you talking about the smart irrigation, and because there's nothing above that, like on our page, so I'm like, is this a previous page? Is it the smart water irrigation controllers, the low water use plantings, or is it the additional assessments? So what is the proposed changes noted above specifically?
Basically, it's all of the above. It's just an ongoing program to continue to implement additional smart irrigation systems, replace water-consuming plants with low water use plants, implementing more hardscape, any measure that we can implement to reduce the need to maintain a specific item. And so the landscape superintendent has developed a multi-year assessment and ideas that we can continue to implement in the future years.
On page 2, in the second large paragraph, about halfway down, we do describe replacing plant material, ground cover, wood chips, bark, things of that nature. If you look at the median or the parkway in front of DMV, that's kind of a model project that the Public Works Department did. That's what you're going to start seeing more in the community in order to reduce the water is a significant amount of the cost. So if we can reduce the water, that's going to reduce a lot of the costs involved, and also reduce with the plant material shifting to more hardscape and bark material, that reduces our labor costs as well.
Okay, and I'm looking at, again, and I know I asked this last year, but I'm going to ask again. 14A and Zone 14A by Tierra Rejada and 96, or Zone 96 are just huge, but I also have a question about Zone number 20. So, the cost for, it says it's the Indian Hills development, so I'm on page 17 of the report, and it's Zone number 14A, and it's a huge area, 597,000 square feet, and it says it's part of the Indian Hills development. So are we lowering the cost there, or is, because that's a huge area that we're in charge of?
We will be. Unfortunately, the way the landscape district was formed in the Indian Hills area, it actually took a lot of areas that are upslope in backyard locations. So we're going to reduce the amount of work that we're doing in those and the amount of plant material that we have to take care of there. And the area along Tierra Rejada, as you come into the city, you see actually it's quite lush. The median is very green. The both sides of the street are that's an expensive area. Strangely enough, as we've done the analysis, it's the smaller ones that end up costing more, because it's when it is a very green area, the water cost and the labor cost is higher in a smaller area than it is in a larger area, strangely enough, after we did the analysis.
Why is that?
It's just, it's not being able to spread it out over enough parcels, and it also depends on how old it was as well. If it's a newer development, then, newer is a relative term. If it's 20 years old, the assessment is actually going to be a little bit higher than the one that was more 30 years old. And as I said, the increases just never kept up. So that's why, Ron and his staff have done a very good job to look at how we're going to reduce these over the next several years. And I think we have a plan in place that's going to be able to do that.
Okay, I'm just concerned that, like you just said, there's a disparate amount of assessment that is placed on, depending on the age of the property. Are we charging one more and subsidizing another area? And so that's my concern.
There's definitely subsidizing going back and forth. Absolutely.
The other parcel I looked at was zone number 20, and it says that the work includes the maintenance of 1 acre public park on Lubbock Drive on Alamo and Tapo. Is that's not part of RSRPD, or why is it, why are we taking care of a public park? I'm curious.
Yeah, strangely enough, this one, somehow we got stuck with it through the development of the Texas Track area. I'm still trying to figure out how we ended up with that, and if there's a way we can give it to somebody that may want a park.
Like, do they have HOA dues, or like, why are we paying for a park? I'm asking, because we have a separate, parks district, so.
Yes, we do.
Why are we paying for this?
I don't have a very good answer for you on that one, because it is a park that is, strangely enough, in a residential area. Unless, Ron, you've got any history on it, but it was part of the old Texas Track that somehow the city ended up retaining that open space area that's used by the neighborhood. I honestly don't have a good answer, but that's one of my goals, is trying to figure out how we ended up with that.
Is there any way that we could not be responsible for that? Because
we'll see if there's an HOA that wants it. We'll look at the park district and see if they want to take it over, and even transfer the assessment to them if they can take it on.
It just said, it seems, I saw that and I said, wow, that's interesting, we're taking care of a park, but,
Yep. I know exactly where it is, because I see it on the map. I'm going, how did we get this?
I know where it is too, but it just doesn't seem like something that we should be responsible for, because we have a separate Parks and Rec district, and if it's a private park, that's for that region, that residential area, then their HOA dues should be covering it, but it shouldn't be something that the city is paying for.
Agreed.
Okay, and then, I think I already asked about that. The other question I had was, one of the cost reductions that you stated in the report was that you, instead of having one contractor doing everything, you parceled it out into several smaller contracts. So how does that save money? I'm just curious.
Well, we did two things at the same time. We used to have two major contracts, and there were large areas, required a lot of manpower, so they were very expensive. We broke them down into 3 landscape contracts and 1 tree contract. It was easier for multiple bids. When we only had 2 contracts, we could only attract the small or the large contractors. So breaking them down into smaller areas, we were able to get more bidders. We were able to get better bids. And we also reduced some of the maintenance requirements all at the same time. So
Okay.
A combination of all that helped us to reduce contract costs.
I knew you would have the answer. That's why I asked you. Okay, thank you.
Okay, any cards?
No, Mayor, we received no public testimony for this item.
Okay.
So can I just clarify one quick
Yes.
question? So am I understanding that without these measures, we're headed into a deficit, but basically, by taking these actions, et cetera, saving $2 million, it should be break even? Is that kind of, am I reading this
The
correct?
goal is eventually to break even, not require any kind of general fund subsidy, make it all pay for itself. Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, Mayor, I move to adopt a resolution approving the fiscal year 2020-21 assessments for Simi Valley Landscape District Number 1.
Thank you. Second?
Second.
Okay, motion and second. Call for the vote.
Motion
ask
passes.
Sorry, was the resolution read? I'm sorry, I missed it if it was.
Yes, it was. Thank you. Motion passes unanimously with Mayor Pro Tem Judge absent. Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, next on the agenda is item 4E, a public hearing to authorize the city manager to apply for and execute grant agreement and other associated documents to receive Senate Bill 2, SB 2, Permanent Local Housing Allocation, PLHA, grant funds, adopt of a resolution and approval of a supplemental budget request. The reading of the resolution is as follows. Resolution number 2020-37, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Simi Valley to authorize the city manager to apply for and execute the grant agreement and other associated documents to receive Senate Bill 2, SB 2, Permanent Local Housing Allocation, PLHA, grant funds, and approval of a supplemental budget request. And Mara Malch is here for this presentation.
Good evening, Mayor Mashburn and members of the City Council. The State of California's Senate Bill 2 passed in 2017 and established a permanent source of funding intended to increase the affordable housing stock in California. The Permanent Housing Allocation, or PLHA, is funded by a recording fee on real estate documents, and annual allocations are available directly to cities receiving community development block grant entitlements. The PLHA provides financial assistance to local governments to help implement plans to facilitate housing affordability, particularly for lower-income households. The Department of Housing and Community Development released its Notice of Funding Availability for the PLHA in February 2020 with an application and plan submission deadline of July 27th for grant disbursements to be made next fiscal year, 2020-21. The city's fiscal year 19-20 allocation is $290,375, and the 5-year maximum allocation as covered by the required plan period is estimated at about approximately $1.7 million and is dependent upon local real estate activity. After review of the eligible grant activities as detailed in Attachment A, page 11 of the staff report, City staff has identified assisting city residents at risk of or experiencing homelessness with rapid rehousing, rental assistance, and supportive case management services as the most impactful project with the most immediate results. The PLHA grant application requires for the submission of an approved plan outlining outcomes and goals of the proposed grant activity. The following are the recommended goals for inclusion in the plan: to assist persons who are homeless or at risk of homelessness, facilitate housing affordability, particularly for extremely low-income households at 30% of the area median income, assist persons experiencing or at risk of homelessness, and provide financial assistance to people facing eviction in order to keep them in their place of residence. To achieve the above goals, the city intends to contract with an experienced service provider to oversee and manage services for those who are homeless or at risk of homelessness by incorporating the requisite service and rental assistance criteria as required by the PLHA and consistent with other state and federally funded housing assistance programs. Should the City Council approve the resolution and thereby the plan, the application will be submitted to the state, and once approved, a 5-year standard agreement will be executed sometime in the fall. Subsequent to the grant award being executed, the city will award a contract for the full term of the grant agreement for the delivery of the services, utilizing the city's procurement process. All services and activities under this project will serve the city of Simi Valley and its residents directly. Should the council wish to delay the application, the next opportunity for submission would be sometime in calendar year 2021 and would delay any grant activities until that time. Therefore, it is recommended that the City Council adopt a resolution approving the plan and authorizing the city manager to apply for and execute the grant agreements and other associated documents for the PLHA funding, including any revisions needed to execute the standard agreement, and to approve a supplemental budget request in the amount of this year's grant allocation of $290,375 to establish a special revenue fund to track the grant activities. This concludes staff's report, and I'm available for any questions.
Thank you for the good report. That's great. Questions of staff?
I do have a question, this is a great thing that I think that we're doing. My question actually has to do with the approval of $290,000 to establish a special revenue fund. Can you explain logistically how that works? What does that look like?
It's just a matter of setting those funds aside to meet the accounting requirements for the grant, so we can't commingle it with our other city revenues. So that's pretty typical for our CDBG funds and other funds, and it wasn't included in this year's budget adoption because the grant hadn't been applied for yet. So this is just the authorization to create that ledger to keep track of the grant expenditures and revenues as they come in.
Got it. And who do we have envisioned, I mean, as I understand, we will have an agency, well, these funds, assuming we approve all this, will be administered not necessarily in-house, but through an agency, is that correct? Am I reading this correctly?
Correct.
Do we have that identified, who?
We would go through the city's procurement process in order to select a qualified service provider. And the reason why we're not doing these in-house is there is a component of case management services tied to these funds. So these are individuals that are not just facing economic hardship, they're individuals that are already experiencing homelessness or are in a position where without additional help and assistance, they're not going to remain stable in their housing even with the funds provided. So that case management portion is a significant aspect of this funding source.
Gotcha. Great, thank you.
So this is a track to help them as the quickest way possible.
Yes, so these funds had other eligible activities such as going to the development of housing units, but you'd have to couple these with other funding sources which present a lot of hurdles because $290,000 is not going to produce any housing units for that income level in the near future. So staff felt like this would be the most immediate impact. Additionally, as noted, these funds are completely contingent upon the real estate market. So that 1.7 estimate is the 5-year estimate if our real estate market holds to what it has been the past couple of years. And given everything that's going on right now, we don't know if that's going to be the case or not.
Okay, thank you. Questions?
Yeah, I guess my concern is with making sure, I mean, because I see here that, it includes homelessness services, activities such as field outreach, permanent housing placement, transportation, employment assistance, and supportive case management. And I know that what we just voted on and approved for the other CDBG grants already includes, case management and support for homelessness services. So I want to make sure that this funding, we have different pots of money that we can spend for different reasons and different goals and different outcomes. But I want to make sure, because there is flexibility in terms of the money that we've already voted to receive through CDBG grants, that is used for case management. This is used specifically for housing, because this is something that we need to do. We can't sit here and just say case management, and then, and I know because you're on the homelessness task force with me, that has existed for over a decade, and yet we haven't, we don't have a shelter. We don't have services for our homeless youth. And so we keep having to send people to Ventura or to Oxnard. We have to send them far away. I don't know if you're aware or not, but many of our homeless residents who were being sheltered in Newbury Park got released just a couple days ago, and now they're homeless, they're on the streets. And so we don't have those support services right now because we don't have a shelter in East County. And so I want to make sure that this funding is used for housing specifically, and not just for case management, because we already have other funding that can be used for case management.
Right. So the way that it's proposed in the staff report is to go towards rapid rehousing and homeless prevention. So the goal of that is strictly to secure them housing and to be able to use the grant funds to offset the case management services that go along with those housing activities.
So what would that look like? What would rapid rehousing look like? Is that
So rapid rehousing is somebody who is either on usually it's someone who has recently lost their housing, and so this would be first and last month's rent payment, utility deposits, and then paying the staff time of the person helping to assist them in those endeavors. Sometimes it also takes assistance with actually searching for housing. So sometimes these individuals can't identify housing that will meet their income needs and incentivize landlords to accept their application because of poor credit and things of that nature. So these funds would be able to be used for landlord incentives and things along those lines. So they wouldn't be used for case management separate from housing activities. It would just be the case management services that go into securing housing for that individual.
How have we done that before? You concerned me when you said incentivizing landlord.
So the County of Ventura actually is partnering with the United Way, and there's a successful program that's already been in place in other regions that the United Way is servicing for landlord incentives. So landlord incentives is a program along the lines of ensuring that somebody who has a pet who won't accept housing because they don't want to be separated from their pet, it may be paying an additional deposit to that landlord to accept someone with a pet that they normally would not accept because otherwise their housing opportunities would be limited. It can also be helping to assist getting over the hurdle of having poor credit that otherwise they don't meet the rental criteria that the landlord would be willing to rent to. It can be additional deposits because of concerns of past rental history and things of that nature. So it's not It's something to help landlords engage with individuals who otherwise won't be able to pay the market rate rent. And these are, programs that are out there that are currently being administered. But the city of Simi Valley, up until basically with our CDBG tonight, has not directly administered these programs to the best of my knowledge. And so I can't speak directly to how they're administered, other than the fact that they are happening in other jurisdictions in the county, who is our homeless service provider, and as well as our area housing authority has been looking at programs such as this and partnering with other agencies such as United Way to help break down those barriers to entice landlords to not immediately dismiss certain types of applications based on their standard criteria.
Could this be used to help apply for the continuum of care state-funded incentives, for homelessness that the city has yet to apply for?
I'm not sure to which I'm not sure what you're referring to.
At our last task force for homelessness meeting, which I know was several months ago, the continuum of care had come and said, other cities have applied for these grants, but you guys haven't applied for them. For low-income housing, it was money that was given by the state. And we were on the third round of applications. So is there any way that this could work in conjunction with us as a city applying for those funds, so that we can make sure this money goes farther?
So the funding that you're referring to is the No Place Like Home funding, which is a very specific and targeted population. It has to be individuals that are in need of mental health services in addition to housing. So it's specifically for mentally ill homeless individuals and to create housing for them. So that's a very dedicated funding stream. The city has not applied for those funds because the city does not develop housing directly. So through various iterations of available funding and economic development endeavors and other things, the city has partnered in various capacities, but the city itself does not develop housing because we are under the jurisdiction of the County of Ventura's Housing Authority. So they are the housing developer government entity on behalf of the city of Simi Valley.
Well, because I'm sorry, go ahead.
That's okay. So this funding could be coupled with various funding sources and create opportunity for the creation of actual housing units, but this funding alone would not be successful in creating housing units. So you'd have to have private dollars, you'd have to have properties identified, a lot of combination of factors would have to come to play for this money specifically to go and come to fruition for the development of housing and actual new units that don't currently exist. Hence why when staff looked at this, given the most immediate results and dedicated results to our community, this was what staff identified as the most viable opportunity to have that direct impact and to ensure that the money was staying here locally in Simi Valley and not going to benefit countywide if it was partnered in other ways.
I'm just concerned because, we can provide all the rental assistance we want, and we can say we're going to help people get housed, but when the vacancy rates of our rental units are so low, we have such a limited number of rental units in the city that are available, period. We can say we're going to help, pay the first and last month's deposit, but if there's no unit for you to rent, where do you go? So we have to do something to provide more housing in this community, period. That's a given. That is something that we have to do. That is a quality of life issue. Housing is a human right issue, so we need to do something to move forward in that endeavor. 4 of the 5 items that we've had public hearings on have related to housing specifically. But until we increase the amount of housing that we have here, including rental units for our working class residents, then we're not going to solve this issue. And this funding, I don't know how effective it's going to be if we don't have rental units for them to go to. So that's why I'm asking, how can we use this in conjunction with, and I'm not saying we're a developer because we're a city, we don't have to be a developer, but we have many mansions, we have other nonprofit housing developers that in the area that we've worked with before that have successfully created things. We still have redevelopment funds. And I'm asking, how can we have a bigger plan, a bigger picture in terms of how we move this forward so that we can get people the housing that they need and keep people's commute times lower, because they've been increasing because the housing stock is not available here in Simi Valley in terms of rental units for our low income. And so some of these issues are because we haven't develop the housing that we need. So I'm not saying that we have a that we are to build these things, because that's not a city's job, but we can partner with other entities that we've partnered with in the past to build these units here so that these funds can be effectively used. It's like saying, here's $50 to go to Disneyland, but the ticket costs $100, so you're never going to get in. You have to have the housing units for people to move into. And right now, it doesn't seem like we have a lot of that stock available. So I would like this to be used, all of the things that we've approved tonight as a city council need to be used in conjunction with working with our affordable housing and our redevelopment money, which we still have, in order to make sure that we can provide the deposits, but where are they going to live if those rental units are not available? So that is what I'm getting towards, because we want to make sure that we keep our city workers here, our residents here, that the person who works at Target doesn't have to commute all the way from Palmdale because they can't afford an apartment here.
I think we need to move on with the, you're talking, I believe, and I don't mean this to be disrespectful, you're talking at a much higher level of developing an entirely new program.
Well, I just want to make sure that there's accountability and competitive bid and
I
this money is used
understand that, but
effectively.
it's time to take a look at the question at hand.
And I'm sorry, one last question. It's a short one. Will we be included, I know that, will we be included in finding out, you mentioned there's the process is a city's procurement process. Will we be included in the city's procurement process so that we know who this entity is that's going to, this experienced service provider to oversee and manage the services?
Yes, given the dollar amount threshold that the 5-year period is anticipated to exceed $1 million, the city's procurement process would require that they come back to council.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you.
Any other questions?
Oh, I'm willing to make a motion.
Go right ahead. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, we have public testimony for this item.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm sorry.
That's okay. Tamara will read the public testimony. I believe we have a couple.
Great.
We have 2.
Good.
Dear Mayor and Council members, my name is Jody Lewis, and I am the President of the Board of Directors of the Samaritan Center of Simi Valley. As a longtime resident and philanthropist, I have a passion to help those in need with a focus on homeless services and housing. In response to the Department of Environmental Services Agenda Item 4E, the allotment of permanent local housing allocation, PLHA, funding should not be an arbitrary process. Instead, funding should be granted to client service providers who understand the needs of our most vulnerable population by providing permanent housing for low to no income individuals and families. Perhaps the city should send out a request for a proposal to define criteria for options by service providers. The decisioning and receipt of the PLHA funds shall also be made public notice for a transparent allocation, including tangible, measurable, and substantive evidence from grant recipients. Use of PLHA grant funds should be tied to timely response, including dependable and effective housing. This can be measured through reduction in homeless count and evidence of a complete solution showing sustainable results through positive client transition. At a minimum, service providers who are already providing complete client service, except housing, should be able to have the opportunity to propose and build a complete solution. This can be achieved by adding housing to their services through modeling similar properties like mini mansions and easily be managed by a service organization like the Samaritan Center. The Samaritan Center has been a long-standing provider of client services for over 20 years. The PLHA funding would provide the opportunity for a local public benefit nonprofit to have the ability to apply for and receive funding. This would then allow them to include a housing element and become a complete client services provider. Thank you kindly for your time and attention. Jody Lewis.
And what is her position, a female? Jody Lewis? Mm-hmm. What is her position?
President of the Board of Directors of the Samaritan Center of Simi Valley.
Okay.
And then I have one more. Mayor Mashburn and council members, my name is Tony Freeland. I am on the Board of Directors at the Samaritan Center. As a board member at the center for more than 13 years and a resident of Simi Valley for 46 years, I love this community and think that the PLHA funding and subsequent grants are a tremendous opportunity for us to make a real difference in our community and have a significant impact on our homeless and nearly homeless neighbors. There are many housing options in our community right now that would allow us to have a critical impact on transitional and permanent housing and take a leadership role in our county. Service providers like the Samaritan Center are in the unique position of being connected to and understanding the needs of the most vulnerable. PLHA funding is an opportunity to provide cost-effective housing along with needed services, providing a complete solution for our most desperate neighbors by adding a housing element to our existing services. Allocation of grant monies should not be arbitrary. Transparency is the key, and having the service providers participate in planning the solution is too, perhaps even defining the criteria and options. All budgets, programs, timelines, and desired results should be specifically defined and measured on a regular basis, ensuring that we meet the committed goals and expectations of our community. A solution that includes managed housing bundled with essential services could make an enormous difference in our city and significantly impact homelessness and the financial impact it continues to have on our community, while bringing tremendous heart to this difficult situation. Thank you for your time and consideration. Tony Freeland.
I have a question, and maybe you can answer it, Mark. Are they representatives of the Samaritan Center?
I'm not familiar with the current board makeup. The last person I interacted with in an official capacity of the chair was a different named individual. So I'm not certain at this moment in time.
Yeah, that I find those letters confusing to me, but I don't know exactly what's happening at the Samaritan Center as far as their structure and who is the CEO at this time. So that's why I'm asking, are they writing their letters representing the Samaritan Center or their themselves?
Can I respond a little bit to that? Okay. Councilmember Lister and I were on a telephone call with the Simi Valley Veterans Task Force, and that question came up. I asked, has the Samaritan Center been active in that? And they said no. And so Assemblywoman Christy Smith's office did reach out to the Samaritan Center, and Ryan Valencia was going to try and get all the information for us as a task force as to who the current board was, what positions were, and what they were doing, because at that point in time, nobody had that information.
Okay, thank you.
And I just have a question about the language that they used. Both of them talked about should not be an arbitrary process. And I want to be sure that, I'm not sure exactly what they mean by that. Maybe that they, I don't know, I guess maybe they're advocating that it should be a known entity, but do you want to speak to the process that you envision with this?
Absolutely. So I think that there may be some confusion at what stage in the process we are. So typically with grants, you have to identify the eligible activity in which you are committing to pursue. And then after that activity is approved by the granting entity and a contract is executed with the city, and either the reimbursement criteria is set forth or the distribution of the actual cash up front for those activities to be completed happens. Simultaneously, if you're going to use an outside entity to do said activities, you'd be working on your procurement documents, which would be your request for proposal. That would have criteria in there and measurable goals and accountability measures for how the council would be able to judge whether or not the money was used as intended. So we're at the front stage of that, just identifying what activity we're going to pursue, because we can't select a service provider or community partner until we know what we're trying to accomplish. So the activity in front of the council tonight is a rapid rehousing and homeless prevention activity. Should the council decide to move forward with the plan as presented, and that's how it gets submitted to the state, we would be able to be working on those procurement documents so that we can issue an RFP to solicit from qualified nonprofit and community partners, which could include anyone from our area housing authority, some of our other local service providers that have been mentioned tonight in terms of housing providers that also provide case management. We've had partnerships in the past in terms of several years back, the Task Force on Homelessness staff member at the time worked with a number of nonprofits to do a similar program, and some of those nonprofits have expressed that they would potentially bid on such a project in the future. So The issue at hand is, I think that they're looking at creating a housing option to complement their services. The activity as presented is not so much to create housing, but to create access to housing and break down barriers to individuals that otherwise would have barriers if not assisted. So it's really up to the council of what direction you want to go in terms of the activities selected. However, we do have to have a resolution adopting the plan for submission by July 27th. If we don't have that, we'd have to wait until the next NOFA period, which is expected in the spring of 2021. And we wouldn't be able to move forward on those activities because the standard grant agreement typically has to be in place prior to the encumbering of any funds or any obligations made on behalf of the grant. So you can't get the cart before the horse, essentially, when it comes to grant management. Does that answer
Yes.
the question clearly?
Thank you. Thank you. Are there any other public comments?
No, Mayor, no further comments.
No more? Okay, hearing's closed. Council member comments? I think we've,
Yeah, I think we've covered. I will just say, recognizing the timeline, I think creating access provides immediate help, whereas creating housing, although admirable and be great, is not the immediate help that this plan does. So, but I understand the need all around.
agreed. Comments? No?
May I make a motion, Mayor?
Sure.
I move to adopt a resolution authorizing the city manager to apply for and execute the necessary agreements and/or documents for the permanent local housing allocation, including revisions, and approve the supplemental budget request in the grant amount of $290,000, $375 for fiscal year 2021 in Fund 207, SB2 Fund, and newly established Special Revenue Fund to track the grant activities.
Second.
Okay, motion and second. Call for the vote.
Motion passes unanimously with Mayor Pro Tem Judge absent.
Okay, next item is 5, correct? I think we can take a 15-minute break
Thank you.
prior to going to item 5.
I would like that.
What, you want to breathe? What? I can't see you smoking.
No, it's good. City Clerk will start with item 5.
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, next item on the agenda is item 5. This is a time for public statements on all items other than public hearings, appointments, and information reports. All comments submitted by email prior to 12 p.m. noon today have been provided to the City Council and will be made part of the record. However, they will not be read by the City Clerk at the meeting. Comments received by email after 12 p.m. noon today until the beginning of public statements item on the agenda will now be read for a period of 90 minutes, spending 3 minutes on each email. Every effort will be made to read all emails into the record, but some emails may not be read due to the time limitations. Emails received after the beginning of public statements or unread emails will be made part of the record if received prior to the end of the meeting. City Council members may offer response to the extent possible under Agenda Item 5A. Mr. Mayor, unless you have any other comments, we can begin the reading of the comments.
I have no comments. Ready for the first email.
Good evening. The first public statement received today beginning at noon is by Rachel Meek, writing again to express my disgust and how this is being handled by our mayor and council. The fact that this has not been rectified properly blows my mind and just emphasizes how much more that the council needs to change. As a citizen, I cannot fathom how it is still okay for Mike Judge to represent our community. By allowing him to remain as mayor pro tem, you are saying to this community that you do not hear our outrage, you do not respect us as citizens, and you do not truly value the potential that our city has. I plead with you, as many of my fellow community members have, step down. If you care for this city and the community members as you say you do, then you will step down to show that you understand that you are no longer what this city wants, needs, nor requires to grow and become better. By staying in your seat, all you have done is confirm that you only care for yourself. By not convincing or supporting Mike Judge to remove himself, you, the mayor, and the board are just as guilty for his disgusting posts and the disrupt and frustration throughout the city they have brought. The next one's from Rita Henry. Dear council members, my name is Rita Henry, and I've been a resident of Simi Valley since 1996. On Monday, June 15, 2020, the United States Supreme Court, by a 7-2 majority, rejected the Trump administration's petition to challenge the California Values Act, also known as SB 54. The lawsuit challenging SB 54 is over. The California Values Act has been upheld and will continue to be enforced. In 2018, the Simi Valley City Council chose to involve our city in this issue by voting to file an amicus letter supporting the Trump administration lawsuit. The council members voted to do that despite the fact that the overwhelming majority of public comments requested that the council either support SB 54 or stay neutral. Council members took that action despite the fact that the Code of Ethics and the Conduct for Elected Officials commits council members to, quote, avoid and discourage conduct which is divisive or harmful to the best interests of Simi Valley, end quote. The council vote to authorize an amicus letter was extremely divisive. In the best interest of the Simi Valley community, the council should rescind its previous motion to file an amicus letter in support of the Trump administration lawsuit, which has been rejected by the Supreme Court. I urge you to place consideration of a motion to rescind that motion on the agenda on your next meeting. Sincerely, Rita Henry. Next is from Jody Cooper. Social media is saying that some of the citizens of Simi Valley want anarchy, but all we want is for Mike Judge to be held up to the standards that he signed on to, set forth in the Code of Ethics and Conduct. His posts about hosing down people with sewage and pointing a tank gun at a black man are despicable. Mike Judge had to apologize in the past for posts on his social media, so it proves that he doesn't learn from his mistakes. This time has gone too far and is standing deaf to the world around him. He is exacerbating the racist rhetoric that only is increasing in this city instead of helping to move us forward into a more equal and just world. His apology was completely insincere, and he and Mayor Mashburn thought it was a joke as an excuse for his behavior. I understand that he cannot be fired, but he can step down and do the right thing for this city. If he refuses, he must be censured and stripped of his committee appointments. I do not want him speaking for me across the city in these committees. Quote, the professional and personal conduct of members must be above reproach and avoid even the appearance of impropriety. Members shall refrain from abusive conduct, personal charges, or verbal attacks upon the character or motives of other members of council, boards, commissions, and committees, the staff, or public, end quote. The public. Next is from Laura Rigby. Mike Judge needs to resign. His treatment of Micaiah Foster and his racist anti-gay posts veiled as jokes are disgusting. This isn't racist open mic night at the Ha Ha Room. This is a city official using their official Facebook page to divide the community and let his followers know it's okay to bully people with different views. The only threat to the city are agitators who showed up at the peaceful protest and in 2 instances assaulted kids, or the many who threatened to bring guns to the rally and use their force to protect the city. This is absolutely not a welcoming environment for all. It needs to change now, and we need leaders who will foster this change. Resign. Next is Roger Von Beersborn. Mike Judge, tell us why you used your public platform to bully and intimidate a teenage girl practicing her constitutional rights. Mike Judge, tell us why you used your public platform to bully, intimidate. It says it twice, excuse me. Mike Judge, tell us why you used your public platform to bully, intimidate a teenage girl practicing her constitutional rights. Mike Judge, tell us why you used your public platform to bully and intimidate a teenage girl practicing her constitutional rights. Again, 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 again. And again is the same sentence. Cassandra Douglas. My name is Cassandra Douglas. I was born and raised in Simi Valley. As someone who strives for equality in every movement I make, I am mortified that someone like Mike Judge is holding public office. His actions on social media feed into a white supremacist narrative that is unacceptable by anyone in public office. He tried to tell a young black woman that the discrimination she has experienced in this city is not real. Gaslighting is a textbook trait of narcissists. He also gaslighted the citizens of Simi Valley that are appalled with these actions with a self-serving, quote, apology. I fear Mr. Judge is mentally unstable and unfit for the office. I'm requesting that the City Council censure him and strip him of his duties as the Mayor Pro Tem. A racist, narcissist, misogynist should hold no place in public office. Next is a public comment from Juliana May. Hello, as a resident of Simi Valley, I feel obligated to voice my concerns and urge you to censure and remove Mike Judge immediately. By now, you have had ample time to have witnessed the inappropriate actions, words, and overall ideology being spread by Mike Judge. You have also likely been exposed to his insulting, insincere apologies. By his own words and actions, he has revealed himself to be a supporter of racist beliefs and against the constitutional right of our residents to protect and speak freely. By his own words and actions, he has disrespected and compromised his position and has shown that he lacks the ability to fairly represent the community in any way. This council has the power to force him to resign. I realize that 3 of you on the council might not do that for fear of losing your base voters. However, I implore you, stand above partisan politics and resist pandering to those who would sympathetic to racist, oppressive, and un-American values. Immediately censure Mike Judge. Immediately require that he step down from every board he is on. Immediately remove his title of Mayor Pro Tem. Secure his immediate resignation in light of his gross and obvious disdain for our nation, its values, and the position he has held. Give your positions the honor they deserve and do the right thing here today. We, the people of Simi Valley, demand this of you. Thank you for your time. Joe Pachowski writes in, Mayor Mashburn and members of the council. Recently, Councilwoman Ruth Luevanos tried to get the City Council to agree to fine people in our city who failed to sufficiently social distance during the pandemic. Her motion would have you believe that she is adhering to all the orders and restrictions which have come down. As you consider the process of censuring a member, I implore you to consider the following events organized by Councilwoman Luevanos. I'm not referencing the June 6th protest. On June 19th, she held an event in Lemon Park to celebrate Juneteenth. She will have you believe that this was a protest, when in fact, the Parks District is investigating this as a non-permitted event. As a City Council member, she should know better. It's also being investigated by the County Environmental Health because she solicited on Twitter to have food trucks come from Los Angeles for her event. She may claim that it was a protest, but a protest doesn't need food trucks. That's an event. On Friday, she did it again with an LGBTQ pride event. Complaints have been filed against because of her inability to follow the rules. She tweeted, quote, "It was a great day for our first ever LGBTQ Pride celebration protest in Simi Valley today with inspiring music, art, dancers, rap, poets, and friends." End quote. Other than her use of the word protest, that sounds like another event to me, not a protest. The council needs to censure Councilwoman Luevanos, not Councilman Judge. The next one actually came in Spanish, so it was translated in English for me. It was sent in from Logo Go Crazy. "You have become a disgrace to Simi Valley. You are the reason my hometown is still tied to the Rodney King trials. You are the reason Simi Valley has pissed off poor economy. No person of color wants to bring their business here, and it's all your fault. Good job, dummy." I should mention that came in Spanish. The next one is from Lori Hiddle. "Mayor Mashburn and members of the City Council, I'm sure that most of the emails which get read tonight are going to be focusing on Councilman Mike Judge and memes he posted to his personal Facebook account. I want you to know that I support Councilman Judge because of his track record of helping our city. As far as social media postings go, I found Twitter posts of Councilwoman Ruth Luevanos to be far more disturbing than Councilman Judge's posts to Facebook. I encourage you to look them up before passing judgment on Councilman Judge. They are located at twitter.com/RA Luevanos. One of the memes which Councilman Judge posted featured a tank pointed at someone. If you watch that particular animated meme, it was pointed at someone who wasn't wearing a mask. It was accompanied by a comment from Councilman Judge which said he knew of at least one person who would approve of the video. When I first saw it, I saw the tank and the person without the mask. It's a satirical post referencing Councilwoman Luevanos' failed attempt to get SVPD to start issuing fines to people for not social distancing. Yet there had been no public outcry over this cartoon posted by Councilwoman Luevanos to Twitter on April 20th, claiming that people who believe in the Second Amendment were being inconvenienced. Please read and show this tweet from Councilwoman Luevanos. The picture is of a tweet, and all these will go to City Council for record. And at the bottom it says, "So if you're going to censure anymore, it should be Councilwoman Luevanos for her failure to support and uphold the Second Amendment to the Constitution." Next is Colleen Thomas. "I'm a resident of Simi Valley and have been for 32 years. You've all represented the facts of what Mike Judge has done. There is no need for me to be redundant in pointing out the multitude of his disgusting racist memes and Facebook posts. You've heard his pathetic and insincere apologies. He is staying in our city, and the council has the power to force him to resign. I know that 3 of you on the council will not do that in fear of losing your base voters. At the very least, he should be censured and forced to step down from every single board he is on and stripped of his title of Mayor Pro Tem. We demand this of you. Do what is right and stop playing partisan politics. Stand up to the job as reflected in your code of ethics and do what you were elected to do. P.S. Be respectful of others around you tonight and wear your masks. Only one council person wore their mask in the last meeting, and it was completely disrespectful for the others not to do so. It doesn't protect you, it protects those around you. Have some common courtesy and do the right thing. Stop only thinking of yourselves. This was especially apparent after some of you attempted the luncheon from Mike Garcia, crowded into a small room with many others, none wearing masks, who might now be spreading COVID-19. Leslie Foster writes, "Please read the attached letter today and let it be on the record from Micaiah Foster's father. Hello, Mike Judge. I am Micaiah Foster's father. First and foremost, I'm requesting that you stop all forms of direct communication with Micaiah. If there is something you require from Micaiah, contact either me or her mother with regard to this or any future such apologies. Given your past track record as pertains to your attitude about women, I refer her to Facebook postings, I do not feel that you should be invading the privacy of my daughter under any circumstances, including this. As a city official and past member of law enforcement, you are supposed to be held and should be held to a higher standard than your current and previous behavior has indicated. My daughter, her sister, and her mother are residents and citizens of Simi Valley. In your remarks below, you failed to show concern for the rights of free speech, First Amendment rights, of my daughter or her mother and sibling, or give any suggestion of protecting said rights. But this is precisely what makes for a beautiful American city, the people and their right to have free speech and the right of assembly and the civility with one is to be treated by community authorities. To mobilize the septic tank trucks, put a pressure canyon on them, hose them down statement, a well-known, extremely offensive, hateful, racist Bull Connor reference. And for anyone, let alone a city official, to make such a statement should not be part of any city business. As for your standing in solidarity with those in natural grief over the murders of Mr. Floyd and Ms. Taylor, you are still not understanding or accepting the material issue, which centers on police brutality and the complete disregard and disrespect for people of color by said agencies. And you, as a city councilman, must bear responsibility for the error of your judgment with regard to individuals in your community having the right to express constitutionally guaranteed right to free speech and freedom of assembly. Now, my intention is not to paint with a broad brush. Not all cops are bad, but understand, not all people of color are either. I've lived in Los Angeles for 61 years and have had way too many unwarranted negative incidents with the LAPD due solely to the color of my skin. I have to say that it is extremely difficult to accept that you feel that there are only a few inept or criminal police. Indeed, I find it very disrespectful that your concern and anger is based on an assumption you have the civility of your fellow officers, but not of your fellow citizens. I'm available to meet with you and/or any community officials at a convenient time for further conversation over this matter. Michael Foster. Thanks, Leslie Foster. Marcy Kraft writes on June 8th, 2020, email to the City Council entitled, "Mike Judge Must Resign, Censure is Not Enough," detailed concerns regarding a recent incendiary Facebook post by him, and noting as this is your first such posting, isn't your first such posting, he should resign. Today's email was to be a follow-up, further calling for his resignation. However, on June 19th, I saw an event photograph posted by the Republican Values Center. In attendance was Mayor Mashburn. There's photos of Mayor Mashburn, other attendees. It says, and Councilwoman Litster. The event was indoors with 50 or more people attending, a good portion of whom appeared elderly. There was no social distancing, no face masks. Just one day prior, the CDPH had issued guidance for the use of face coverings, yet not one person was following guidance. Since then, Ventura from our leaders, then someone who regularly posts racially charged incendiary memes on social media, and/or council members who put party politics ahead of the health and safety of residents, and/or council members who sit by passively and quietly looking the other way, knowing these things are going on, yet doing nothing to stop or change them. My question for Mayor Mashburn and Councilwoman Litster: do you recommend all community members follow your lead and decide which CDPH guidelines, if any, they will follow without concerns for the welfare of the community? Thank you. This next one was also sent in Spanish. It is from Megan Ussery, to whom it may concern. I would like to immediately thank you for opening this email. I would like to give my undying support to remove Councilman Mike Judge from his post. He's done a lot for the community with his comments about wiping out protesters and show women almost naked and laugh at it. As you can see, his mind has much more capacity than ours and is not suitable for this position. Maybe something in fast food would be more suitable for your taste. Signed, The Left Radical from Simi Valley. Nicole Malone writes, Dear fellow council members and Mayor Mashburn, I'm a citizen of Simi Valley. I am writing you concerning Councilman Mike Judd's hateful, vile rhetoric on Facebook that upholds police brutality and white supremacy. Sadly, he consistently posts horrific content on his page while holding an elected office. I'm ashamed to be associated with a city who elects this kind of individual. Screenshots of his disgusting posts are circulating far and wide on Facebook and the news. This is not a good look for Simi Valley, especially when we already have a racist history. I'm also incredibly concerned that he publicly called for the peaceful protest to be canceled in Simi. But worse than trying to subdue his citizens' First Amendment rights, he also suggested instead that, quote, rioters should be sprayed with septic sewage, end quote. Though he later told people to settle down, it was a joke, in quotes. He only apologized after getting a lot of bad press. Mayor Mashburn even brushed off that post as well. And as he is up for re-election this November, I will not be voting for someone who condones such content. This is not acceptable, intended as a joke or not, especially as a public servant with an office to uphold. His intention here is irrelevant. I demand that Mike Judge resign, or at the bare minimum be removed as Mayor Pro Tem and censured for his vile, dangerous words, so that for once, Simi Valley can be on the right side of history. Thank you for listening and understanding. Next is from Kimmy T. Thank you, Mike Judge, for putting Simi Valley on the map. We're getting recognition around the country because of you. Here's a list. On June 4th, 2020, you violated Simi Valley's Code of Ethics of Conduct by posting an email exchange without your constituents' consent. This incident was publicized by the Ventura County Star, the Daily News, the Ventura County Reporter, the Acorn, and even E! Online. On June 2nd, 2020, you threatened to spray sewer on constituents who planned to participate in the Simi Valley Black Lives Matter protest. That post received recognition by CBS News, KTLA, LA Times, Spectrum News, and USA Today. On April 2019 and June 23rd, 2019, you and a few others violated the public's right to attend and participate in meetings of local bodies in accordance with the Brown Act. This was featured on the Ventura County Star and USA Today. On May 2013, you posted a graphic video of a woman being decapitated with a pocket knife. This made headlines on the Simi Valley Acorn, KTLA, and LA Times. People like you are the reason why Simi Valley is still associated with white supremacy and the Rodney King trials. Resign. Adam Blazich writes, I'm Adam Blazich, a resident of Simi. I recall how in 2013, Councilman Judge received public backlash in response to posts he made on social media, posts for which he then apologized. At a council meeting in May 2013, in which his possible censure was discussed, Councilman Judge said, quote, in the future there will not be anything going out that the public will think is offensive, end quote. Moreover, at that meeting, then Mayor Bob Huber and Councilman Steve Soika stated that while they did not support a censure, they expected Councilman Judge would learn from that experience. Councilman Soika asked that Judge exercise, quote, better judgment moving forward, end quote. I believe Councilman Judge's social media postings since 2013, including but not limited to his much discussed ones from the past month, clearly show that he has failed both his promise to not reoffend the public and the expectation that he would learn to exercise better judgment. For these reasons, I request the council do one or all of the following. Remove Councilman Judge from his committee assignments, revoke him of his Mayor Pro Tem title, and censure him. Lastly, thank you to whoever is tasked with reading aloud the deluge of public statements. Kevin Pugh, Simi Valley City Council. Mike Judge has posted pornography, a decapitation video, threatened violence against citizens via septic hoses, posted a picture of a tank aiming its cannon at a black man, and tried to keep Simi Valley citizens from exercising our right to peaceful protest. He represents the worst part of our community and should have no place in government. I demand his resignation from the City Council and he be removed as Mayor Pro Tem. Ruth Luevanos, who has showed compassion towards others and worked to hear the voices of today's families in Simi Valley, should be appointed in his place. Adrena Pugh writes in, I'm a citizen of Simi Valley, California, and I'm calling for the resignation of Mike Judge. When a public official posts pornography, a decapitation video, threatens violence against citizens via septic hoses, posts a picture of a tank aiming its cannon at a black man, they should be censured immediately. When a public official discourages citizens to exercise their right to protest, they should be censured immediately. I serve this community as an educator to young children at a preschool in our city. I hold myself to a high standard. Mike Judge should learn to do the same. Next is Daniel McGreevy. Good evening, City Council members and soon-to-be former member Mike Judge. My name is Daniel McGreevy. I'm writing to demand that you censure Mayor Pro Tem Mike Judge immediately. This man should have no place serving our city. This isn't a question of politics, but rather a question of right and wrong. Judge's attempts to save himself have been embarrassing. His lack of sincerity is apparent, and the only thing he has succeeded in doing is bolstering Simi's racist reputation. You owe it to our city to censure Judge, along with stripping him of his Mayor Pro Tem title and committee assignments. If you refuse, you will be aligning yourself with him and justifying his racist actions. The Simi Valley that I have seen in the past month has been at our best, peacefully standing together in solidarity for Black lives, celebrating African American culture, and standing arm in arm with our queer neighbors. This is the Simi Valley I know and love, but this is not what Mike Judge stands for. Judge has only ever used his platform to promote division, and the city is demanding he held be accountable. This is not a situation where we can say, quote, mistakes were made, but we will let it go, end quote. Judge has become a repeat offender of spreading racist humor, and given the code of ethics you all signed, you should be standing for the public interest and condemning the abusive conduct Judge has had with the young Black members of this city. And to Mike, please save us all some time and resign. If you just don't know, I'm ready to knock every single door in your district in 2022 and ensure you are voted out. Thank you all for your time. I trust you will do the right thing. Next is from Sophia Bagdasarian. Dear City Council, I'm a resident of Simi Valley, and I find Mike Judge's beliefs and behaviors, as seen on Facebook, to reflect poorly on our city. He is tarnishing the reputation that the city has been trying to cultivate since the Rodney King travesty of justice. Please ask him to resign. This will go a long way to show the residents of our city and those who are watching that we take racism seriously. He does not represent me or the thousands in our city who are rallying around Black Lives Matter. BLM is just asking for Black lives to matter too, emphasis on the two. His posts indicate he does not believe that they do. He needs to step down. Sincerely, Dr. Sophia. Next is from Christina Johnson. City officials, as a 20-year resident of Simi Valley, Mike Judge's racist and bullying behavior is widely known, accepted by most. He does not belong in leadership. Censuring, forcing Mike Judge to resign, the city will benefit in the following ways. 1, it's a start in shedding Simi's racist reputation. Jurors in the LAPD King case were not all from Simi, yet some have embraced and celebrate verdict as a Google inquiry. What is Simi known for? Includes racism and nationalism. Others have not embraced verdicts or sanctuary city. We wish to rid Simi of the reputation. We isolate, watch businesses fail and not generate revenue, and no longer engage with the city. We're now standing tall, firm, and loud. 2, unity. We do not need a city panel dividing into a divided Simi. Listen, lead by example, and be role models. Mike Judge is no role model. 3, Simi youth deserve better. Simi's a joke outside its exclusive wall, our reputation racist. We are damaging their future in a changing, diverse world, along with Simi's historical legacy, way beyond our lifetimes. Censure now. Next is from Lindsay Glass, to whom it may concern. Mike Judge needs to resign. My husband and I bought our house in Simi Valley 4 years ago. We were attracted to this beautiful city by the gorgeous boulder-filled mountains, the ample amounts of parks, the high-ranking school system, and the cleanliness of the city itself. Come move-in day, we were greeted by about 10 of our neighbors who were excited to meet us and showed us nothing but kindness. We were ecstatic about the choice we had made to purchase our first home here. Since that day, our impression of Simi Valley had remained high until I stumbled upon our Mayor Pro Tem Mike Judge's Facebook account and personally witnessed the extremely racist posts he was incredibly proud of. It is absurd to me that a man like this is still serving our local government. Racist rhetoric has no place in local government and drives the community apart. How are the people of Simi Valley supposed to feel safe, heard, and equal when our Mayor Pro Tem, a representation of our gorgeous city, shows himself to be filled with hate for the people he is supposed to be the voice for? I ask you today to make Simi Valley the beautiful, inclusive city that I once thought it was. Mike Judge is not an accurate representation of what this city stands for and needs to resign to accomplish this. Thank you very much for your time and attention to this matter. Grant Keller writes, Dear Council members, I'm a product of Simi Valley and a local teacher. I have a heartfelt interest in the long-term future of our city. When Micaiah Foster posed an invitation for our city leaders to protest police brutality and racial injustice, our city council's response was embarrassing. This was a time for engagement in the conversation about systemic racism. This was the time to highlight local work being done in our city. This was a time to listen and uplift people of color in our community. I did not see that from our leadership in the city council. The Simi Valley Unified School District just hired an equity and inclusion administrator to improve the system and account for change. In bright contrast, there is no message addressing and confronting racism from our city council. Councilmember Luevanos is the only source of leadership actively engaging in this movement. Although I am frightened by the lack of leadership from the City Council, I'm appalled by Mayor Pro Tem's Mike Judge's response to the Black Lives Matter protests, and specifically to Micaiah Foster. I thank Ms. Foster out loud and internally for bringing people in the Simi Valley community together to dismantle systemic racism. Our Mayor Pro Tem's response to Micaiah Foster activism was to intimidate her, dismiss her experiences as a member of our community, and put her in an unsafe conditions by posting their communications to his supporters. In response to the protests around the state and country, he posted a Facebook meme inciting violence and takes zero accountability by showing ignorance of his racism by labeling it, quote, his sense of humor. This type of leadership has no place in any public office. When you Google Mike Judge, you will see a history of his social media posts reported on by the LA Times and Ventura County Star dating back to 2012. It is embarrassing, and the best way for our community to move forward is for him to resign. Next, Leanna Brand writes in, Dear Council members, I request that Mike Judge be stripped of the Mayor Pro Tem status along with all of his committee assignments. His posting of Ms. Foster's name, the leader of the Black Lives Matter March, to intimidate her and put pressure on her to cancel the demonstration was out of line. I'm certain he has been invited to many events, and yet this is the first time he published a request and a reply on social media. Immediately, she received threats and pressure due to this outing of her information. Intimidating an 18-year-old high school senior is beyond unacceptable, and the post about spewing sewage on people shows a lack of caring for the minority citizens in our community. This is not the first racist post we have seen. I was recommended to be placed on the Simi Arts Foundation by 2 city council members, yet Mayor Mashburn complained that I was deemed, quote, unacceptable to serve due to my social media posts. If the mayor and council uses social media behavior as a standard for committee assignments, then surely you will remove Mike Judge from all his committee assignments and strip him of his pro tem status. If you do not remove him from his committees, then you will be showing yourselves as hypocrites. I'm waiting and watching. Yes.
You'll have to forgive me. Heidi is terrific, and I will be trying hard to follow that lead. The next email is from Lee Kennedy. As a resident of Simi Valley for over 35 years and a volunteer for the city on the Budget Advisory Committee and Police Foundation, also as veteran, I support Mike Judge and accept his apology for a repost of humor that some found offensive. If you must judge Mike, then please apply the same standards to the other city council members, more specifically Ruth Luevanos, for her actions and reposts on social media. Lee Kennedy. The next email is from Gary Schwimmer. He posts agenda item 7A, consideration of proposed changes to the neighborhood council district boundaries, and if changes are made, adoption of a resolution establishing the new boundaries. And then an opinion is approve option 3, modify the current neighborhood council boundaries to match the current city council boundaries. From Jeff, J.M. Merlis at Pac Bell. My name is Jeff Merlis. I'm a tax-paying homeowner in Simi Valley, living here for 30-plus years, and I support Councilman Mike Judge 100%. I've known Mike to be an honest and moral representative of our citizens, and I stand wholeheartedly against censure, removal, or resignation. I demand an immediate end to this baseless witch hunt brought on us and funded by outside leftist organizations. I want to know if all city council members have signed a code of ethics and code of conduct and/or oath to our Constitution, and if not, who hasn't? I would like to know if Simi Valley has a social media policy for city council members in place. I would like to know if the city council is aware of Councilwoman Ruth Luevanos' posts on social media calling the citizens of Simi Valley Nazis and racists. Please show attached image for the camera. Although I don't see an attached image, I'm sorry. While at the same time she organized and colluded with leftists. Okay, thank you, sorry. while at the same time she organized and colluded with leftist groups to fraudulently claim Councilwoman Judge is a racist. We, the people of Simi Valley, elected Mike Judge, and we, the people of Simi Valley, have the sole right to not vote for him if that is our choice. People with an anti-police, anti-law and order, and anti-America agenda who are not residents of our city have no right to have a voice. Who are not residents of our city have no right to have a voice or influence to subvert how we choose to live and work in Simi Valley. Stand your ground, Mike. We, the people, stand with you. The next is from JJ Tamagotchi. Dear City Council members, don't censure Mike Judge, remove him. As per my last public statement, Mike Judge has directly violated number 10 of Simi Valley's Code of Ethics and Conduct. The council has full power to remove members of boards, commissions, and committees from office. Code of Ethics and Conduct number 18. The racist rhetoric of Mike Judge and Keith Mashburn has led to an increase in unacceptable actions and displays of racism in Simi Valley. Just the other day, a neighbor came across a Patriot Front sticker around town. The Patriot Front is a nationally recognized white supremacist neo-Nazi group. Do we really want that in our town? A few weeks ago, a video of a truck driving down First Street was circulating all over the internet. That truck was decorated with a stuffed monkey hanging by a noose around its neck. Are these the headlines you really want to make? True Simi Valley residents will never condone this behavior, yet Judge and Mashburn continue to embrace our town's infamous white supremacist culture. We demand Mike Judge's resignation immediately. Judge and Mashburn's racist agenda and exclusionary tendencies have no place in this town. Get out of here, and if you don't, myself and many others will be more than happy to take all of your spots in City Council. Stop treating our council seats like white supremacist thrones. We will remember you at the polls. The next email is from Brittany Castillo. To the Simi Valley City Council, I have been a resident of Simi Valley for over 25 years, and I have always felt a deep shame to tell people that I live here. The reputation that Simi Valley has had, which was solidified by things like the Rodney King trial, the movie Joe Dirt, and the YouTube series Real Bros of Simi Valley, makes it really difficult to show any real city pride. This is all because while two of these things are satirical, they are born of real day-to-day experiences that happen here. I am a Hispanic woman, and I have personally been told to go back to my country in the Target parking lot. When I was a teenager and working retail here in town, I was often approached by white people asking me if I spoke English, even though I was born in Northridge and I have a Valley Girl accent. Through recent events, I have learned that my education here in Simi Valley was heavily whitewashed, and I had to relearn events in history because they weren't taught to me in schools I attended, which were Madera, Sinaloa, and Royal. Once I had the opportunity to relearn that history, I also learned that real change happens when you start at the local level. I was not happy to learn that, seeing as I was ashamed of my own community, so I started by finding groups that represent my values and found that there is a large population here in Simi that feels the same way that I do. So we're on a mission to make our voices heard and flip this city so that it represents the human interest values that embrace every single resident that lives here and not just the white population. This starts with demanding the resignation of Mike Judge after his hateful posts all over their social media that are indicative of white nationalism and police brutality. I have shared many emails with my thoughts on the embarrassment that is Mike Judge and will continue to do so until he is removed from his position. The next is from Imina Beauty. Dear council members, I'm concerned that your lack of action against Mike Judge and refusal to condemn bigotry is turning Simi Valley into a safe haven for neo-Nazis and white nationalist hate groups. Many of us have already noticed stickers around the neighborhood recruiting for the Patriot Front, one of the biggest white nationalist hate groups in the country. Please take a stand against hate and racism in our city. Your silence is putting our city at risk. This one is from Christopher French. To the City Council of Simi Valley, from a 12-year resident of Simi Valley, Christopher French. It is hard not to think immediately of two aphorisms of wisdom when considering the statements, the memes, and the jokes from Mike Judge, jokes is in quotes, I'm sorry, from Mike Judge and his social media page. The first is Luke 6:45, quote, "For it is out of the abundance of the heart that the mouth speaks," unquote. The second is, quote, "The true test of a man's character is what he does when no one is watching," John Wooden. This is not the heart of a man that should represent Simi Valley. This is not the character of a man that should represent Simi Valley. Censure Mike Judge. We need someone who wants to represent every citizen of our city, someone that recognizes, that understands the history of our nation, and that change has come from the fully protected exercise of the rights given to us in the Constitution, and that recognizes the more engaged everyone is in participating in city government and how the city runs, the better Simi Valley will be. Censure Mike Judge. The next is from Lori Sheridan. I'm writing to request that the City Council censure Mike Judge and strip him of his mayor pro tem status and his committee appointments. He has shown a remarkable lack of remorse for his bigotry, and this is now the third time that he has had to apologize for his bigoted, racist, or inappropriate social media postings. Clearly, Mike Judge isn't sorry for his behavior on social media. If he was, he would have learned from his mistakes and stopped that behavior. Mike Judge is just sorry he got caught and called out. His lack of remorse, lack of understanding of why his social media postings were wrong, his anti-immigrant, bigoted, xenophobic, and police pro-militarization stances reflect a lack of understanding of the diversity of and the concerns of our citizens and of how the world is changing. It also highlighted the worst of our city in local and national news. We claim we aren't the racist city that people portray or believe us to be, but how could they think otherwise when he is our proxy spokesman? His supporters published a web page this week requesting that non-residents flood your city council and Mayor Mashburn, requesting that non-residents flood your inboxes with supportive emails. He has done nothing to discourage this, considering the importance that the city council and Mayor Mashburn especially place on having Simi Valley residents speak at our city council meetings. This also reflects incredibly poorly on council member Judge and on many of our city's residents. I implore you, as a tax-paying citizen of Simi Valley and as a human being, that you censure him, strip him of mayor pro tem status, and remove his committee appointments, many of which are outside Simi Valley. He is not fit to represent Simi Valley and our surrounding communities. If I may be indulged for one more comment, it is this: the absolute defiance of a state order to wear masks and socially distance at indoor gatherings shown by Mayor Mashburn, Councilmember Litster, and House Representative Mike Garcia at the ironically named Republican Values Center on June 19th is yet another stain on our city. In a town that touts itself on law and order, to have those at the very top of our city's leadership flaunt safety measures and thumb their noses at state public health orders is abhorrent. How dare they? They should all be ashamed of themselves. I hope that nobody got ill as a result of their careless behavior that day. And given their potential exposure, I hope that they show some compassion for their fellow city council members and our citizens and wear masks on the dais and at all future city events. They all owe our city an apology. I hope they can do a better job of apologizing than Councilmember Judge. Sincerely, Lori Sheridan, 26-year resident of the city of Simi Valley. The next is from Mort. Mike Judge's repeated racist posts beyond the one that gained him national attention is a blight on Simi Valley. His post seemingly supporting aiming a tank at a black American demands a censure and his immediate resignation. Mr. Mashburn explains that Mike Judge was joking. Mr. Mashburn, the joke is that an individual whose social media posts contain such bigotry is on the Simi Valley City Council. And it's a cruel, cruel joke for our community. Don't support racism, censure Mike Judge, and call for his immediate resignation. Thank you, Mort. To Mike Judge, you have brought a bad reputation to our city and created a community of bias and hatred. It is certain that you are unable to represent Simi Valley. For the safety of our city, we ask for your immediate resignation. Sincerely, Ki-Hun Yu. That looks like it was translated email, although there are some that are stapled to it, so I will continue reading them, I suppose. No, I'm sorry. It was just confirmation of the translation. The next email is from Leslie Foster. Please read the attached letter today and let it be on record from Micaiah Foster's father. Hello, Mike Judge. I am Micaiah Foster's father. First and foremost, I'm requesting that you stop all forms of direct communication with Micaiah. If there is something that you require from Micaiah, contact either me or her mother with regard to this or any future of such apologies. Given your past track record as pertains to your attitude about women, I refer here to Facebook postings.
We've already heard that one,
Okay.
And we appreciate you reading it, but we'll make sure to get to all of them. Thank you.
No problem. The next is from Judy L. Mike Judge has embarrassed Simi Valley locally and nationally. I'm sure you have seen the news reports on CBS and NBC. I'm questioned about the comments by Facebook friends nationwide. Mike Judge follows the pattern of bigots. He posts objectionable comments, then he claims it was a joke. He has posted a violent post about a woman being decapitated. He apologized for his awful comments about SB 54. His letter to the protest organizer was super demeaning and mansplaining. He put the young woman's life in danger by calling her out publicly. The post of the tank pointing at the black person was definitely hate speech. The post about spraying protesters with septic tank waste was about depriving the rights of free speech to assemble and demonstrate. He is not self-aware enough to censor what he says. He will do it again. It's inappropriate behavior for a council member who should be leading to unite our town. It is against the Simi Valley Code of Ethics, which he just signed. If Mike Judge doesn't resign from city council for his offensive remarks, the mayor and other city council members must go on record now stating that he must resign. If they refuse to go on record saying that Mike Judge's comments are offensive and warrant his resignation, people will working hard to remove them at election time. Signed, Judy Mayer, Simi Valley resident. The next is from Peter Karube, which states to be read into record on Monday, June 29th, 2020. Everyone will agree that there is tension in the air. So much so, some of our views and opinions have been taken out of context, and the elements of destructive behavior that have been released into the streets of Simi Valley and surrounding areas. It is clear there needed to be a break for laughter and relaxing of so much anger. Do we want the negative forces led by unnamed fellow council members to remove our sense of humor? Do we want them to dictate what we can find humorous and what we should be offended by? Do we really want to destroy a political career and reputation of a man who was simply looking to relax a heated situation brought on by political agendas? Certainly not a man who, during his entire tenure on the dais, has fought for the safety, success, and contentment of every citizen he represents in Simi Valley. Certainly not a man who has, by personal knowledge, attended nearly every ribbon cutting, anniversary, reopening, and whatever the occasion may be, celebrated by every new business to Simi Valley. In addition, Councilmember Judge has attended, if not every, then close to every, charitable and fundraising event put on throughout the year by community organizations. Not only is this a lot of time and effort by one man, it is quite a show of respect and commitment. With so much going on in and around Simi Valley, I agree occasionally we need something to laugh at. The meme Mike posted that upset a small group of particular people was in fact just that, something to laugh at, something that was meant to joke about. Those coming into Simi will be forced to wear masks, but was then torn apart, rearranged, and used to its best ability to try to destroy a man who simply wanted to make you laugh. I understand Councilmember Judge publicly apologized for this misunderstanding, and has said pretty much everything I would think would be good enough to let it pass. Unfortunately, there is more to this than meets the eyes. Don't let that sway the truth from your sight. Councilmember Mike Judge has proven repeatedly to fight for what this city needs. A lot of people here come from different places. Mike is from Simi Valley. Mike knows Simi Valley. Councilmember Mike Judge loves Simi Valley, and Simi Valley appreciates and loves what he stands for. If you're looking to change the council for the better, you can start with a traitor who sits on the opposite end of the dais. There is Simi Valley's racist practitioner, not Councilmember Mike Judge. We need him right where he is. Do the smart thing this time and leave him alone. Signed, Peter Karube. The next is from Dave Arthur. Mike Judge's racism, poor judgment, and bullying of Simi Valley youth trying to make our community a better place is a cancer in our city that needs to be removed. He is a relic of a bygone era that should no longer be welcomed in a decent society, let alone be sitting in a position of power and leadership. His continued presence signals to the world that Simi Valley accepts racism and bigotry to the detriment of energetic youth trying to make tomorrow better than today. The world is changing for the better. Simi Valley needs to evolve. Judge's lack of judgment resulted in Simi Valley making the national news as an example of a city with a racist clown in a position of power. Show the world we are better than that and censure Mike Judge, strip him of his committee appointments, mayor pro tem title, and set up a special election for his recall. Fail to act, and you've accepted his racism. Signed, Dave Arthur. The next is from Pam Campo. Dear Mayor and City Council members, my husband and I moved here in 1973 from Los Angeles. I knew that the city was in good hands with the caliber of council members elected as well as our city hall leaders. One moved on to the California Assembly, another to Congress, and another to the Board of Supervisors. They had no political background and chose to run for office because they cared deeply about their own hometown, their state, their country, and their county. Since incorporation, city leaders have always reached out, inviting folks to work together to meet the current and future needs of their residents. Examples are the formation of neighborhood councils, forming and serving on various committees of interest, planning together for the city's future, and much more. Lots of opportunities for folks to be heard by city leaders. We have always been an inclusive city. Our city council, including council member Glenn Becerra, had their differences of opinion, but again, it was in the best interest of the city. So what changed? How did we get to a disruptive, negative environment in such a short period of time? One council member who was determined to disrupt and divide, never apologizing for her mistakes or even acknowledging them, and bringing in outsiders who know nothing about our city to protest. Mayor Pro Tem Mike Judge has apologized many times for his mistake. Why does she get a free pass and he doesn't? Have we gotten to where we are now? Have we gotten to where we are now, an unforgiving society, and forgiving some but not others? Mayor Pro Tem Mike Judge should not be asked to resign, but to continue to work for the good of our citizens. Tearing our city apart is not accomplishing anything for the people of Simi Valley. Let's work together to resolve our differences as we have always done. Pam Campo, resident of Simi Valley. The next is from Deborah J. Bagley. Mayor Mashburn, we, like many other Simi Valley residents, would like to put past discriminatory events in our rearview mirror. In order to accomplish this, we must not put our heads in the sand as it related to Councilman Mike Judge and his antics. An elected official of the city has a fiduciary responsibility to all of the citizens. Mr. Judge has shown on more than one occasion that the rules and regulations has not and will not have an influence on his behavior, and has stated emphatically that he will not step down. This situation reminds me of a quote by General Colin Powell. It states, quote, "The less you associate with some people, the more your life will improve. Anytime we tolerate mediocrity in others, it increases your mediocrity." An important attribute in successful people is their impatience with negative thinking and negative acting people. As you grow, your associates will change. Friends that don't help you climb will want you to crawl. Your friends will stretch your vision or choke your dreams. Those that don't increase you will eventually decrease you, end quote. We reference this quote because we want you, as well as our other leaders, to succeed. Sometimes it is necessary for a leader to make difficult decisions, and this is one of those times. Mike's divisive and poisonous behavior is a cancer that, if not extracted, can infect the total city and divide us at a time when we seem to be making considerable progress. A chain is only as strong as its weakest link. His action of exposing, on social media, the young lady who so professionally organized the peaceful march in support of George Floyd was a travesty and subjected her to hate mail and threatening calls. He further made a statement in reference to mobilizing the septic tank trucks and spraying the marchers with pressure hoses is beyond despicable. As mayor, you may not be able to remove him, but censure is in order as a minimum, and a recall election would be our preference. I know recalls are costly, so those who have influence with Mr. Judge should show him the error of his ways and convince him to step down for the good of the city and the progress that is obviously being made. Signed, Ted and Deborah Bagley, Simi Valley, California. The next email is from William F. Klepper. Mike Judge has the heart of this community. He volunteers in the community. He gives guidance in this community. He gives his unfiltered opinion in this community. I have worked on boards with Mike. I have worked on projects together with Mike, and Mike clearly has the best interest of Simi Valley at heart. Mike is being demonized for one reason and one reason only: Councilwoman Ruth's misguided attempt in pursuit of political power. She has weaponized social media and has to go outside the boundaries of Simi Valley for support. Most adults find her opinions and judgment unsound and her fabrications distasteful. Ruth's social postings should be reviewed and discussed in council alongside Mike Judge's postings. There is a clear comparison and judgment can be made. Signed, William F. Klepper. The next email is from Jack Rockwood. Hello. In the wake of Mike Judge's misconduct, I have written both him and the mayor multiple times. Often, I received no response. When I did receive a response, it seemed to be coming from a robot as opposed to a public servant. Therefore, I am submitting this statement to be read before the City Council so it cannot be dismissed. Mike, I would like to address you directly. During the previous city council meeting, you made a half-hearted attempt at an apology. You spent a large portion of your allotted time condescendingly explaining the intended humor of your sewage post. You completely missed the mark. People were not protesting outside of City Hall because they misunderstood your joke and were clamoring for you to explain the punchline. It is not us who misunderstands you, but rather you who misunderstands us. Anyone who was raised in Simi Valley is aware of its reputation. Your actions have prevented the city from improving its reputation and creating a more just and equitable community. Have you Googled yourself recently? You are known as a person who uses his position of power to endanger the safety of a teenage activist by disseminating identifying information. You are known as a person who threatens to spray protesters with raw sewage. Most unfortunately of all, you are known as the Mayor Pro Tem of Simi Valley. As an elected official, you are accountable to the public. You are elected to represent us, and we are periodically given the option to reevaluate whether you should continue to represent us. In a way, I am your boss. In that context, I am recommending against your continued employment. There was a ridiculous post circulating claiming that you are under attack, quote, under attack from a, quote, radical leftist movement that wants to, quote, occupy Simi Valley. This language is designed to calm the cognitive dissonance of the minds of more reactionary residents who can't fathom seeing thousands of people peacefully protest against racism and police brutality in Simi Valley, California. I have some bad news for both you and the people circulating this post. I am from Simi Valley. The people who participated in peaceful protests are from Simi Valley. Ms. Foster is from Simi Valley. The call is coming from inside the house, Mike, and the message is clear. While you deserve to be censured, what really would remedy the situation is your resignation. Thank you. Signed, Jack Rockwood. The next is from Jen MJ. Good evening, Mayor Mashburn, Mayor Pro Tem Judge, Councilwoman Litzter, Councilwoman Kavanaugh, and Councilwoman Levenos. My name is Jennifer Jones, and I am a resident of Simi Valley. In September of 2019, I attended a city council meeting to express my concerns about Councilwoman Levenos posting a video on her Facebook city council page. That post brought negative attention to our community. When I spoke, I had no opinion about the censure of Councilwoman Levenos. The city council decided not to censure Councilwoman Levenos. I am writing to express my concerns about a meme Mayor Pro Tem Judge posted to his personal Facebook account. This meme was posted during an extremely volatile time, and I feel it was inappropriately posted. This meme brought negative attention to our community. As with the censure of Councilwoman Levenos, I have no opinion about whether or not Mayor Pro Tem Judge needs to be censured or not. I will let the mayor and the rest of the city council decide. My next comments are directed to Mayor Pro Tem Judge and Councilwoman Levenos. Both of you have posted things to social media that have brought negative attention to our community. I am not happy about that. Elected officials lead by example. They are also human, and humans make mistakes. I hope both of you have learned from the mistakes that you have made by posting things to social media which resulted in negative attention being brought to our community. I hope both of you will think before you post. Thank you for listening to what I have to say. Sincerely, Jennifer Jones. The next is from Rassel Raptor. I am making my voice heard on the issue of Mayor Pro Tem Mike Judge's position on the council and his abhorrent actions when the city of Simi Valley needed him the most. This man, whether he earned through his career or not, has abused his public platform and clearly does not speak for the best interests of the citizens of Simi Valley. I am currently on the other side of the country in Tennessee, and news of his attitude and comments about and toward people of color, people who are trying to have their voice heard, are a legitimate national embarrassment, and even thousands of miles away. This is not what the city of Simi Valley should be known for, and attitudes like his cannot be tolerated in a progressive society. I am calling for the immediate censure and enforced resignation of Mike Judge, who does not deserve a seat of power or position of influence over a society that is seeking betterment. The next email is from Marianne Keller. Dear council members, I mean this very sincerely. Thank you for your service. Trying to address all of the needs and wants of our community within a budget is a monumental task. I'm a proud 20-year resident of Simi Valley and a registered nurse. I know that council members, policemen, firemen, sheriffs, teachers, healthcare professionals, and many more occupations are stewards of public safety and are held to a higher standard when it comes to behavior affecting the public. When you are both a policeman and a council member, I believe that you are doubly taking on this role. Mike Judge's lack of empathy, professionalism, and his aggression in his response to Ms. Foster's request for him to join in a peaceful protest is, in my opinion, the exact opposite of what a person in Mr. Judge's position of council member and policeman should do. This is coupled with his divisive and violent postings on Facebook, which are also opposite of what a person in his positions should do. Just weeks ago, reposting that rioters should be sprayed with human feces, and in 2013, he posted a picture of a woman being beheaded with a pocket knife. He is not a steward of public health or safety, and he hasn't learned from his past mistakes. I ask that you resign as a council member, Mr. Judge, or that the other council members censure you. Thank you, Mary Ann Keller. The next email is from Christopher McAdamus. Dear Mayor, council members, and fellow citizens, the Greek philosopher Plato used his mentor Socrates as a character to state the most important sentence one needs to say on the journey to knowledge: I know that I know nothing. This one simple statement of humility is the foundation of being open to learn and grow. I write to you because City Council member Mike Judge refuses to recognize he knows nothing of the people he represents and stubbornly refuses to rectify his problem. For this reason, I am not only calling for his censure, but for him to resign his position. The racist and violent cartoon he posted is just the tip of the iceberg that is Mr. Judge's willful refusal to be a true city representative. As is the case with all racists, he tried to excuse his grotesque display as a joke. In a time where Black Americans are fighting for their lives and take to the streets to display their commitment to change, we have Mr. Judge mocking them, calling up images of civil rights protests of fire hoses and Black citizens being assaulted for demanding their rights. Now, let's understand that Mr. Judge could have begun his journey to knowledge here by supporting the June 6th demonstration in Simi Valley. He could have even attended to listen to the people. He could have even attended to listen to the people he claims to represent. Instead, he once again put his ignorance and racism on full display when he asked for the event's organizer, Ms. Foster, to call off the march. In the email, he wrote to her saying, quote, almost all of the protests to date have turned to violence and destruction, end quote. I had the honor to ride my bike among those protesters right near my home. Young people, families with their children, senior citizens, all coming together to show their commitment to a better community and world. No violence, no destruction, just Mr. Judge's ignorant assumptions he refuses to fix. For Juneteenth, Ms. Foster and other brave young people demonstrated again and invited the community to learn of their struggles. I proudly attended that event, as Mr. Judge could have. Picture it, Ms. Foster and other young people letting me listen and learn from them. They welcomed me to be their ally. As an old, white teacher, I cannot fully communicate the power of getting to be silent so the new generation can inform me of how I can be a better member of their community. Where was the council member? He was busy letting his desire to say nothing and know nothing speak volumes. I am asking that you let Mr. Judge carry on his destructive inaction as a private citizen. Censure him, but also make clear that he needs to resign. Our times call for representatives that bravely learn and change. Consign Mike Judge to the past and his stubborn ignorance. Keep him off our city council. Sincerely, Chris McAdamus. Okay. Karen Smith, I hope that's clean. Thank you, guys.
Good evening, Mayor Mashburn and members of the City Council. The next email is from Colleen Thomas. I am a resident of Simi Valley and have been for 32 years. You've all been presented with the facts of what Mike Judge has done. There is no need for me to be redundant in pointing out the multitude of his disgusting racist memes and Facebook posts. You've heard his pathetic and insincere apologies. He is a stain on our city, and the council has power to force him to resign. I know that 3 of you on the council will not do that for fear of losing your base voters. At the very least, he should be censured and forced to step down from every single board he is on and stripped of his title of Mayor Pro Tem. We demand this of you. Do what is right and stop playing partisan politics. Stand up and do the job as reflected in your code of ethics that you were elected to do. P.S. Be respectful of others around you tonight and wear your masks. Only one council person wore their mask in the last meeting, and it was completely disrespectful for all others not to do so. It doesn't protect you, it protects those around you. Have some common courtesy and do the right thing. Stop only thinking of yourselves. This was especially apparent after some of you attended the luncheon for Mike Garcia, crowded into a small room with many others, none wearing masks who now might be spreading COVID-19. The next is from Pam Shanahan. Whom it may concern, I support Mike Judge and believe he's done a good job serving our community and see no reason he should resign, especially for racism. There is no indication of him being a racist. As a police officer, he has been serving and protecting people of all colors. The meme he posted was of rioters being sprayed by a sewer truck, not protesters as some have claimed. Rioters of no specific race destroy and loot properties, so I see no problem with them being hosed down, do you? Ruth Luevanos, on the other hand, should put in her resignation for racist comments toward people of the community who happen to be Republicans and wear a red cap, calling them the new white hood. What a derogatory and insulting statement. And the picture she posted, so proud of a person holding a sign, ACAB, meaning all cops are bastards. Again, how derogatory and insulting to our officers. She is not someone that should be representing our community. There's a stark difference between Mike Judge and Ruth Luevanos. Mr. Judge represents all the people in our community well, and Ms. Luevanos criticizes and puts down a large population of our community. My family and I support Mike Judge. Sincerely, Pam Shanahan. Next is from Chuck. I am writing in support for Councilman Mike Judge. My name is Chuck Giebert, and I am a Simi Valley resident who has lived in Simi Valley for 21 years. I am against censure, removal, or resignation. The council and citizens of our community need to stop spinning what he has said or posted and see it for what it exactly is. Enough propaganda. Chuck. Next is from Lissa Duker. City Council members, I am a resident of Simi Valley, born and raised. I am deeply ashamed that the City Council not only tolerates Mike Judge's bigotry and racism, but that you have not said one thing about the matter. This is 2020. If we can't speak openly about the racists in our city and the hurt that they cause, when can we? Mike Judge holds a position of power, and instead of being a compassionate leader, he chooses to act despicably in a time when we are already so divided. He threatened violence against peaceful protesters. How can this man still be allowed to represent the citizens of Simi Valley when the citizens have made clear at more than one peaceful protest that we will no longer stand for hatred, racism, and racists in our community? This is a turning point for our city. We need to recognize that by staying silent, we are putting ourselves on the wrong side of history. Small change can lead to bigger change, and as yesterday proves, this community is desperate for that bigger change. I here ask you to not only condemn the remarks of Councilmember Judge, but to remove him from his position in order to show the citizens of this city that its government is not tolerant of violence or racism in any form. Silence equals complicity. Please do not continue to perpetuate a system that already causes so much suffering. Do the right thing. Thank you, Lissa Duker. Next is from James Thornton. Mike Judge is an irresponsible, arrogant, and corrosive person. To the scumbags who posted signs around Simi Valley claiming that we are under attack, I say you are not patriots. You are lazy, immoral, spiteful, bitter, out-of-touch, fragile, spoiled little brats who believe in things like flat earth conspiracies and crisis actors. The true patriots are the young activists and citizens who took action and showed up peacefully to support Black Lives Matter in the past few weeks. They are trying to make a change with decency and compassion in their hearts. They are not content with a world of truck nuts, cruelty, lies, racism, police brutality, dead kids, empty thoughts, and empty prayers, Confederate flags, financial ruin, environmental catastrophe, etc., that you are leaving for them. You are not the patriots, they are. To you, we are saying, quote, don't tread on me, end quote. Your fellow citizen, Dilby Dilbeck. Next is from Joseph Grinstead. Good evening, Mayor Mashburn and council members. My name is Joe Grinstead. I am writing this letter to show support for Councilmember Judge and the SVPD. It bothers me that we are even discussing this at this level over an ill-timed joke shared on social media. It was directed at rioters, not protesters. But when it is convenient, protesters seem to combine both groups. But we seem to be ignoring, in my opinion, a much greater travesty when Ruth shared her support of protesters calling police officers murderers. Blue lives matter, and all cops are bastards. Talk about creating a hostile work environment and a possible danger to our officers just because they wear a badge. Mike has served our country and our community with honor and is a devoted community member. I request all of you to drop this discussion and focus the needs of our city. Thanks in advance, Joe Grinstead. Next is from Mark Lucatordo to Simi Valley City Council. We are writing in support of Councilman Mike Judge. We are Mark Lucatordo and Danielle Morrison, and we are Simi Valley residents who have lived here for over 30 years. We are strongly against censure removal or his resignation. Mike Judge has served our country and this community for many years. He has a long career of protecting others, starting with his many years on the Los Angeles Police Department and also serving his country in the Army and then the National Guard. Mike Judge has proven time and time again that he has a vested interest in our city, its residents, and our law enforcement officers and its businesses. The meme he posted started with, "Want to stop the riots?" This had nothing to do with race and was meant as a joke only. It says right in the beginning of riots, riots is in quotes, and nothing about race. He has since apologized for trying to bring a little humor into a stressful situation. Quote, "I'm sorry and I apologize for the insensitivity of the meme I shared on my private Facebook page Monday night about spraying septic trucks to quell riots. I mistakenly took a defensive position when I was first questioned about it on Facebook because I truly considered it a joke about wearing masks to stop the spread of COVID-19, end quote. Again, we oppose the removal of Mike Judge and look forward to his many years of continued service. Mark Lucatordo and Danielle Morrison. Next is from Gail M. My name is Gail Merlis, and I have lived in Simi Valley since 1994, 26 years, and I support Councilman Mike Judge 100%. I am against censure removal or resignation. Mike Judge has unselfishly served our city for several years, always working for the betterment of our whole community. I support the police and all law enforcement, and I am very disturbed by the element that is working its way into our city, which is ruled by lies and trying to overrun the longtime peaceful residents. I support the rule of law, and in the 26 years that I have been here, have always felt safe and protected until recently when people with an agenda started coming in and trying to divide and rip apart our community. I would like to know if all city council members have signed their code of ethics and code of conduct, and if not, who has not? Also, does the city have a social media policy for city council members? In reference to the social media, it is my opinion that if you are on social media on your personal platform, you have the First Amendment right to free speech. The people of Simi Valley elected Mike Judge, and the people of Simi Valley have the right to not vote for him if that is their choice. In the interim, people who are residents of other cities, states, do not have the right to decide who will take office in Simi Valley. Next is from Madison McCobb. I have lived in Simi Valley my entire life, and I support the censure and resignation of Councilmember Mike Judge. When I saw the posts made by Mike Judge, both recently and in the past, I was appalled and disappointed that a city official would post those things. I also was angered by his response to Micaiah when she was coordinating the BLM march. I support the censure and resignation of Mike Judge. I also call for him to be stripped of his committee appointments and mayor pro tem title. While on the surface, Simi Valley seems to be safe and welcoming, there are many instances of hateful rhetoric within the community. Mike Judge and his actions are an example of this. If there are no consequences for Mike Judge, Simi Valley will not be able to progress into a new and better identity. I want to be proud of Simi Valley and its community, but as long as Mike Judge remains on City Council, I feel as though I cannot be. Thank you, Maddie McCobb. Next is from Kyle Ballard. My name is Kyle Ballard and lifelong resident of Simi Valley. I am writing for the second time in a row to ask our city's council members to take action per Mike Judge's inappropriate behavior time and time again. I believe Mike Judge has directly violated at least Article 3 of the Code of Conduct for council members. His constant posting of inappropriate behavior over the years is just one thing. He should also be ashamed of his response to the young black woman reaching out to him for support in the Black Lives Matter peaceful protest. How do you not see that trying to dissuade a person of color from protesting for BLM is not the move here? We need empathetic and caring leaders in this city, not racists and bigots. Empty apologies over the years, as well as falling back on "it's just a joke" or "playing dumb" does not cut it here, Mike. It is not enough to make a statement saying you don't condone this behavior. Actions speak louder than words, and we've seen these empty statements over and over again, without action or repercussion. How many times do you have to apologize for a man making you all and this city look bad? I am asking you as our city council members and take action on this situation. I'm asking Mike Judge to do the right thing and resign. Thank you for your time. Next is from Karen Marino. Dear council members, I am writing you to give my full support to Mike Judge. Mike has one goal: take care of the residents in Simi Valley. With all of the, quote, noise going on right now and the socialists trying to destroy our democracy as we know it, Mike will always fight for the residents in Simi Valley to make sure our voices are heard and not trampled on by the left, socialists, and progressives trying to bring their false agenda to Simi Valley. This is not what the residents here want, and Mike Judge will always make sure he protects our rights and the rights given to us under the First Amendment and the U.S. Constitution in its entirety. Mike Judge represents Simi Valley, and we, the residents of Simi Valley, need him to continue to fight for us and our rights. Thank you, Karen Marino. Next is from Julie Pierce. As a resident of Simi Valley for nearly 20 years, I am speaking out to express my concern that Mike Judge, who continues to hold a place of power and public trust, is unfit for this position. His attitudes and actions are unacceptable. We need people to take the issues before us, especially racism, within the police force seriously. This is nothing to, quote, joke about, and his mindset is part of what has brought us to where we find ourselves. He must go now. Julie and Tony Pierce. Next is from Richard Galitz. I am writing in support of Councilman Mike Judge. My name is Dr. Richard Galitz, and I am a Simi Valley resident since 2002. I am against censure, removal, or resignation for Mr. Judge. I have known Mike for the last 2 years, but I am aware of his many accomplishments. While I can't speak for the rest of the country, I am in full support of the Simi Valley Police Department and the fine work they do. Mr. Judge served both on the police department in LA and in the military. I support his work as Mayor Pro Tem in 2013 and 2017. Our wonderful city is under attack, and we need people like Mike to help protect us against the radical socialists who do not want the rest of us to express our views. Thank you, Richard F. Galitz, MD. Next is from Coral Eisenbrook. Hi, thank you for the opportunity to address Agenda Item 8A. As a lifetime resident of Simi Valley, I appreciate the strength and the ardor of my community to promote growth and equity in our city. Our city council has taken a step in what I feel is the right direction, addressing the censure of Councilmember Mike Judge for his violation of the council's code of ethics. While I understand this may have no effect whatsoever on his morals, personal ethics, or even manner in addressing his constituents, all of them, not just the ones who refuse to criticize him, I hope that this censure continues to encourage our community to recognize its flaws and hold ourselves accountable for them. I want Mike Judge to realize that those who support him, those who feel empowered by his messages of bigotry and ignorance, are the same people who threaten our community with violence and hide behind rhetoric like his to justify their hateful values. Mike Judge says he is not a racist, but the people who support him are racist. Mike Judge says these are just jokes, but the people who laugh are not joking. Mike Judge, if you do not want to be censured, then censure the people who take your words and use them in a harmful, violent manner. Mike Judge, acknowledge the patriots who use your situation to justify and promote white nationalism and racial violence. and please acknowledge the role you play in the division of our community. Thank you for your time, Coral Eisenbrook. Next is from Delaney Moss. I'm writing once again to demand the censure and resignation of Mike Judge. Mike Judge is everything that is wrong with Simi Valley. Mike Judge is like a pathetic racist turtle. He is so sheltered and protected by his white male privilege that he cannot be bothered to accept nor care about the glaring racism present in Simi Valley. He has too much pride to offer a genuine apology, and he casually disregards the rules and expectations bestowed upon him as a public servant. I would list all of his heinous and repulsive actions, but there are far too many to summarize in 250 words or less. In short, he perpetuates a hateful and intolerant atmosphere in our city, and he makes me embarrassed to call Simi Valley my home. And to Keith Mashburn, you should be ashamed that you support Mike Judge and write off his gross behavior as being his sense of humor. And to Mike Judge, for once in your political career, do the right thing and resign in disgrace. Kindest regards, Delaney Moss. Next is from Lynn Sorensen. Dear City Council members, I'm writing this letter in support of Mike Judge, whom I believe is being treated with complete disrespect considering his longtime community service to the city of Simi Valley. It appears he has been singled out for a purely political agenda. I also believe that activists should not be able to decide who serves our community. We do this when we vote. If Mr. Judge is censured for a meme that was clearly a joke about rioters, then it will set a precedent and embolden political activists to attack other members who serve our community. I also believe others will consider it unlikely to run and serve in public capacity in order to not be harassed. Regards, Lynn Sorensen. Next is from Vanessa Guerrero. I am concerned about racism and police brutality being made into jokes by Mike Judge. I am calling for the censure and removal of him from the Simi Valley City Council, be it by resignation or forced removal. We expect better from the people who hold elected offices. Mike Judge used his social media to dox a teenager. This action was met with racism and threats of violence, bullying, and harassment. Mike Judge posted a meme of Martin Luther King Jr. telling people to protest like he did. When I brought up the fact that MLK was assassinated even though he marched peacefully, he responded with a laughing emoji. We all deserve to live here and feel safe. However, Mike Judge's posts create a gathering of racist people telling non-whites that we don't belong here, that we are trash, that we are ghetto. His social media is breeding grounds for racism, xenophobia, misogyny, and hate. We, the people, plan to cancel Mike Judge and anyone who doesn't stand up against racism and police brutality. The June 6th march is proof that there is more good than there is evil in this city. We wish our elected officials to represent the people. Thank you, Vanessa Anderson. Next is from Mary and Michael Platt. Local, national, and social media has enabled residents of Simi Valley and the rest of the country to see the types of posts Councilmember Mike Judge puts on Facebook. These types of posts enable residents of Simi Valley and beyond to understand Mike Judge's values. These posts have appeared not only on Facebook, but have been shared on Twitter, Instagram, in the Los Angeles Times, USA Today, the Ventura County Star, the Simi Valley Acorn, the Daily News, on local Los Angeles television stations, KTLA, KCBS, Spectrum News 1, on MSNBC, and many other online sites. Why in so many news outlets? Because it's hard to believe that when the country is in an uproar over another unwarranted death of a black man by a member of law enforcement, that an elected official would do such an insensitive and blatantly racist thing. Mike Judge's values don't represent our values. Since the SB 54 discussions held in 2018, we've heard over and over from the City Council dais that Simi Valley isn't racist. Obviously, actions speak louder than words. Posts that reference spraying people with pressure cannons attached to septic tank trucks and posting a photo of a tank aiming its gun at a black man with a caption written by Mike Judge, quote, "I know at least one person who would approve of this," end quote, are simply disgraceful. And that they come from an elected official representing our city and a member of the Los Angeles Police Force is even worse. We consider Mike Judge's apology insincere at best. People in our community have been tracking his Facebook posts for quite some time, and he has a history of rude, crude, racist, and socially unacceptable posts. He's had to answer for these in the past. We're supposed to believe he's sorry again? Resign, Mike Judge, step down. Let someone whose character is better than yours take your place. Your values don't represent ours. Simi Valley deserves better. Mary Ann Michael Platt. Next is from Lindy Nicolai. Dear council members and community members, I am writing in support of council member Mike Judge. I have known Mike for about 6 years as a co-board member of the Simi Valley Police Foundation. I know him to be a huge supporter of law enforcement as well as a tremendously active community member who supports numerous organizations in our town. I admire his involvement and appreciate how much he cares for our city. Mike is very active on social media, and for many in our community, including myself, we rely on his knowledge, advice, and information that he posts. Included in some of his posts are humorous messages, and I personally appreciate the occasional lightheartedness in these very turbulent times. I feel that for those who don't appreciate it, all they need to do is keep scrolling. As an active member of our community for 25 years, I appreciate the work Mike Judge does as a council member and hope to see him continue that work as a valued member of the City Council for many years to come. Sincerely, Linda Nicolai. Next is from Elizabeth Ort. Members of the City Council, the offensive postings by Mike Judge have been going on for years. The most recent that garnered national coverage and outrage is not unique. As Simi Valley has struggled to move past a racist and exclusionary reputation, this has dealt another setback. While the City Council cannot force him off the council, you can and should remove him from all appointments, committees, and public interactions. He is a terrible representative and does not deserve the pro tem honor. As this situation has developed, it has been a tremendous embarrassment. Please move beyond locker room, humor types of excuses and censure Mike Judge for his terrible attitude and representation of our community. If this type of posting is acceptable to any other members of the council, then that's a problem too. I look forward to your decisive action, Elizabeth Ort, resident of Simi Valley. Next is from Nikki Moore. I'm in disapproval of Mike Judge as Mayor Pro Tem and representative to multiple committees representing Simi Valley. I would like to read these quotes to you and see if this is the type of person you would like to serve on any board or commission in this city. These I didn't make up. These are all online and you can look up. These are Mike Judge's writing. This was all published publicly. In summer of 2019, Mike Judge posted a meme with photos of Reps Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, D. New York, Ayanna Pressley, D. Mass, Rashida Tlaib, D. Michigan, and Ilhan Omar, D. Minnesota, and called them, quote, stupid, petulant, self-entitled losers that hate America, end quote. About a month later, he posted a meme and saying, quote, America is not a democracy, Islam is not peaceful, end quote. I'm giving you the lightweight ones, by the way, too. There are hundreds of these comments. I'm not going to bore you any further. I would just hope that this council would rethink and take a look and think, quote, is this really, who should be serving on a committee in our city? Is this the type of person? Is this the type of behavior, end quote. We speak in truth. We are friendly. This is a good city. We don't do those types of things. So I'm asking you to reconsider. Now, there was one other that I thought was very interesting, a statement by Mike Judge. Quote, want to stop the riots? Mobilize the septic tank trucks, put a pressure cannon on them, and hose them down. The end, end quote. And he has the audacity to want to serve in this city. Mayor Mashburn, do these words sound familiar? They should, because you spoke the vast majority of these words in October of 2019, when you made it clear that you firmly believe social media posts are enough to disqualify someone from public service. On October 14th, you spoke nearly these exact words. All I did was substitute the quotes you read from Leanna Brand's social media page for quotes from Mike Judge's social media page. Mayor Mashburn, if you decline to censure Mike Judge over his social media posts, then your hypocrisy is painfully clear. He should be removed from all committees on which he serves and be stripped of the title of Mayor Pro Tem. In Simi Valley, we are friendly. This is a good city. We don't do things like hose people down with sewage. So despite the fact that you failed to censure Mike Judge in May of 2013, I'm asking you to reconsider. Sincerely, Nicole Moore. Next is from Andrea De La Cruz. Hello, my name is Andrea De La Cruz. I am a resident of Simi Valley, and I am completely disgusted in the actions of Councilman Mike Judge's behavior in social media posting. Mr. Judge was reckless with his postings on social media, including the posts of, quote, memes with racist connotations, publishing the name of a young woman who reached out to him in support of a peaceful protest, and downplaying a global pandemic. These actions are irresponsible and unacceptable. Saturday's protest shows us Simi Valley is a diverse community. Mike Judge's posts feed into a white supremacist narrative that does not reflect his community. An apology and retraction of posting is not adequate. We ask that all board members stand up for their constituents and demand the resignation and censure of Mike Judge. Thank you, Andrea De La Cruz. Next is from Marty Deeks. I saw a sign that claimed Mike Judge was a... Okay, I saw a sign that claimed Mike Judge was a blank boy. Is this true? Could you please place this as an item on the agenda for the next meeting? Can Mike Judge address this? Is he a blank boy? Thanks, Marty. Next is from Lauren Shapiro. To the Simi Valley City Council, Mike Judge has repeatedly lacked judgment on not only his personal Facebook page, but also his public Facebook page, as well as statements to the press. He has blamed the left, liberals, or Democrats for misunderstanding his, quote, jokes. What he has posted and said are by no means jokes. Furthermore, that is not what the purpose of City Council is. An elected official, he is meant to represent the people of this city. What he is representing is the loud minority of so-called patriots. Racism isn't patriotism. Patriotism is wanting everyone in our community represented, heard, and respected. What he did to Ms. Foster was not patriotism. He not only suggested she not use her constitutional right of assembly, but also disregarded the racism she has experienced because, as a white male, he hasn't experienced it. Yes, her email was public record, but once again, he has never posted any email from anyone besides her. The reasoning behind posting it is questionable, and he put her and her family in danger due to his poor judgment. People with lesser offenses across the state and country have been fired or resigned in the last few weeks, and we deserve better than Mike Judge. An empty seat is better than Mike Judge. An empty seat would use Facebook more appropriately. An empty seat would cause Simi Valley less embarrassment. Thank you, Lauren Shapiro. Next is from Tony Lamasa. Dear council members, as a resident of Simi Valley, I am horrified at the extent to which the bad behavior of Mike Judge is enabled by the city council and mayor. Mike Judge's lack of judgment in his social media posts and careless attitude of pushing his partisan ways has been painting our town in a negative light for years. When there is a pattern of bad behavior dating back to when he first made the news in 2013, and now again makes the news in 2020, an apology isn't enough. Your inactions as our city council are a big part of the problem. Mike Judge has proven again and again to be unsuitable and unfit to represent our city. His bias and racist posts should alarm us all. Now is the time to take a positive step forward and to heal our city, to actually do something about the constant hate spewing from this man's social media accounts. Shame on every one of you for not taking action sooner. I am truly disheartened to learn that Simi Valley has earned its reputation for racism and bias, not just by the actions of ill-willed citizens, but by those in power. Those of you who were so quick to take action against Ruth Luevanos now refuse to take action again, Mr. Judge. It doesn't take a genius to read between those lines. Your lack of action speaks loads. I hope you will finally see past your bias and do what is right. Remove Mike Judge immediately. Sincerely, Tony Lamasa. Next is from Elise Ruiz. Dear Mayor, Mike Judge's statements, social media posts, and attitudes toward women, people of color, and protesters are unacceptable and do not represent the values of Simi Valley. I demand the immediate censure and resignation of Mike Judge. Change must happen at the local level. Our leaders, officers of the law, and council members must be held to the high standards of honesty, compassion, and ethics. Mike Judge is a disgrace to Simi Valley and one of the reasons Simi Valley has an unfortunate reputation of being a bigoted town. How can allow a member of city government to suggest using a pressurized septic tank to stop citizens from exercising their constitutional rights? How can you allow a member of our police force to post a video of a woman's violent murder? What has happened to our city? Why is this okay? Please do the right thing and demand the immediate resignation of Mike Judge. By allowing his actions to go unpunished, you are saying to our community this behavior is acceptable when it is clearly unethical and horrific. Thank you, Elise.
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, next on the agenda is item 5A, City Council comments regarding public statements. Mr. Mayor, you may begin 5A.
Okay, Councilmember Luevanos.
I only have, because I know we have something on the agenda already, but I'll be asking for a 9B motion with regard to the comment that Rita Henry made about rescinding the motion to file an amicus letter in support of Trump's administrative lawsuit against California Valley's Act SB 54. I'll be bringing that up as a 9B option. But I just had a question, if I may, Mayor. I just want to know how many total comments there were and how many were for and how many were against.
I believe we had a total of 212 comments as far as before or opposed or in support or not. I don't know. I don't have the exact count, but we can get that for you.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you. Those are my comments. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Lipster.
Well, I'd like to thank our three eloquent readers for sharing all those comments, and I'm sorry that we can't get to them all, but thank you for those who read. I also want to commend Councilmember Kavanaugh for being the only one not mentioned of having erred, and so I want to I wanted to commend you for that regard. But I wanted to specifically, I wanted to thank Mary. Oh, I want to get the right person. I'm sorry, I'm going to get the right person. I wanted to thank Lindsay Glass, who in her comments talked about what a wonderful, beautiful place Simi Valley was and how much she loved moving here and owning a home, and then she went from there. But I loved her sentiments about what a beautiful city this is, and I really do believe it is. I'd like to speak to the comments about my attendance at an event on June 19th, and I'll just quickly, and someone asked for an apology, and I'd like to quickly give the circumstances so people understand. Congressman Mike Garcia stopped in for a moment, and I wanted to have an opportunity to say hello to him, speak to him briefly, because he was just here briefly in our town, and he'd recently elected. And so I want people to know that I wore a mask into where he was. I wore a mask out from where he was. I wore a mask inside for a bit. But it is true, knowing that I was invited to speak, I did take my mask off in preparation of speaking, and I probably took it off earlier than I should have. So I want to apologize to those who saw me without a mask there in that instance. And so I will try to do better, and I do want to make that apology. On April 2nd, if you do look, speaking of social media, if you look at my council member Facebook page, I did take a picture of myself in a mask, suggesting that this was long before it was told that we should do that, but that there is great benefit by so doing, and there's responsibility for the health of those around us and for ourselves. And so anyway, I wanted to be very clear about that and apologize for not being as careful as maybe I should have been in that instance. I took it off so that I could speak with more clarity, which I find is often the case. In fact, you see our representatives often speaking in press conferences without it, so you can understand them clearly. But nonetheless, I could have been better preceding that. So those are my comments, and certainly we'll be discussing more of what we read in our next two agenda items. So thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Kavanaugh.
Thank you for everyone that took the time and the opportunity to let us know your feelings. I have made a statement on my Facebook page at one time, and we are going to be addressing this in one of our other options, so I think we should wait till then.
Okay.
Or I would like to wait till then. Thank you.
Great. I, too, was at the same meeting that Elaine was at, and it's funny how they only got pictures when the mask was off, And when I was approaching, walking down the sidewalk and putting the mask on, and they took a picture, it posted it and said I wasn't wearing a mask. Well, I didn't know outside where there was no one around that I had to wear a mask. So, but I was putting it on to go in the building, and the two ladies, Leanna Brand and Tammy Wirtz, were asking me to get them into the event. They wanted into the event where it was so dangerous because no one was wearing masks. Bottom line is, Mike Garcia and myself were getting up and down, having our picture taken. And every time we got up, we took our mask off for the photo, and then we sat back down. It's not an apology, it's an explanation. And I'll, like the others, I'll just save other comments for later. So, is that it? Any other comments? Okay.
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, next on the agenda is item 6, the consent calendar, and there are no resolutions for consideration.
Okay. Consent calendar. Find my place here. Anybody want to pull?
Mayor, may I pull item 2? I just have a question.
Which one?
Item 2?
Item 2. Okay. Anybody else?
I just want to make a quick comment about number 3, but not so pull it.
Number 3. Okay. Number 2, Councilmember Luevans.
Yes, item number 2 is with regard to approval of the Ventura County analysis of impediments to fair housing choice. And I'm glad this came before us because, we just talked about CDBG and, funding. And I know that it was mentioned in the report that we do have access to, Simi Valley is one of the cities where we can tell people on our website, it says if there's housing discrimination. Is that in Spanish as well? That information for housing discrimination? Is it in other languages? Is it in Arabic? Is it in Tagalog? Is it in Spanish? Is it in the other dominant languages in our community? Because if you're going to face housing discrimination, right, you may be someone who feels more comfortable in another language. That's what the report is showing here, that housing discrimination on the basis of protected class continues throughout Ventura County. And there's a lack of consistently presented and easily accessed fair housing information available online. So I want to make sure that we have that information available in multiple languages on our website, via phone, on print. Do we have that or not?
I don't know if we have it on our website, but we can make sure that we do going forward. We'll verify that.
Okay, yeah, I would like it, seeing the statistics here and knowing that we have access to the ability to put that information out there in multiple languages to make sure that we're assessing the needs of our community. So, the major languages, at least in our region, that have been dominant, Spanish, Arabic, Tagalog, Mixteco is the other one, farm workers. And I know that Ventura County has a wonderful Mixteco translator, so. And
we'll make sure that that's in place.
Yeah, maybe even via radio to let people know that this resource is available. So that was it. Also, if we consider that when we look at the CDBG funding, because I know that's part of it here, but I just want to make sure it's considered in terms of the grants that we're going to give for rental, housing assistance, and all the
Absolutely.
everything we just approved today.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Okay, so you're good with it to stay on?
Yes.
Okay, number 3, Elaine.
I guess I just really wanted to make people to be aware that number 3 deals with a report from the free clinic and what they've done with the funds that we've given them, and it's just really exciting to see where they're at. The project construction has been completed, certificate of occupancy has been obtained, portions of the free clinic and various operations have begun to occupy the facility. I just wanted to mention it just because it is such an exciting thing that we have that, and it's going forward, and they're making progress, and that we have this resource developing in our community. And so I just want to commend the city and commend them for making it happen. That was all.
Okay.
Yeah, can I ask a question about that too, Mayor, if I may? It says that part of the Portions of the free clinic and its various operations have begun to occupy the facility. So are they not in their old facility now? Are they in their new facility now? Because people are asking me, and I don't know the answer to that question. If anyone can answer that. Yeah.
Good evening. It's my understanding that the only portion of the free clinic that's not yet fully occupying the building is the dental clinic.
Okay.
So that's still in its prior facility, but the remaining portions of the operations are fully occupying the new Royal Avenue site. And additionally, they are now serving as an antibody COVID testing site. So some of these reports are a little tricky because they're through a certain activity point. So sometimes the information becomes a little bit stale by the time it gets to, you know, up to current date, but they are predominantly occupying the building in its full capacity from the free clinic, with the exception of the dental.
Thank you. I was just.
Yeah, I think
for the community
they're
to know.
calling it kind of like the soft opening. They're not ready for the big splashes, the way I understand it.
Yeah, they're getting very close. They had a few things that kind of took a little bit longer, and now they're assisting the county with the COVID response. So they've kind of redirected their efforts because these last few months have been, you know, not normal.
Great.
Thank you for the update. I really appreciate it.
Okay. We have a motion?
I move to approve consent items 1 through 5.
Second.
Call for the vote.
Motion passes unanimously with Mayor Pro Tem Judge absent.
Does anybody need a break? Okay, we'll
I think
take
he's nodding.
a 5-minute break.
Sorry, Emily. She's ready to go.
I saw some heads nodding.
Thank you for considering that.
I just figured it was long after.
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, next item on the agenda is continued business, item 7A, consideration of proposed changes to neighborhood council district boundaries, and if changes are made, adoption of a resolution establishing the new boundaries, and adoption of an urgency ordinance to extend the neighborhood council executive board members' terms from June 30, 2020 to October 31, 2020. The reading of the resolution is as follows. Resolution number 2020-38, a resolution of the City Council of Simi Valley modifying boundaries of the neighborhood councils and rescinding and replacing resolution number 87-42 and all previous resolutions in conflict herewith. And the reading of the urgency ordinance is as follows. Urgency ordinance number 1310, an urgency ordinance of the City Council of the City of Simi Valley approving a one-time extension for the Neighborhood Council Executive Board members with expiring terms of office and determination that the action is exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act. And Emily Habib is here for this presentation.
Can we have the screen, please, Lucy?
Yes.
Excuse me.
Okay. All right. Good evening, Mayor Mashburn and members of the City Council. We are here tonight to discuss two matters: the possible modification of the neighborhood council boundaries and the upcoming neighborhood council recruitment. Both have been delayed due to the COVID-19 outbreak. First is the discussion of the neighborhood council boundaries. The current boundary configuration has been in place since 1987. This is what we are all most familiar with, the boundaries: Neighborhood Council 1 on the west, Neighborhood Council 4 to the east. The boundaries run roughly north-south along major streets. On November 26, 2018, the City Council selected map 404B as a districting system for the city. You can see with the different colors, we have one district that basically takes up the north of the city. Middle of the city, there is a western district and an eastern district, and then the southern part of the city is another district. So it's very much different than the current neighborhood council map. After that, the question arose whether to modify the boundaries of the neighborhood council districts to match the newly created city council boundaries or to leave them as they are. On February 24th, 2020, the City Council directed staff to solicit input from the neighborhood councils on the various options before making a decision. The options that were presented are as follows. Option 1, maintain the current neighborhood council boundaries from that first map that you saw. In option 3, modify the current neighborhood council boundaries to match the city council boundaries. There is a third option, as you can see, option 2, which would basically maintain the structure of the neighborhood council boundaries, but it would take the boundary between neighborhood council 3 and 4, and I don't know if we can see that or not. I don't think my pointer's getting over there. There's a purple line that splits the green section. That's Stern Street, which is the current boundary between neighborhood councils 3 and 4, and it would move west to Tapo Canyon. And what that would do is roughly equalize the acreage of the two neighborhood council districts and more equally split the population. So that is another option. Staff presented this item at the March 2020 meetings of Neighborhood Councils 1, 2, and 3 and received their feedback. Due to the timing of the COVID-19 outbreak, Neighborhood Council 4 has not been able to give their feedback. The results of Neighborhood Council 1, 2, and 3 meetings are displayed here on the screen, and I know it may be a little bit difficult to read. Let's see. Okay, so the top half is the feedback from the executive boards of 1, 2, and 3. Neighborhood Council 1, the executive board voted unanimously for option 3, modify the boundaries to match the city council district boundaries. Neighborhood Councils 2 and 3, the executive boards were both split between maintaining the basic boundaries but moving the boundary between neighborhood councils 3 and 4 and changing the boundaries completely to match the district boundaries. We also took an audience feedback. Neighborhood Council 1, the audience did vote with the board to modify the current boundaries to match the City Council boundaries. There was no audience at Neighborhood Council 2. And Neighborhood Council 3, they were also split between option 2 and option 3. So, moving on to our second item is the discussion of the upcoming Neighborhood Council recruitment. It's not been possible to conduct the recruitment to fill the executive boards for the next scheduled term, which begins July 1st, 2020. This makes it necessary to extend the terms of the executive board members with expiring terms of office from June 30th, 2020 to October 31st, 2020. Neighborhood Council executive board terms are prescribed for 24 months by the municipal code. Therefore, extending the terms requires the adoption of an urgency ordinance. At this point, staff recommends that the City Council select one of the first 4 options. Approve option 1 and take no action, thus maintaining the current Neighborhood Council boundaries. Approve option 2 and adopt the attached resolution modifying the current boundaries between Neighborhood Councils 3 and 4 to more evenly distribute the populations between the 2 districts and include attachment B as Exhibit A to the resolution. Approve option 3 and adopt the attached resolution modifying the boundaries of the neighborhood councils to be consistent with the district map and include attachment C as Exhibit A to the resolution. At this point, I do want to remind you that as stated in the staff report, if you do choose option 2 or 3, a transition plan will be presented by staff at a later date. So just keep that in mind. There is an option 4, which you could choose to continue this item until it's been presented to Neighborhood Council 4. Irrespective of the City Council's choice from the above, staff recommends that the City Council adopt an urgency ordinance, 4/5 vote of the council required, to extend Neighborhood Council Executive Board members' terms from June 30th, 2020 to October 31st, 2020. This ends the presentation, and staff is available to answer any questions.
Is that a separate vote?
Yes.
For the emergency version?
Yes.
Okay. Would it be okay with council if we just go ahead and make that vote right now?
Well, actually, Mayor, I would like to have discussion on that part.
I'm sorry?
I would like to have discussion on that part because I have questions for staff
Okay.
on the urgency ordinance.
Yeah, that's fine.
If I may, thank you. Yes, I'm curious.
Hold on one second. We'll address that first, and then we'll go to the districts, okay? Sure. Okay. Fine?
Sure, that's fine.
Go ahead.
Yes, I'm wondering, we passed this in November 2018, 18 months ago, and I had been asking for this, I specifically asked for this to be put on the agenda to align our neighborhood councils with our voting districts, which we're going to vote on in, less than 6 months. And why did we wait 18 months? I understand the staggered terms, but I'm vehemently against this urgency ordinance. I do not know why we need an extension of 4 months. I understand the staggered terms, and that some terms are not going to be fulfilled, or that, because of the staggered terms, because they're 24 months. I get that. But it does not take 4 months. When we've waited 18 months already, that means we will have waited almost 2 years from the time that we voted for district elections to the time that we're actually going to get representatives. So my understanding, and I know we all have the experience from being on the dais and voting, from the time that you recruit, which is about a 2-week process, that you advertise it 2 weeks, and then the time that we do interviews, which I would say another 2 weeks, and to the time that we can appoint, that would be like August 15th would be the deadline that we could finally have representatives that match the neighborhood councils, that match the voting districts. It just doesn't make sense that we're going to wait another 4 months. I don't understand why we're waiting that long. I'm making a motion. Well, first, I will entertain answers to my question, but I'm wondering, why did we wait so long? This is really, really important. This is a representation of our community, and it's, the overwhelming majority of the people, 21 of the people in our neighborhood council said we want option 3, we want it to match. Why did we wait so long?
Well, we brought the item back to the council in February, which would have given us plenty of time to get all this done prior to the June 30 deadline of the expiration of the neighborhood council votes. We got to all 3 neighborhood councils by the middle of March. We would have been done in March. It would have been back to the city council in April. You would have decided on the boundaries in April, and we would have been done with it in May without any problem, and went ahead with the recruitments, knowing what the new boundaries were. The problem is that we just didn't know what the boundaries were. Now, we did wait until February because just staff priorities between the time from generally August of last year until February, just trying to get things squared away and get things done. So other than just staff priorities and getting work accomplished, we waited until February to bring it back to the council. The council in February could have, it did have the option to act at that time or send it to the neighborhood councils, which they did. But even sending it to the neighborhood councils, we would have been done with it by now.
Okay, but why the extension? And I can accept all those things, even though it seems like a very long time to wait, 18 months to even, have the discussion. But given that, and I'll accept those facts, why do you need 4 months to transition? By my count, 6 weeks, maybe 8 weeks tops from the time it takes to recruit. And I've seen the timeline because we've all of us here on the dais have been part of the interview process for all the different committees, neighborhood councils, youth councils, ADA committees. So I know that usually the window is open 2 weeks, the recruitment process, and then you gather the applications, and then you set up interviews from whoever on the city council, does the interviews, and then another week to set that up, and then, you have the appointments, and then when we come back in August, we can appoint the new neighborhood council people. I don't understand why you need 4 months to do that.
Well, I think the plan is to bring back the transition plan to the city council on the July 27th meeting, so you understand how if we do shift the neighborhood council boundaries, how that shift is going to take place. There are some members that are going to carry over because they may not be, their place of residence may align with the new council, neighborhood council districts, and we may have to shift them from 1 to 2 or 3 to 4 or whatever that may be. So we're going to return with a plan on July 27th for the council to okay how we're going to transition that forward, and then at that time open up the recruitment.
So then we could theoretically have them by the end of August then?
We could. I don't know if Emily has a time frame in mind.
I do have a time frame. Normally for a recruitment, I actually comfortably allow 4.5 months. And there is an extra step in my recruitment that I don't think is in the other recruitment. Once I do collect the applications, I have a mandatory orientation, and I schedule 2 that I require from the board members before we get to interviews, because the neighborhood council, a commitment on the neighborhood council is fairly significant as far as time, research, what we ask of the members, and I want them to really understand the process, understand what I expect of them. I have had people who, after the orientation, have said, that's too much, I don't want to commit to that, or I can't commit the time now. So I do have additional time built in for orientations, and I think it's important to keep that in the process. So that does stretch it out more than other recruitments.
So it takes an additional 2 months to do those orientations, because I'm assuming the way things are going right now with the state, that these are probably going to have to be done online anyways. It's going to have to be some sort of Zoom time or online process. So, that could be easily be done flexibly, even to have, two different Zoom orientations and then get input from people then. But it just seems like a very long time. I'm very disappointed that this has taken so long, because Moore Park, when they moved to districts, like last summer, they were already advertising and letting their residents know, hey, these are the new districts, introducing the districts. They had events, community events, and they had it on their website, and they were letting everyone know, hey, these are the new districts. People were finding out where they were. We're up against elections very soon, and people still don't know what districts they're in. And if we delay, that makes it more confusing for our residents to find out where they're voting, what districts they're in, what neighborhood council they're in. I was at the neighborhood council meeting where, almost everyone there said, yeah, we want option 3 because it's less confusing. So it's clear from this information that the overwhelming majority of people in the community want it to match because it's less confusing. So I'm trying to understand why we need so much additional time. Again, I think August 30th. Yeah.
Well, let me ask.
The question over and over again, how long has it taken this long? Scott, that's the question. Give the answer and let's move on.
I trust staff that they're looking at for a comfort factor of October 31st. Let me ask the city attorney, with the adoption of the urgency ordinance that does say that the term would run until October 31, 2020, does the council still have the ability to seat the neighborhood council members earlier than October 31st?
If you appoint somebody and then you want to appoint somebody sooner to take that spot, you'd have to do it by ordinance again. So it'd be another ordinance to trump if you wanted to drop someone in sooner. I also would note that there's going to be a lot of transition issues that might require ordinance changes also. Like, for example, if everyone has to live in their district, we might all of a sudden have people not living in their neighborhood council. So that'll have to be cleaned up as part of this process.
Right.
And that's not all prepped here, so it'll have to be maybe on that other meeting that you're talking about. But you'd have to just keep doing it by ordinance and maybe inform the people, you're being appointed, you're being extended, but we may change that. So that's kind of.
So I would say from staff perspective, safety factor, October 31. We'll have to come back to the city council with a transition plan and probably a new ordinance to put into place to address the new terms, if they are new terms, and the changes on residency.
That's literally weeks before the election.
Okay.
May I ask that we vote in order, please? Point of order.
Could I?
I'm not. We're hearing from staff that we can't. We're hearing from staff that we can't make this decision until we vote on the options.
Councilmember Luevanos, I'm actually agreeing with you. Could I please ask a question?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Well, then you can.
Now, here, I have served on the neighborhood council for 2 years, love being there. It is, I think, one of the best kept secrets in our city. I'm thrilled that we're addressing this. To your question, let me help me understand. Because what I'm hearing right now, first of all, is you're not going to get a 4/5 vote right now, what I'm seeing at the moment. You've got to have 4 people to have this emergency ordinance.
Well, no, what's a 4/5 vote with 4 members? 3-2?
You still have to have 4.
You have to have 4.
Still have to have the 4.
So if one person up here doesn't vote for it, you don't have your urgency. So this is kind of an important question, so I want to understand this. I understand that there needs to be time to realign if we choose to go with it. I get all of that. I wanted to help people understand what's going on. Currently, we have 4 boards. The number of members how many members do we have on each board right now? Is it 15, 16?
A full board would have 13.
13.
Now,
okay.
not all the boards are full, but a full board would have 13.
Okay, full board has 13. So this urgency ordinance basically says if they had a full board, the 13 members would stick around for an extra half a year or 5 or 6 months. Is that correct? Is that what?
4 months.
4 months.
Actually, it would be 11 board members because there's only 11 that are transitioning off.
Okay.
Everybody else will just continue in their terms.
So 11 board members theoretically could serve an extra 4 months.
Yes.
That's what we're asking, is for 11, just to allow this transition to take place.
That's correct.
Is it possible to modify this so that Councilmember Luevanos is comfortable with it, to say, okay, we will adopt this urgency ordinance, but at the same time, we would like you to immediately, once we decide what this vote is, immediately begin the search process, knowing that it could be done done through Zoom, et cetera. And if we can do it fairly rapidly, you could have new members coming on in July, August, possibly taking you above 13 or at that point we could revisit it. But is it possible to modify it in that way, or to?
If the council wants a date shorter than October 31, we'll make it work. We'll figure it out.
Well, I think this is not what the council, we're not supposed to run the operation. We're supposed to set the goals. We're supposed to set the policy. So you folks run the operation. So tell us what you need, and if you can do it sooner, I like Elaine's idea, but on the other hand, we're in the midst of this COVID thing, and we're skeleton crews, and staff is quite busy, so I'm wondering, okay, is this part of the reason that we're running this far behind, if that's what it is? Or was it the council caused it when we didn't vote earlier on it? So
I would never cause you to,
I'm sorry?
I would never accuse you of that.
No, well, I
I
mean,
mean, if the council, I mean, if there's a desire for this to be done by September 30, we'll make sure it's done by September 30. We'll figure it out. If there's a desire to have it done by the middle of September or September 1, we'll figure out a way to do it. And we may have to truncate part of the process. We'll be dependent upon the council's availability on doing the interviews. But we'll figure out to make it work.
can you, Emily or you, Brian, tell me the pros and cons? I mean, what are we going to damage by doing it at the rate that you're asking for by October 31st? What damage is going to occur to the city? What damage is going to occur to the neighborhood council? What damage is going to occur to what, like Ruth said, about the election process?
It's just a matter of the time to have the 11 new members seated. But we can, once we have a decision tonight on what the district, what the neighborhood council boundaries look like, we'll start running from there. So I don't know of any damage. It's just, I think that we're just looking for the opportunity to take things as our normal pace would be, including the orientation sessions that Ms. Habib does. But as I noted, if the council's desire is to have it done sooner, we'll make sure it's done sooner.
May I speak?
Yes.
Thank you. I personally have no problem with the dates because the new districts don't go into effect till after the election anyway. So even if we were to seat people now, they're not really going to be in the correct spot, possibly, depending on how we vote or how we vote to move the neighborhood councils. So to have that extra time to be able to do it, especially during this time, I think is beneficial to staff. It really doesn't cause any hurt or harm anywhere else. You're giving some experienced people an additional 4 months. Those same people may even re-up, may be eligible to re-up for their current position. So we're not really taking away from anybody at this point in time. I think it's better to just do it once instead of trying to do it twice, and or if we have alternating dates and times. So I'm perfectly content with staff's recommendation with these dates.
Thank you.
May I ask a question,
Yes.
Mayor?
Pardon me, if I could just address one thing, Councilmember Kavanaugh. I think the code, maybe Emily knows, says after your term, you're supposed to take like an 8-month cooling off period. However, when you do the transition and you're readjusting boundaries, you can look at that whole picture if somebody
It's a whole new
wanted.
boundary.
If someone wanted to reset that, you have a lot of freedom when that reset comes.
Well, and Councilmember Kavanaugh brought up a question that I misunderstood. When do these, let me say this correctly. If we were to change these boundaries, let's say we went with option 3, which aligned them together, theoretically. The date at which that alignment occurs, isn't that set by this body?
It is. It would go into effect on the date of the resolution.
The date of the resolution?
Yeah, so I'd take that
So in essence, it would become immediately. If we voted it today, it becomes effective today.
Right,
correct?
and that adds a little bit of oddity because there might be people that all of a
You'll
sudden.
have people living outside.
that they're not supposed to.
Of course, and so it behooves Emily to quickly find where they're supposed to, maybe, I don't know, to where there's, what their new districts would be. But, so I just want to make it clear that how we vote, it becomes effective.
Right. In my opinion, it should become effective the date we go to districts. That's my opinion. That would make it cleaner for everybody.
And, I mean, the resolution can be modified to.
I mean,
to reflect
that's just what I think. I think that would be cleaner. It would be clearer because that's officially when our districts start.
Is that the first of the year, correct?
After the election,
Well, it's not all districts. There'll be some districts and some will still be at large for a few more years too.
Right, but at least that's the beginning of our switching over to districts.
Correct.
Right now, we are not in districts, and we won't be, even if we do this resolution today, until after the election.
It would seem to me to make sense to do it along with the appointment of the new elected.
Yes, that's more or less what I thought we were going to be doing, was at the same time we switch to districts, that this becomes effective. So, I mean, we could do whatever we want.
Correct.
in that
You
regard.
can modify the resolution to have the resolution become effective on January 1 of 2021, and that would start with a whole new neighborhood council in whatever districts, if it is number 3, option 3, in those districts that align with the council members. Neighborhood council goes dark in December, is that correct?
Most often,
Yeah.
yes.
So there wouldn't even be a meeting in December anyway.
And if you did want to go that route, I would have some language for the actual reso, like on section 1, it would say something like effective January 1, 2021, comma, and then make the reso effective now, but make the action take place. So if you wanted to go that way, we could have the language if you wanted that.
Are residents voting by districts in November of this year?
For 2 districts, yes.
Yes. So those residents in those districts will be voting by district, as per the ordinance that was passed by this body in November of 2018, 18 months ago.
Yes, 2 councilmanic districts will be voting in this election.
So in essence, in November of this year, the districts are already in effect for voting.
1 and 3, I think.
Effective,
2 of the districts are effective.
effective, yes, of the November election, general election.
Okay, so I just wanted to clarify that because it sounded like they're not in effect yet, but they are in effect because people are voting by those 2 of those districts at least in November of this year, in 4 months.
Correct.
Okay, so I just wanted to clarify because people are watching, residents are watching this, and there is confusion. And again, this is why, I would like to make a motion that we vote for option number 3. And that way we can go from that point on and then figure out what the ordinance needs to be.
Well, now we've kind of crossed back to where we're doing both, because now we're talking about districts. When we started the discussion, I asked that we go simply with the urgency ordinance. So now we're back to square one.
The only reason I bring it up is because staff seems to think that we need to have this, has mentioned several times, we need to decide which option before we can move on with the urgency ordinance.
So what's your pleasure?
Whatever you would choose to do, Mayor. Either way, the urgency ordinance applies to no matter we choose 1, 2, or 3. It applies to, it is completely separate item. But we can, if you would like to prefer to discuss the options first and then come back to the urgency ordinance, I'm fine with that too.
I made a suggestion, you guys bought into it, now you're changing it. So you tell me, do you want to go to the districts now and look at that instead? Or do you want to do it all in one clump and see if that's pretty confusing? That could probably really get some discussion.
In my opinion, doing the urgency ordinance gives staff enough time to get everything done, no matter what our decisions are in regards to the districting of the neighborhood councils. There's no sense rushing into anything when the districts don't go into effect until the election. So the neighborhood council changeover, in my opinion, should go into effect at the same time.
I agree.
That would just be the cleanest changeover, I think,
especially
Emily.
if there's no harm in giving staff the time to do it the way they want to do it.
Correct, and it will give them time to advertise too. Maybe we can get, more people interested in a larger application pool.
So let me clarify, because if we went with the urgency ordinance October 31st, when you do the recruitment, would you be recruiting for the new, because you've got lag if this is effective January 1st, for instance. So you would be recruiting
for whatever the new boundaries are.
For whatever the new boundaries.
Which we'll decide after this.
And once they're seated, they get seated in November in that whichever district neighborhood council that they are, whatever we've come up with.
That's correct. Conceivably, you would, if it stayed on October 31st, we would come back to the council for their appointment, probably the meeting before October 31st. And then there is there will probably maybe neighborhood council meetings in November, nothing in December, and everything would look, whatever the districts look like in January as well.
For the most part, effectively start January 1.
Yeah, conceivably you could have, if there is business to conduct, you could have a meeting in November.
So,
But even at that point in time, the election would have already taken place.
Right, and we will have decided what the neighborhood councils are going to look like.
We
So-
would hope that the council will decide on neighborhood council boundaries this evening.
Exactly, that's what I mean. So we would
Yeah,
have
so that-
decided that, so the recruitment can be done correctly.
That's correct.
Whichever way.
That's correct.
so as
And
soon as we get done with this, we'll do that, and it'll be done.
Correct.
And if we don't pass the urgency ordinance with the four of us, then what?
The 11-member terms would expire, and neighborhood councils would be short 11 members.
So they would be short 11 members because their term ends in July 1st.
Correct.
Correct? And so the neighborhood councils will be just very small. Well, the 11 members short.
What's the distribution? Do you have the?
Okay, so if the urgency ordinance did not pass, Neighborhood Council 1 would have 9 members. Neighborhood Council 2 would have 8. Neighborhood Council 3 would have 8. And Neighborhood Council 4 would also have 8.
Okay.
And 7 is minimum for a functioning neighborhood council.
Okay.
And so if we did that, that's the ramifications right there.
That's the ramifications if we do not pass this
Right.
urgency ordinance or a modified urgency ordinance, correct? Yes. Okay. Does someone want a motion?
I will. I move that the emergency ordinance be adopted to extend the terms of the Neighborhood Council Executive Board members to from January 30th, 2020 to October 31st, 2020.
And I'll second that.
Okay, you have a motion and a second. Call for the vote.
It'd be from June 30th, 2020, I believe.
Okay.
The urgency ordinance does not pass.
Correct. The ordinance does not pass.
No. The ordinance. The motion failed. Councilmember Levin has voted no.
And if I might ask a question about that, so we know now that the terms will expire and they will end on July 1st. We can revisit expediting it the next time we meet if we wanted to. Is that
Certainly.
correct?
Okay, are we
The
ready?
recruitment still has to take place.
Correct.
Yeah.
Of course, the recruitment, yeah, gotcha. Okay,
Okay, we ready to go to districts?
yes.
Okay, so now we're going to discuss, could you put that back up, the maps?
Lucy only needs the screen.
Which map did you want to see, Mayor?
The one that showed the different districts that the neighborhood councils voted on?
Oh, that showed the results?
Neighborhood council districts. No, not the results, the actual mapping.
The map of what it looks like current,
The current boundaries.
The current boundaries, okay. There they are.
Okay, that's the current boundaries.
That is the current boundaries.
And then you have one that's modified.
That's the modified, if we were to just move the boundary from Stearns to Tapo Canyon.
Okay, and that is the one that would give it more of a checkerboard effect instead of it's not consistent with this is not consistent with the new districts.
No, it is not.
Okay. And now, this is recommendation 2?
This is option 2, yes, attachment B, option 2.
Okay, great. Other questions?
have you done, I have a question, have you done the analysis if we were to go to current districts, where people would fall, out of curiosity, the way they're currently
I have done some rough numbers, yes. If not all, nearly all of the current executive board members would move to different districts.
Sure.
That will be part of our transition plan, is how to transition them, and some may not be able to transition from one district to another due to scheduling conflicts. That would be part of our transition plan.
Gotcha. Okay.
Does staff have a recommendation?
No, sir.
I'd be happy to speak to it when my thoughts, but maybe we should go in turn and you decide, and each of us discuss pros and cons.
Move over here?
What's that?
You want to move over here?
No, I'm sorry.
All right. So comments, other comments other than myself.
Respectfully, Mayor, if we look at the information, and I was ready to talk about this months ago, this body sent the decision out to neighborhood councils of the data that we have from staff. 21 people said they wanted option 3. Only 10 said they wanted option 2. Nobody said they wanted option 1 from
And
the 3
option
neighborhood
3
councils.
is the alignment with the districts.
Yes. So that was the information that this body asked for, and that's the feedback that we're getting from the neighborhood councils. And I know it's unfortunate that we didn't get input from neighborhood council 4, but I have a feeling based on the information that we have, it would probably be very similar.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
When I was appointed, this was something that I brought up at my appointment, that I thought at the time it was important that, for lack of confusion, that they exist in parallel with the districts, that the neighborhood councils match the districts. I felt that it would give them a little bit more, there would be less confusion, people that lived in certain neighborhoods would identify better. I have listened to pros and cons on both sides. The way we currently have it, and I'm going to give you the cons and then I'll give you the pros. For the way we currently have it, you've kind of segmented neighborhoods so that you actually have maybe possibly more commerce equalized in all 4 sections. My perception is that if we go to to match the current city councils, you're going to have one area that maybe has more development issues with housing. One might have more industrial development, but I don't know that it matters. I think that it's important that our neighborhood councils feel valued and participatory and appreciated. I know that when I served on the neighborhood council myself, it was a fabulous process. I remember going out and passing out flyers to come hear development presentations, et cetera. But I seriously wondered if, after we had this meeting, how it was affected any change. That was my sense when I sat there. I wondered, do they really listen to me? Is this just an exercise? I actually think that if we have it matching our council districts, that we will find there is, as Councilmember Luevanos has suggested, better identity, possibly better engagement. But I do think that there is a desire for them to coalesce together. I actually put out on Facebook the question because I was curious, and I will tell you what others thought about this. I will tell you that one person from Neighborhood Council 4 did jump on and say, oh, I'm Neighborhood Council 4, and actually advocated for number 3. We received in our mail one from Neighborhood Council 4, so there was some participation. They care, even though they didn't get a chance to meet together. I am in favor, I believe, of having them blend together the same. There's a whole discussion of, do you still vary the different council members that associate with them, and we can have that discussion later. I don't know, that needs to be decided. One of the recommendations that was shared online by Daniel Weiner, who I actually think I agreed with, if we go with 3, I would modify it. And I just want to read his quote, and then I'll turn over to someone else to talk. He stated, I was not in favor of districting the city for council seats. But now that we have done so, it makes sense for the neighborhood council boundaries to match. Also, it should remain that way in the future So when the city council district boundaries are revised every 10 years due to census data, the neighborhood council boundaries should automatically adjust to match. And so if we go that option, I would suggest we make that amendment to the motion if we choose to go that way. But I just wanted to share his thoughts and appreciate this discussion, because I do think one thing that makes our city unique, we were formulated 50 years ago. The year after we were formulated, we instituted neighborhood councils. They're important, and they are a wonderful addition to our city.
Councilmember Kavanaugh.
Well, I can throw a wrench in. We could also wait 2 years until we're at all 4 districts and then equally split it up. Just thought I'd throw that out there. Sorry, Emily. I had mixed opinions, and I really wanted to see what the neighborhood council said, because if we leave it the way it is and just move over the one thing, my district would encompass 3 different neighborhood councils, and I'll be honest, that could be confusing. But yet I also don't want anyone living in a district thinking that you're the only one that they can work with, because we are still, yes, we're going to be elected by districts, but we still should be representing as at large. So that would be something that we would really need to enforce, and to make sure that the neighborhood councils understand is that if I'm in one, I'm not the only one they can talk to. They can talk to the mayor, they can talk to any other council member. So that would be just a concern for that. And I personally did not have a real strong preference, so I wanted to see what the neighborhood councils were recommending, so I would most likely go along with their recommendation to match the districts.
I want to thank you both for your comments, Councilwoman Litzer and Councilwoman Kavanaugh. I agree with Councilwoman Litzer that should the census shift, and our population has grown significantly in the past 50 years, even the past 20 years, that we should modify the neighborhood councils to match the voting districts. And I think this is really, really important step. Like I said, I've been waiting as patiently as I can, more than 18 months, for this to happen, and for the transition to happen so that our residents are aware. I had asked, way back when I asked for this to be put on the agenda, and it was considered by staff, whether or not, and I believe Emily was the one who answered the question, whether or not we would still be rotating, because that's one of the things that I love about us being on different neighborhood councils, and I believe you answered, Emily, correct me if I'm wrong, Emily, that we're still going to rotate. The council members would still rotate neighborhood councils so that we would all get an opportunity to be on the different neighborhood councils. Isn't that correct?
At the time, yes, and that is definitely still an option, and that would help to cement the idea that, yes, the other council members are available to you. That would be one of the things that we would talk about as part of the transition, so we're definitely taking input on that.
Okay. So I just wanted to, allay those fears, and that's why I had asked that question, and thank you, Emily, for responding. So, I think we need to go with option 3. We've heard what the neighborhood councils have said. Thank you for doing the online poll, Councilwoman Litzer. Appreciate that, and I think we need to take into account what our residents and our neighborhood councils are asking us to do.
I came in I wanted the opposite. I would like 2, and I think Councilmember Luevanos just potentially alleviated my fears, because I believe in representation, and the more representation, the better. And by doing it by number 2, you would have that go to these other council members. You wouldn't have such a strong and a locked-in zone. But if we continue the discussion and say we rotate, I think that could then let me side with the neighborhood council vote to run it, because I keep hearing, well, less confusion, easier, and all that. To me, that's not what good representation is all about. Good representation can be very difficult, but based on the direction it's going, based on the direction that the neighborhood council wants to go, and based on the discussion of continuing the rotation. I think that's vitally important. So, and do you need a 4/5 on this?
No, just majority.
Ah. I can vote whatever.
We do have one amendment. If the council wants to tie future changes to the councilmanic districts to the neighborhood councils, we do have an amendment to the resolution.
We put together some language if you want that automatic adjustment. So if you want that, we can read it.
So you're saying when the districts change after the audit, then the neighborhood councils also?
That's correct. They will always match the council districts.
Yeah, I agree. Keep that in. Keep that
So
in.
that would be, at section 1 of the resolution has one sentence. So the second sentence, new, would read, the neighborhood council boundaries will be automatically adjusted to match the council districts if the council district boundaries are adjusted in the future. Something like that.
Okay.
That makes,
All right. Motion.
also move.
So moved.
Second.
As staff.
Do you want,
Okay, 3,
yes.
with the amendment to include the census change with the council districts. Whose motion is
So, well, okay, I was facetious, but I will move to modify the current neighborhood council boundaries to match the city council district boundaries reflected in the district map, and as Lonnie expressed it, and tie future neighborhood council boundaries to move when, if and when city council boundaries are modified.
Councilmember, do you want that exact language, or do you want to add the if and when?
Just when.
Right now it says, the neighborhood council boundaries will be automatically adjusted to match the council districts if the council district boundaries are adjusted in the future.
Oh, yeah.
Well, see, I put the when in, he has the ifs.
Yeah. He's an
If
attorney.
you want to say if and when the council districts are, you can certainly do that. And
Yes,
then-
I'm going to motion to if and when,
If
because it
and
gives
when.
you either option.
And then the other issue, just, do you want this to take effect immediately or not, I guess, has to be the question, because,
It's not specified in the resolution.
well,
is it?
no, if it's not specified, it would take
Then it
effect.
takes effect immediately.
Immediately. In other words, as
Boy, when,
It would become effective immediately.
But that means everyone would change right now,
Correct.
which could throw off our majority numbers.
well, it would mean.
That's why I wondered what they were. You haven't done.
You'd have to
yeah.
look to see if anybody
Yeah.
really couldn't serve just immediately. There might be a requirement, and I say Mike, because I haven't looked, I don't know if Emily's looked or Ryan, but if someone's not eligible to serve because of this change,
Well, and the irony too, right now, they haven't been meeting because of, correct? Because of our COVID-19.
They have not been meeting since March. However, we are planning to start remote meetings in July. We are only going to meet when there is a development project, a very shortened agenda. As it stands now, Neighborhood Council 1 will meet on July 9th and Neighborhood Council 3 on July 16th. They both have development projects. If we tweak the boards right now, I do have a concern that it's possible we might not have a quorum.
Because you have to have 7 to
Right.
have a quorum.
Yeah, yes, and I simply don't know that we'd be able to get everything straight by next week.
I would make it effective when we make the district changes.
Or effective November 3rd.
Yeah, or
Emily,
with November.
didn't you state that we'd still have 9, even if the ordinance didn't pass, that we'd still have 9 in neighborhood council 1, 8, 8, 8? What were those numbers?
Right, but if we change the district lines, the lines for neighborhood council right now,
Yeah.
those numbers are going to change.
yeah, that was assuming
Stayed
the
the
districts
same.
were the same. If you change them, there may be people knocked off or disqualified because they don't live
They're
in.
no longer living in the districts they are in today.
I don't think it will hurt to leave it until November 1st or the election date or whatever.
That would be fine.
That would leave us with the majority of people in each of the neighborhood councils.
Correct.
That's, I don't know how you do that if the urgency ordinance did not pass.
Boundaries effective November 1.
Well, so what you would do there is, in addition to the first edit that
They're two different.
would be on section 2, at the very beginning, right before the words resolution number 8742, you would say effective November 1st, comma, and then the rest the same. So that way the resolution would be passed as soon as it's passed, but the payload, so to speak, wouldn't take effect until that date that you pick. So you'd put the date right in there, whatever that date is.
Councilmember Luevanos was a little confused as to the emergency ordinance. That emergency ordinance would just allow people to stay on. So without those people on, that's where we have the numbers that Emily gave us, 9888. So they're two different things. So the emergency ordinance failed. But if we don't delay the resolution, it's going to change the configuration now, which could create a non-quorum in some of our councils.
But how can, if their terms expire June 30th, then there's just.
No, these will be people that aren't expiring June 30th.
Only 11 members expire on June
Yes.
30th?
Correct, yeah.
That's like roughly a third.
These are the leftovers.
They
Sorry.
expire a third each expiration.
Can I ask Councilmember Luevanos, would you make it effective immediately? What is your thoughts?
When I saw this, and like I said, I've been a proponent of this since November, since we passed the districts, and I really hope that I really had hoped that this body would not drag its feet and would accept, what we had voted for, but we are where we are.
So do you want it effective
I had
immediately?
hoped that we would transition to the district, to the neighborhood councils to match the district, and that by, within 6 weeks, that we would have new neighborhood council people. That was my hope.
But we weren't
But
in
you-
districts yet, so there was no reason to rush through that. But all we're trying to do right now is approve when the new district lines, when the new lines for neighborhood council will be effective. If we delay it till November 1st, only the people still currently serving, still in their time frame, will be there. But we know we have a quorum. If we say the resolution is immediate, it's going to redraw those lines, and we have a very high possibility of not having a quorum in some of those neighborhood councils. So that's really all we're doing.
It just cleans it up. But you're getting exactly what you want, just not quite in the same time frame.
No, this seems like yet another delay to matching our neighborhood councils to the districts if we're going to wait till November.
But districts don't exist yet, so it's not really a
People are voting by
delay.
districts in November. They do exist.
Huh?
Fine.
Well, yeah, you're right, they do.
People are voting by districts in November, so.
Yes, we are.
They've existed since November.
Okay, we're fine, that's all right.
So Ruth, would you have, here's a question, seriously, would you have it then be effective July 1st or August 1st, or immediately tonight? What is your thought, and what is your recommendation?
Well, I had hoped that we would do this in order and decide on the option first and then pass the urgency ordinance exactly so we could avoid this situation right now. But that's not, what you guys decided. So it just doesn't make sense to me to wait. We've waited 18 months. We're going to wait almost 2 years. We're going to wait 2 years. November is going to be 2 years. And it just seems like we're going against the spirit of moving to districts was that we could transition.
But honest question, just explain to me what we gain by making it happen 2 months earlier.
Well, they match what people are going to vote by, because that's what people are going to want to know.
So what you're concerned about is the election.
No, yes, I am concerned about elections and representations and people knowing what they're going to vote for. I am concerned about the fact that we have waited 18 months to transition to the districts, and we still don't have a transition plan. So has there been advertising that we're voting by districts besides just having the map there, which no one even can seem to find on the website? because we don't have a real transition plan.
But that's what we're trying to do.
If we did if we had transitioned the neighborhood councils 18 months ago, then we wouldn't be in this predicament, and the transition plan would have already happened. People would already know, and it would already be aligned.
Well, unfortunately, we did not, so we're trying to get something accomplished tonight. So I think we have a motion. Elaine, were you finishing your date, or is that what our...
Well, that's the discussion. I think we have a motion. The discussion is the effective date. Do we want it November 1st? Do we want it August 1st?
I would want it November 1st would be my suggestion.
November 1st, yeah.
It would appear, and I would appear then that November 1st is what I'm hearing, that effective.
Well, would you like me to make the motion instead?
No, it's fine. I'm fine to say November 1st. And if we were to go back and re-vote on the urgency, or does that change anything?
Yes.
So let's make this November.
Well, we don't have to go back and change our vote. It would be, do you want to ask Councilmember Luevanos to change her vote? She can do that.
Okay, let's finish the vote that's on the table then. In this motion, I will say effective November 1st, and then the rest of what was in that motion.
That edit, just for the record, will be in section 1 at the beginning, and with that second sentence at the end, which is on the record already.
So that is my motion.
And I'll second.
Okay, motion and second, and would you read your motion? No. I think we know what it is. Call for the vote.
And I want to clarify that my no vote was because I wanted these to go effective immediately, not because I don't want to transition.
Motion fails with Councilmember Luevanos voting no?
No, that passes.
Oh.
That passes.
Oh, it did? Okay.
That doesn't need a 5-4 yes.
New rules. Okay.
I guess I don't want to be the one to say it. Or you want to do the urgency, or that's it?
So that's what I want to do. You want
I think we're done.
Well, we are done unless.
Are
Correct.
you,
Yeah.
Councilmember Luevanos, are you interested in changing your vote on the?
Well, if they're not effective till November 1st, why do you need to change the urgency ordinance?
Correct. At this point, it doesn't matter. We've already decided we are not extending the people, but we do have enough people to reach the majority for each of our 4 councils, so we're good.
Okay, leave it alone. Next item.
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, next item on the agenda is new business, item 8A, consideration of and potential action regarding City Council self-enforcement procedures with respect to the observance of laws, rules, and norms, including the Simi Valley Code of Ethics and Conduct, and potential censure, as well as consideration of a potential action regarding City Council self-enforcement with respect to posting of a meme and associated comment on social media. And City Manager Gabler is here for this presentation.
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, at the June 8, 2020 meeting, the City Council requested a discussion regarding the City Council's enforcement of decorum, including the option of censure. At the council level, issues such as decorum and the Code of Ethics are self-enforcing, meaning that they can only be enforced by the council itself. When the City Council wishes to express its opinion on the conduct of a council member, it can do so with a range of responses. Those various options are addressed in staff's report before you this evening. Some of those options require due process, as described in the report. Staff is presenting information regarding the need for due process and a procedure to censure a City Council member, as well as alternative actions which the City Council may wish to consider. This concludes our report, and myself and the City Attorney are here for any questions you may have.
Okay, I guess we'll just go around the dais and ask for comments. This is
Questions or comments, Mayor? because I do have a question.
Okay, go ahead with the question.
It's not that I don't know the answer, but I know that there were lots of comments about forcing the resignation of Mayor Pro Tem Judge, but I just want clarification that that is not an option.
What is not an option?
Forced resignation, that this body does not have the power to do that.
Okay.
Because it was brought up in public comments, so.
That is correct. The city council would not have the ability to remove a council member from their council seat.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Do you want to go ahead with your comments?
Sure. This is not the first time that Councilman Judge has faced scrutiny for his extremely offensive and bigoted online activity. For the past 7 years, he has exhibited a consistent pattern of demeaning and degrading women, people of color, and Muslims on his Facebook posts. As a council member, he recently degraded a Holocaust survivor speaking before this very city council chamber because he disagreed with her definition of a concentration camp that was derived from her personal experience in surviving internment in a concentration camp. When Councilman Judge was appointed Mayor Pro Tem in 2013, he posted a video of a Mexican woman being decapitated with a pocket knife, as documented in an Acorn article dated May 17, 2013. In displaying this video, he showed no concern for the feelings or reactions of the Latino community. What is the message being sent to our daughters from Mayor Pro Tem? That our daughters and sisters and mothers are simply sexual objects to be demeaned and degraded and then tortured to death with a pocket knife? At that time, Councilman Judge also apologized to anyone who was offended by the video. But according to the same Acorn article, Mike Judge later unliked all the pages of concern. If he thought there was nothing wrong with pages that he liked, then why would he feel the need to unlike them? If he unliked them due to the shocking and disturbing content in that video, why did he not share any insights that he might have learned as to why his conduct was wrong? Author Dudinsky states that the best apology is by simply admitting your mistake. The worst apology is dressing up your mistake with rationalizations to make it look like you were not really wrong, but just misunderstood. And that's exactly what Mike Judge did, and he continues to do. In 2013, Mike Judge stated that the focus of the political officials in our area should not be on me, but he has failed to show that he learned anything from his public rebuke in 2013. In that same Acorn article, then council member Keith Mashburn and Mayor Huber said the real outrage should be over the senseless murder. This time, Mayor Mashburn dismissed Mike Judge's offensive comments and posts about spraying protesters with raw sewage as a joke. The Code of Ethics states that we are to avoid and discourage conduct which is divisive or harmful to Simi Valley. In 2013, Councilmember Soika stated that to Mike Judge, all your actions did was divide our community. In 2013, Mike Judge promised he would only share things of law enforcement value with law enforcement. And he also promised that in the future there will not be anything going out that the public will think is offensive. And yet here we are, again, responding to his inappropriate posts and watching another mayor sweep his transgressions under the rug. Not only has he posted inappropriate posts which caused community division at this critical time in our nation's history, our youth, our families, and our community are looking for leadership that will unite us. When one of our young black women tried to express her grief in response to the George Floyd killing by exercising her constitutionally protected right to protest, he attempted to quash her response by not only dismissing her horrified reaction to the killing, but by revealing her first and last name to the public in what he deemed as an attempt at transparency. Even when he found out that she was receiving death threats, he continued to post her information. He squandered an opportunity to bring unity and healing to the people of color in this community and chose hate and division instead all the while feigning an apology only because the community justifiably rebuked him. Mayor Pro Tem Judge is a representative on over 16 committees. What he does and what he says is a representation of our city and our county. The damage that he causes to the city doesn't just humiliate those of us on the dais. It also sends the message to the rest of the world that his actions are condoned, if not supported, by the city. This costs the city money when companies choose not to come to do business in our city and we lose tax revenue. This diminishes the city's reputation and affects the city's growth when potential residents choose not to move here due to Simi Valley's racist reputation. Whether fairly or unfairly, Simi Valley obtained that reputation in the aftermath of the Rodney King trial, but also with the SB 54 vote, and now here with Mayor Pro Tem's actions. Rather than fight that outside perception to show the world the diverse community that Simi Valley is, his actions represent his selfish choice to reinforce that stereotype and condemn us all. A Facebook post dated June 17th stated that, quote, the racist rhetoric of City Council members Mike Judge and Mayor Keith Mashburn has led to an increase in unacceptable actions and displays of racism by many Simi Valley residents, unquote, including displays of nooses, Confederate flags, and propaganda from a hate group known as the Patriot Front. These were all referred to in our public comments that we heard this evening. Residents have been documenting these racist and antagonistic statements, and either simple internet searches or discussions with community members will alert you of these troubling actions. While it remains unclear whether Mayor Pro Tem's actions have spurred these actions over the past 7 years show that he is sympathetic to the racist actions that we are seeing in our community, including a battery of a young girl in the parking lot of Rite Aid yesterday. For that reason, I ask that the City Council censure Mr. Judge, strip him of his Mayor Pro Tem status, and remove him from all of his committee assignments. We cannot afford the reputation of being a racist, misogynistic, intolerant community any longer. Thank you. Those are my comments.
Thank you. Councilmember Litzner.
The response to COVID-19 and the unknown health consequences from this invisible enemy has kept Americans at home with stay well at home orders. These actions have resulted in tremendous job losses, business closings, bankruptcies, inabilities to pay rent, isolation, feelings of despair, and more. On May 25th, 2020, George Floyd, a 46-year-old black man, was killed in Minneapolis, Minnesota, during an arrest for allegedly using a counterfeit bill. That deplorable action of one police officer and those around him that could have stopped the act set off a firestorm of protests and actions throughout our country. This powder keg of frustration and despair erupted on May 25th as residents poured out of their homes to say, enough is enough. The reaction has been intense. In fact, it's almost impossible to quantify the amount of economic loss and what's happened, but in the protests and the resulting and some of the riots that occurred in conjunction, in Minnesota alone, $25 million in damages has been estimated occurring. Daily protests have been occurring throughout the country, and at the time, in Los Angeles, they were occurring with regularity, and some of those protests either turned destructive or agitators were taking advantage of the situation to loot and plunder. And areas desecrated, you had Santa Monica, you had the Grove, there were all sorts of areas that were being destroyed and vandalized. I only share this because against this background, Councilmember Mike Judge chose to repost a meme he received with a sewage truck spraying down rioters. He penned above the comments something to the effect that this will certainly enforce mask wearing. At the very least, it was gross humor. At the very worst, it was conjuring images of peaceful civil riot protests when fire hoses were turned on peaceful protesters. I accept Councilmember Judge's comments that he wasn't aware of the history. Nonetheless, ignorance is seldom an excuse in the court of law. And further, his comment about mask enforcement was also making light about a serious situation that's ravaging our world. And then going on, in the midst of this backdrop, Simi Valley resident Micaiah Foster chose to have a protest on June 6th. Councilmember Judge posted an email exchange between the two where she had invited him to participate. I actually saw that letter exchange on Facebook, which actually caused me to go to my email to see if I had also received an invitation. I found it, and I responded I would be happy to speak. I attended the protest with the intention of saying a few words, although I gather their protest program agenda had changed because I was not afforded that opportunity. You can read the entire exchange that Councilmember or Mayor Pro Tem Mike Judge had on his Facebook page, and you can still, it is, and I actually have a copy of it here if it's important for people to know specifically what was stated there. I would not have made it public. Personally, I don't think that that was appropriate response. I didn't feel it was sensitive to Ms. Foster, but to Mayor Pro Tem's credit, he did say, quote, "Feel free and please do let me know of any other blatant acts of systemic racism in our city. Our police department will investigate. I won't stand for it. And I'm pretty sure without speaking for them, neither would any other members of our city government," end quote. His last paragraph in that letter states, quote, "I will not be participating in any protest, but just know I do wholeheartedly support your right to do so," end quote. So I had the question, and I asked legal counsel, our city attorney, if by so posting this letter, if it was illegal, or was he breaking a law, was he breaking a policy? Because when we take actions, it's important for me to know the legal basis for that decision. If I understood the response that I received, no, it was not illegal. The city has a general policy of redacting phone numbers and email addresses when information is put out to the public. For instance, when we get applications to people to fill positions, for instance. And Councilmember Judge, I believe, did not share phone number and email. So no law or policy was broken.
But if I can, since you mentioned, I'm sorry.
Would you please? I want to be completely accurate,
So
please.
I guess it has been an issue lately. Emails to the council members are public records. All right. So that's, I mean, there's some really unusual exceptions. Like if
And you know
someone's-
what? You just took my next sentence.
So that means, but the city does have a practice of not just releasing phone numbers, for no reason. We tend to redact it for the council and the staff reports. For that, the youth council, you'll see redactions of their email addresses for that reason. So it doesn't break a law to post somebody's email that's sent to you. It's a public record. But just to clarify.
Yeah, and exactly what you were just saying. So because it came to a city email, it does become a public record. So it wasn't illegal to post it, but was it appropriate? I personally don't think it was for him to post that. And ironically, both issues stemmed from how social media was used, which is some great irony. Which is why I believe at our last city council members said I believe it was agendized that we have, I believe Councilmember Kavanaugh said that we need to have a social media policy. So we're very clear what is appropriate, what is not. Our code of ethics states, item 3, conduct of members, quote, "The professional and personal conduct of members must be above reproach and avoid even the appearance of impropriety." And I believe Mayor Pro Tem Judge breached this item with his posting, particularly with the meme. So we're given 7 choices of consequences for breach of code of ethics that was outlined in our packet. 7 different choices. 1, informal discussion or private counseling between council members. 2, city council open session discussion, which is certainly what we're doing now. 3, statement of city position, resolution or motion. 4, a resolution of disavowal, where we expressly disavow certain conduct, no censure. And then we go to the last 2 levels, resolution of censure, reprimand, and this basically is a formal enforcement against a member, or in the last, resolution of censure, reprimand with removal of committee assignments. If we go that route, if I understand the report, that will requires due process. And in effect, there would need to be 2 more meetings. And a council member is entitled to legal representation. There would be 2 more meetings, one to set up the rules, one to hold in essence, the discussion trial, etc. So I just want to make it clear to the public that those are at least given to us, the 7 different choices council members have been given if we feel that there's been a breach that requires some type of discipline. So now I think it's important for us to understand the history of censure in Simi Valley. I've shared some of this previously, but I'm going to do it again. Since 1969, when our city was founded, no council member has been formally censured. In 1996, Sandy Webb was publicly scolded after she acted inappropriately in a federal meeting in Dianne Feinstein's office. Sandy apologized publicly to Senator Feinstein, and the matter was settled. In 2002, Councilmember Barbara Williamson was reprimanded by the council after writing a letter supporting a candidate for district attorney on her Simi Valley City letterhead. LA Times stated that she publicly apologized, reimbursed the woman's phone bill when an incorrect phone number was erroneously printed in that mailing and many calls of complaint were received. I'm going to talk about 2013, Councilmember Mike Judge, that was referenced by Councilmember Luevanos. I'll come back to hit that. 2019, Councilmember Luevanos discussion. We had a discussion about the same thing after posting a video to her Facebook page, and then further talked about immigration rate, etc. When the talk of censure occurred, at that time there was a motion to simply reaffirm the Code of Ethics. There was not a vote for censure. And in that instance, Councilmember Luevanos dissented in that vote, but I think she later stated that she did not understand that it was a vote to uphold the Code of Ethics, and she did not apologize at that time. So let me come back to 2013. In May of 2013, Councilmember Mike Judge posted a graphic link, albeit with a disclaimer and warning as to content, and many unhappy constituents called for his censure. In the minutes from the meeting of May 13th, 2013, Councilmember Mike Judge expressed condolence to those affected by the video and apologized to those who were offended. In the minutes, Mayor Huber noted he had reviewed the Code of Conduct and stated that the matter didn't rise to the level of censure. And I'm going to quote what Mayor Huber said. Quote, this is from the records. Mayor Huber reiterated that Mayor Pro Tem Judge has apologized to those in the community that have taken offense to the matter and expressed it is time for the City Council and the community to move on. So it would appear that at that time in the 7 choices, it was taken to level 2 of the 7 choices in that year. It was a City Council open session discussion. There was no further action. So here we are today. I do believe there was a breach of one item of our Code of Ethics of being above reproach. To his credit, he has apologized. He has done so on numerous occasions. And for me, personally, acceptance of wrongdoing and offense does go a long way. And I also understand that there have been repercussions elsewhere, workplace, etc., for comments made. And I respect his privacy. I won't go there. I don't know anything about that, but I understand that there's been repercussions. Statement 3, or excuse me, our third, if we were to take, basically in 2013, level 2 was evoked at that time. I want to be very clear and very fair. I will tell you that I have been dismayed by some of what I've seen online and some of the tactics. I want you to know, first of all, I am listening to all the people's letters I've received on both sides of support and certainly the many who are appalled. I will tell you personally, I was quite shocked to see that there was a change.org petition that appeared to be originating from me, which I was surprised that if you go to the URL address, it says change.org P. Elaine P. Litster remove Mike Judge from the Simi Valley City Council. And it appeared in the body as if I was sponsoring that. And I want to make a public statement right now. I knew absolutely nothing of it. If you click on the link, it was a message to the City Council members that we should consider that. But the way their algorithm works, my name is in the URL as if it appears as if I'm sponsoring it. And when we put our social media policy, I want to be sure even that we're clear that things of that nature are very clearly stated so that we are not implicated in things that we have nothing to do with. But let me take us back then to what I would recommend, or what I think should be our step today. I do not believe that Mayor Pro Tem intended to offend, and I think he was acting from in terms of discouraging or trying to discourage the protest from happening. I think he was acting from what was going on. That's why I tried to share, maybe I didn't express it very well, what was happening in Los Angeles, and he was fearful for his own city. I wished he'd had more faith at the time, but I think that that's where it's stemming from. I do think, though, that there was a breach in the Code of Ethics, and I think because there has been a public reprimand in the past, I think that we need to take it a step further, and I think personally, as a city council, we need to basically make an absolute statement that we appall behavior that can be construed inappropriate and that we specifically do not approve, that we disavow of the meme and posting in such a manner, and that we publicly make a statement that we are against, obviously, anything that may have potential implications of being racist in any way or intolerant. And I don't believe, like I said, I think he truly was ignorant about some of the history, but ignorance is not a defense, I'm afraid. And so that is my suggestion, that we consider having a formal statement of disavowal.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, just a point of order. If we can get someone to
Yes, I was about to
do
make the
item
motion.
1B to extend the meeting beyond midnight tonight.
Mayor, I move that the city council meeting tonight may extend beyond the midnight deadline to conclude the agenda.
Second.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm done. Thank you. That's my recommendation.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. After receiving the first batch of letters and emails and such regarding the activities of Mayor Pro Tem Judge, I did do a statement on my council member page. Basically, during a time when our city was coming together in peaceful protest, the meme he posted was offensive, inappropriate, and disrespectful. And I will let you know, I did tell Mr. Judge that I was going to post this beforehand, so he was aware of that. In order for our community to grow, we must continue to listen and learn from all opinions, be considerate of individual beliefs, and to fight for justice and equality for everyone. This is the Simi Valley I believe was represented during that march on Saturday, June 6th. A Simi Valley worth fighting for and one we can all be proud of. My sister and I attended that. We did not march because she had a boot on her foot, but my two nieces did. And Ms. Foster did a wonderful job on keeping that respectful, keeping it within the guidelines, and having appointed people at different areas to keep everyone in line. But some of the other stuff I wrote was, as a city council member, I hold myself and each of my fellow council members to a higher standard, as we have been entrusted by our residents to represent everyone who lives in Simi Valley. As a nation, we need to stand up to racism and ignorance and support the ideals of America if we are to be our best selves. Change starts with each of us, and we can't stand idly by when we see injustice or we are as guilty as the perpetrator. That's a really strong line. I got called out on that. Somebody told me I was a white woman, so how could I know that difference? And I don't, but I'm willing to listen, and I'm keeping my ears open and listening more. But working together and that's the key word here, working together as a city council, we must address racism and ignorance head-on and find solutions that build confidence in our institutions and trust in our leadership to do what's right for the betterment of our community. And then I ended it with, there needs to be action by our city council, or these are only words. And then that was when I stated that I would be asking to discuss possible censure and the actions of Mayor Pro Tem Judge. That gave us the ability to have this discussion tonight. So I wanted to share with you, that was my statement. And again, reiterate that, I found the meme offensive, inappropriate, and disrespectful. I know Mayor Pro Tem felt it was a joke. And I honestly believe he meant it as a joke, but it was a joke in very poor taste and should not have been shared. Our code of conduct says we must be ethical conduct is expected for all members of our council, boards, and our commissions. We have a responsibility to intervene when a member's actions appear to be in violation of this. So that's why I requested we discuss his actions. We all agree the meme was wrong. There has not been any doubt from anybody in that regard. But we also have other actions by other council members that are in violation of our code also. There was a meme by Councilmember Luevanos of a young man holding a sign of Blue Lives Murder. I find that very offensive. And then item code of ethics number 3, calling another council member unethical because they didn't second your motion. To me, that's also not allowed. So last year, we had the community come forward in a similar situation regarding a video by Councilmember Luevanos. We listened. We did not censure. We reavowed our code of ethics and hoped that that would be able to make us move forward. Mayor Judge Pro Tem did apologize multiple times for his actions. So I feel if we did not censure in our prior discussions last year, then we shouldn't censure now, because free speech is still a right we each have. You also have a right to vote him out if you don't like him. You have a right to vote me out if you don't want me. That's your that's your right as a citizen of this nation. But I do think we as a council, we need to come together and reaffirm our entire code of ethics. I also want to mention that I asked for a social media policy, like Councilmember Litzer mentioned, that will address this more clearly. When our code of ethics was designed, social media was not at the level it is these days. Yes, it's been revised and updated, but I think we need a true social media policy with clear guidelines. But to actually have an action, which is what I mentioned in my statement, I would like us to do a letter or a resolution disavowing racism and discrimination and affirming our commitment as a city council to a movement of inclusivity and transparency in everything we do. That's my statement. Thank you.
Okay. With me, I've got a few pages here. I want to reiterate that even in Councilman Judge or Mayor Pro Tem Judge's statement tonight that he sent, he apologized. Okay. So I looked up meme because not being the most up-to-date on technology and knowing all the nomenclature and what have you, it says it's a humorous image, video, piece of text, etc., that is copied, often with slight variations, and spread rapidly by internet users. I thought, well, now I know what a meme is, and that gave me a little light into what he had done. And I, too, had published a statement on my Facebook page and made it clear that I did not condone the behavior. The meme was out of line. And, of course, that, I think, went well with some people, and other people just automatically, when certain elected say something, they automatically call it a lie or of no value. I wanted to see the letter, because I missed the letter of invitation. I did not see the letter. I'm sure I received it from Micaiah Foster for the June 6th, right? Protest march. And I say protest very cautiously, because when you look this up, that event up, they named it several different things. So I don't really want to say something that would offend anybody by calling it a protest when it was a peace march or something like that. So that's not my intent. It's just that I was confused. There were so many ways it was described. So anyway, so I found the letter of invite from Micaiah Foster. And then I requested a copy of the letter that, on the same date, June 2nd, that Mayor Pro Tem Judge wrote to her. Because I'd heard online and Facebook and what have you, this horrendous letter. And I'm thinking, oh man, this is terrible. So I want to read a few of the parts of his letter. And it says, in light of what has happened across our country, well, during that time, I was watching TV at night, and I was amazed what was going on in our country. Every city was having peaceful marches that were hijacked by non-peaceful people and turned into riots. And so I was seeing this and an amazement that this could go on in our country. So then I started hearing about this event that was coming and started learning about what was being posted on the different media sites. And what was being said was extremely scary. It was inviting people to come to our city, and there was people that actually posted that if you see a blue line and a sticker on a vehicle, that means it's a police officer, burn that house. There's just tons of stuff, and these were from locals, and allegedly some of those locals were actually working with members of this council. And this word that was going out put the fear into me, and I think even the police department started seeing this. And so what I'm saying is that I can see myself saying, wow, maybe we shouldn't have this march, because so many others had turned violent. It doesn't mean I don't appreciate the people putting it on. It means I don't appreciate the people that hijacked the march. And so I could see actually coming up with that in the same way, thinking that we got to protect our city, we got to protect our businesses. So he wrote in that letter, it said, to date, we, the city of Simi Valley, have been targeted on social media platforms with threats of violence, with blatant acts of destructive graffiti in our city. And that's exactly what I was hearing loud and clear, and I wasn't communicating with Mayor Pro Tem Judge in any way about that. So this is this letter that was so terrible. And he says, feel free and please do let me know of any other blatant acts of systemic racism in our city. Our police department will investigate. I won't stand for it. And I'm pretty sure without speaking for them, neither would any other member of our city government. Then he goes on to say, I have the utmost respect for you and your right to protest your government and injustices you are passionate about. Know that I am with you in my shock and disgust at the images I observed on television and the death of Mr. Floyd. I just think that in this current climate, You may not like the outcome. I pray that I am wrong. This sounds like a sincere letter. To me, anyway. He says, I wholeheartedly support your right to do it. And have a great day, and I pray for all our sake that the march is peaceful. On 6/8, then we had a council meeting. During that council meeting, in the beginning and in the end, both times, he gave statements of apology, which I thought was heartfelt. Now, it sounds, I can't look at the guy, I can't look at anybody in this room, and when they tell me they're sorry for something, I can't say, oh, you didn't mean it. I have no training. I'm not a psychologist, psychiatrist. I have no training in that area. Also don't have a crystal ball, so I can't tell, did he mean it or not. I can only take someone for their word that they give, and what I observe as a human being is that certainly looked like a sincere apology to me. On 6/28, he wrote to Ms. Foster, said, I never imagined that you would face threats because of an email I sent you. For that, I apologize. I am glad that the march you coordinated was successful. I'm skipping some of it. Please believe that my motives were for the safety and protection of our beautiful city and in no way meant to malign you or your cause. As I told you before, I stand in solidarity with you over the inexcusable death/murder. Here's a police officer calling another police officer a murder of Mr. Floyd and Breonna Taylor. He says his reasons for not showing up for the peaceful march were based on his perception of the misplaced anger being heaped on to all my brothers and sisters in law enforcement for the acts of a very few. I saw those. Now, I'm not going to say it was the majority of the marchers. That's not the case at all. I, too, am offended when I see people carrying signs that say police officers are murderers and things that are much worse than that, and there's coded messages that when you find out what they mean, they are very derogatory towards police officers. So I think probably if I was a police officer, I could relate to when you see those signs that, hey, this probably isn't a place I should be. And I was at the event, and there were signs against police. Very, very graphic, very disturbing in my opinion. Overwhelmingly, the group was good, and most people had signs like Black Lives Matter, things like that. Their message was getting out, but they were still marching with people that had the signs that were blatantly against police. He ends that apology with, again, I congratulate you on a very successful and peaceful protest / memorial march. So I see a guy who's made an attempt. I talked to him one, maybe two times since then, and he expresses how embarrassed he is and apologetic he is, and he's done that to me, because I told him, I said, and I don't want to use the term, I said, but the collateral damage that's happening to me because of what he posted, or reposted, I don't appreciate. And I think it was uncalled for. However, that is what it is. Now, if we go back in history, we looked at, we had a lot of people saying, censure Councilmember Luevanos. And so we looked at that. We had a hearing similar to this. And we determined that the best thing we could do is what I want to do, and that is to bring this council together. This is terrible. This council is not doing city business because it's so busy with these types of issues. So we had the censure hearing, if you want to call it that, the approach to it, and I was very happy that we didn't censure Councilmember Luevanos. I thought it was the right thing to do. It was time to move on, and we would reaffirm our commitment to the Code of Ethics and be done with it, and then we can move on about the city business. It doesn't appear that that's happened, and we continue to fight amongst us. 3 council members were investigated for various complaints, none of which came out to be substantiated. And it's like, why are we doing this to each other? We're like, you know, it's just, why fight your own? We should be up here fighting for the residents of the city, not each other. And so I come here tonight looking at, apparently there's these postings, I have copies of them, that would definitely call for another censure hearing like this against Councilmember Luevanos.
Point of order, Mayor. The
I don't
issue
want to
on the
do
agenda- Point of order, the issue on the agenda is the censure of Mike Judge.
And you didn't wander at all.
We-
You never have,
we are-
have
we
you?
are-
You
we-
never have.
Point of order, I am trying to be respectful, Mayor. I
I'm
would
trying to be
appreciate
respectful to
if you would follow
you.
Robert's Rules of Order. And the item on the agenda right
don't run
now
on Robert's
is the
Rules of
censure of Councilmember Mike
I
Judge.
know exactly who it is.
Okay, then.
And this is part
post
of
on the
it. It's
agenda item.
germane to it, and I
Now,
think
you
I'll
can
listen
sit-
to
you can
the
talk to the
attorney.
procedure.
Our
You can talk
attorney
to the
will
procedure.
interrupt me if
Robert's
you will
Rules of
quit
Order dictate that
interrupting
you
me.
stay on the
Well,
agenda item.
hold on. Okay,
You
so,
need to-
That's the agenda item. The agenda item is the censure of
pardon me,
Mayor Pro Tem Judge.
Councilmember, both Mr. Mayor and Councilmember Luevanos, it is within the Brown Act to talk about the unity aspects that the mayor is talking about. However, it is also true that extensive discussion of somebody else's issues would not be at a certain point on the agenda. However, it would be germane to talk about, as other council members have, censures in the past, what that conduct was, and the unity of the council as part of the resolution would be within the scope of the Brown Act. So it is legal. However, it would not be legal to just then go focus on somebody else.
I'm not focusing on it.
And I'm not,
I'm focused
Mr. Mayor, I'm
on-
not saying that you are. So you're
Okay, so let me continue on. So, what I'm saying is, there's evidence that this could go on and go on, and there's no reason for it to go on. We can sit here and look at each other and say, we're done with this. We want to do city business. That's what we're here for. That's what we're elected for. That's what we should be doing. And I'm thinking, of course I don't want to say, oh, that's okay, you can say whatever you want, and not say something that was incorrect with what Mayor Pro Tem Judge did. I disavowed at the last time we did this, and I can disavow this time everything that was said, all the postings and what have you. But there's more. There's more, and it needs to stop. And this council needs to pull together and do whatever it takes to work together. And I'm proud of the fact that I tried doing that with you when I tried orchestrating to make sure we didn't go any further when we were discussing you. And I'm proud of that fact. I'm also proud that, well, never mind, you'll call me for saying something, never mind. It was going to be complimentary to you, but I don't think that's appropriate. So, at any rate, It's time for this council to come together. Now, Councilmember Kavanaugh, hats off to you for bringing up social media. That's a big subject, obviously, and we're not only talking about what we do on our personal Facebook pages. We talk about this dais. I'm going to talk about this dais very briefly. When I was a new council member, I went to the League of Cities new council member thing, and you don't bring smartphones up here. You don't communicate. This is a public hearing. I see my fellow council members all the time doing what I believe a violation. So I'm hoping that when we discuss the social media, that we see to it, that we take all the communications with the outside world and put them away. Put them somewhere else. Put them down on the clerk's table somewhere. I leave mine in my desk. I think it's inappropriate, and I hope we address that. It's inappropriate that council members up here at this dais are communicating with the outside world during a meeting, this public hearing meeting. It's absolutely inappropriate. So that's hopefully one of the things we will gain. I'd like to say, just making a couple of notes on other people's things, I did not excuse Mike, and I've had harsh words with Mike. I did not excuse him as a joke. I did make an error, I guess you would call it that, when someone called me and they go, "What about this?" And I says, "Wow, did he goof?" So, okay. Of course, we won't talk about what I said after that, because that doesn't make for a good story. But I did not excuse what he did as some kind of joke. I did not write it off as that. It's serious stuff. It's affected me. It's affected my family. And I don't appreciate the collateral damage that was generated from that. Yeah, we talk about his 2013 decapitation film. Hey, I went there. I saw the warning, don't push this button if you don't want to see something bad. I mean, it was there. And I pushed the button like a dummy. And yeah, I saw what was there. But I had to do it. It was my choice to do it. And I was fairly warned. And I kind of look at that at a big picture is, you know, why are we going out searching for this stuff? So with that said, I'll be quiet. My goal here is not to tear down this council any further. It's to build it up and start working together and start serving the city. And I think the councils, we're made up. We had a kind of a decision tonight that showed when we discuss things, we can make changes and agree to some things. So with that, I'm all for, I think, pretty much what Dee Dee says. And I'm also, I brought, because, and I've got the Code of Ethics here, and I think tonight would be a good time for all of us to sign them again. And I've read them very carefully, and I think we can all use that.
Mayor, has the Rotary Club portion of the Code of Ethics been taken out of that? I just want to make sure, because it was supposed to be updated.
I think this is the updated.
Okay.
Yeah.
At least what was in our thing, it's been removed.
Okay. No, I'm not sure which version he has, so.
Yeah.
It
Yeah.
is, yes.
It's been removed, yeah.
We don't need to do it this instant, but it would sure be appropriate to do it tonight on the dais and start heading in the right direction.
Is Mayor Pro Tem Judge going to sign these as well?
He'll certainly be asked to. So with that, I think we're,
Mayor, may I
Gonna-
make a few more comments? I
Okay, let me-
promise I won't be longer than 2 minutes.
I'm sorry?
I promise I won't be longer than 2 minutes. I know it's late, we're all tired. There were many comments that were made tonight. We had 299 comments on the June 8th meeting that were speaking of, and I kept telling Marks, about racism and misogyny and Islamophobia and doxing. I cannot leave this dais without talking about that, because we need to do more than treat the cancer of racism. And racism is a cancer. We need to prevent the illness that causes it. And the way to prevent that illness is by dismantling systemic racism. And when you lift up or excuse Mayor Pro Tem Mike Judge as a hero, or excuse what he said as a joke, then you promote mental slavery in people of color. And that is traumatizing to communities of color in this city. I just want to bring that up. It is traumatizing to know that someone wants to watch a video of a Mexican woman being decapitated. It is traumatizing to know that there's not even recognition of the black lives that are being lost, brown and black lives that are being lost every day in communities across this country. It is traumatizing, and I'm telling you as a Latina, I'm telling you as a mother of brown children, and as a teacher to brown and black children, because I'm the one that's dealing with the aftermath of it in my community and in my classroom. What Mayor Pro Tem did is called doxing, and I looked up the definition online just to make sure I got it perfectly. It is to search for and publish private or identifying information about a particular individual on the internet, typically with malicious intent. And all the public comments reflect that never once had Mayor Pro Tem Judge ever posted the first and last name and an email of any of his constituents. But this one he decided to do, to young black female in this community. And that has to end. We can't sit here and say, no, we're just going to slap you on the wrist and say that that's okay. It's not okay for him to do that. He has never done that, but he did this to a young black woman. That can't be taken as not intentional when he's never before done it. And where of the faith of the people, of the youth in our community? I stand up for everyone's freedom of speech, regardless of whether I agree with it or not. I sat here for 3.5 hours and listened to people say things that I didn't agree with. But I respectfully allow them to have their First Amendment rights, because that's their First Amendment right, whether I agree with it or not. I move for the full censure and reprimand of Mayor Pro Tem Mike Judge, that he be stripped of all of his committee assignments and that be stripped of his Mayor Pro Tem status. That is my motion.
Motion? Do I hear a second?
No. Are you going to second? Okay. I was just going to say that I would like to motion to do a letter or resolution disavowing racism and discrimination like I described in my speech, because we do need an action item. I do agree with that.
I'm going to ask for a 9B motion for Black Lives Matter.
Could we?
Motion. And 9B. So I was waiting until 9B.
I'm sorry, can I ask for a friendly possible addition to that?
Oh, yeah. It's open.
Because I like the suggestion that we need a public statement to that effect. I do think we need to include a disavowal specifically of.
I'm good. That's good. I'm fine.
Of Mayor Pro Tem's actions, and I think that needs to be included in that.
I think.
So that he understands that it just is not acceptable.
You got to remember. No, you don't have to remember it. We do need to write a disavowal. I agree with that. But disavow the meme, the content of the meme. I think there was more than one, so we got to, I think, say both, and ask that behavior be curtailed.
I like that. And I think that would that would address what we're discussing now. But I would also like a formal resolution as a council that we will disavow racism and discrimination within our community. Something along those lines. Is that something anyone would be in agreement with?
Respectfully, Councilmember Kavanaugh, we cannot say that we are against racism and then uphold someone that promotes racism. That's an oxymoron.
Well, that's not what I said. So you don't have to vote for that if you don't wish to.
Yeah, you know what I've been doing? I've been having some meetings with some gentlemen, and it's been great. It's been great.
Okay, then why don't we wait on that?
Well, no, I'm not suggesting that,
okay.
but I'm just saying that, like, one of the things I learned is you don't tell people you understand, because unless you're in their shoes, you don't understand. But you could still care. You could still care. And that's where I find myself a lot, is I don't necessarily understand, but I care, and we can talk, and I'll learn from you. And that's, I think, an important step. And, yeah.
I agree. I've been listening. I think that's the key these days, is listening. I have a young niece that is very progressive, and we had a very nice talk the other night. It was the first time we talked politics and listened to what each other was saying and expressing the feelings. And I also have learned that maybe a comment or two that I thought was normal conversation can be construed in a different way by others. So listening and learning, I think, is a key.
Absolutely. Yeah. And in this group, I don't know if you folks know him or not, but Sergio Lopez is in it. And what a great guy. What a great guy. And you can sit down and talk to him about anything, and he'll give you
My employer, to give him they've started discussions on Zoom meetings and such within the community, within our community, a diversity department, and it's really become a favorite of a lot of the employees. We had an LGBTQ plus webinar. I learned a lot. I learned what pronouns and the different descriptions and the correct ways and speech, which I was like, okay, I learned something new. And at the same time, I will be able to appreciate somebody in the correct way and be able to speak with them or talk to them without being offensive, even unknowingly. So that was very nice.
Respectfully, Mayor, point of order. I still have a motion on the floor that we have yet to vote on.
Yeah, we're still talking.
That's really great listening.
We don't interrupt you when you go on.
I have a motion. There's a motion on the floor.
Well,
there is a point of order. Are we following Robert's Rules of Order or not? Point of order, there's a motion on the floor. I'd like a vote on the motion.
I believe there was not a second on that motion.
You what?
I believe there was not a second to Councilmember Luevanos' motion.
I would like that reflected in the record.
That's correct. What?
I would like that reflected in the record.
I think it was.
The motion fails due to lack of a second.
Thank you.
And so then I believe Councilmember Kavanaugh was making, but you're correct, it needed to be reflected. Councilmember Luevanos, you're correct, that needed to be reflected. I believe Councilmember Kavanaugh was making a motion.
She was asking you if you were going to second or not, and both of you said no, and so that's why we moved on.
Right.
And that's when the motion failed due to a lack of a second.
Okay, and I guess I'd like to return to Councilmember Kavanaugh.
We read a letter.
Yeah, and if you recall, this is specifically about Mayor Pro Tem Mike Judge and what actions we are or are not taking.
Correct.
At this moment, in my mind. And we were given seven different possible choices that could be made. And my assessment, I think it was six, I'm sorry. My assessment was that long before I was ever on the council, probably the second step was taken. I think we need to be stronger tonight. I think we need to be at the fourth step. I just, going to what the mayor is saying, to choose to have a formal censure and to have legal representation and to have two more hearings about the topic, and I don't know that it changes ultimately our concern. I mean, either way, we can represent right now and go forward that we find his humor in poor taste, offensive, and and just has to stop, period. His meme posting. And I would agree that it is not appropriate to post constituent letters in entirety with names. I found that was not appropriate. But I know, so I guess I'm thinking somehow the motion should say that we disavow those behaviors.
I think what you were talking about is the resolution of disavowal, expressly
Exactly.
disavowing certain conduct.
Exactly.
Okay.
Okay, I would have,
I was just saying that we've both been scribbling
Well,
notes, and the
If we could
city
just
attorney
say,
has,
so you have a couple options. If you're going to do a resolution, it has to be read. We have one drafted, all but what you want to say. So we can read, if you're going to pass it tonight, you have to read the resolution.
Right. Have you drafted us something?
So we can read a resolution and then just leaves for you what you actually want to say in section 1, and you'll have to fill that in. If you can do that tonight, you can pass a reso. If not, you'll have to say, bring back a reso like the following, and then pass it on another meeting. So if you want, you can read in the shell of the reso, just leaving for you the actual words that you want to say, the specific disavowal, and other statements. But you would have to actually read the whole reso tonight to pass a reso tonight. Just the rules
okay,
of...
that we want to disavow the 2 memes. There was 2. And then you were saying the posting of the letter, I don't know that there's a violation there. She's an adult.
Did you say the later or the first and last name?
I'm sorry?
I'm not sure if she said of the letter or of the name. I was asking for clarification.
And I don't know that I specified. To Councilmember Luevanos' point, by posting the letter and then mentioning first and last name, it did certainly expose in a very public way. Though I know you're correct, it's not illegal. I know it comes to our emails. I get that, but it doesn't feel right to do that. And so if there's a way to include that in disavow it, or maybe that just has to be in our social media policy that goes forward. But
That might be a better place.
Because I agree that was not appropriate to do that.
Because I don't,
Well, if you look at, if I may, Mayor, if you look at number 10 on the City Code of Ethics, it says members shall respect the confidentiality of information concerning city property, personnel, or proceedings of the city, but then it also goes on to say they shall neither disclose confidential information without proper legal authorization, nor use such information to advance their personal interests.
Again, well, a name is not necessarily personal information. Depends on how you describe it. I have no problem adding something in along those lines, but I don't know how to word it.
Well, the proper terminology is doxing.
Well, what I understand of doxing is that, and it's interesting you should use that word because today I was discussing with a family member, give me what you believe the definition of doxing is, because I wanted to really understand. And more typically, my understanding of doxing includes giving addresses and phone numbers, basically giving information that can allow targeted inappropriate responses and prejudice, whatever. And so, it'd be like telling the employer and the address where he lives, and the name of his children. All of that is doxing.
It's the opposite of redact.
It is, and so it's getting. And so I guess so. I'm a little uncomfortable using that word. I just think it was inappropriate, but I don't know that it rises to the level. My understanding of the definition of doxing, but I agree he should not have given her full name. I don't think he should have printed the letter at all. Period. But.
If it would be,
Anybody could receive that letter for the public information.
Correct, and
if
that
it
is correct.
would be helpful, we could put on the record the rest of the reso and just give you a starter kit for because the problem is you got to come to the language. So given just the hour and the type of discussion, it might be difficult to get it set. So But if you don't, then you got to come and bring it back. So it's,
So give us a shell, give us
well,
a,
okay, so the resolution, if you did one, would look like this. Simplest resolution you could do. Resolution number to be filled in by the clerk at the top. A resolution of the City Council of the City of Simi Valley. The City Council of the City of Simi Valley does hereby resolve as follows. Section 1, the City Council hereby disavows. And then that's what you've got, you know, the social media posts regarding the demonstrations discussed at the June 29th, 2020 meeting of the City Council, for example. But that's just, so you've got to
So
fill,
that would-
you've got to fill in what you want there. And then section 2, after that, the city clerk shall certify to the adoption of this resolution and shall cause a certified resolution to be filed in the office of the city clerk, passed and adopted this 29th day of June 2020. Mayor, attest city clerk, approved as a form city attorney. So if you go with that, then you just have to fill in what you actually want on the city council hereby disavows and everything to follow. If you can come up with that and plug it in, you'll have a reso.
let's get it done. Let's do it.
So like disavows the postings done by Mayor Pro Tem Judge, Mayor Pro Tem Judge on either these dates or regarding, do we want to describe them? Or
We say
the two inappropriate memes posted by.
Be stronger than inappropriate, yeah.
But, you know, he also has other posts where he said Islam is not peaceful, and those were the other posts that people mentioned in the public comments that we got from the last meeting and this one.
I'm sorry.
So we're just disavowing just those two posts?
I
Is that
think we
what the
should
resolution is?
disavow the use of inappropriate means, period.
We could do, there you go.
Because.
That covers more than just.
Because you're right, yeah.
Yeah,
There have been, yeah. So we disavow the use of inappropriate means.
the posting of inappropriate memes by Mayor Pro Tem Judge during this time, or, no, we don't want to put dates
No,
because we're
not
doing.
putting dates, just in general, just specifically. Posting of inappropriate means on social media.
Okay.
And I think we'd say,
Do you want to make a general statement of disavowing all racism and discrimination against all people and?
That might be good.
I would
think
add-
so.
I would add
think that would be good to add.
You'll have to do the specifics.
But,
because that's not him, that's just.
Well, here's my fear on that, is saying that we maybe have done that. And
So-
I haven't.
okay.
So I don't want to say I'm
But
not.
you can do it on a societal basis, disavow racism and.
I think it should be separate. I think this needs to be specifically about his actions.
I agree with
And then we
Councilmember
could do a
Lister.
letter as a group
Yeah,
saying we disavow
Okay,
that.
because I would, okay, that'll be easier.
I don't want to.
So,
It'll
yeah.
be clearer.
Yeah.
It'll be
So-
more clear.
so the wording about.
So far you have the city council hereby disavows the posting of inappropriate memes on social media by Mayor Pro Tem Judge.
And then I would say, that's good, and I think I would say, and further disavow the use of, the name, using a full name in, and posting letter content in a public forum.
Or sharing personal information received without.
Do we have?
Maybe we just leave it and then include that part in our social media.
Do we have firsthand knowledge?
Firsthand that, what, that,
I've never seen the post.
he did, that was how I knew the letter was made, because I saw it on Facebook and I thought, oh, I wonder if I got one.
I think there was some discussion about email address and what have you.
Well, the email address wasn't there,
Okay, they're just saying it was.
What was there was her full name, as Councilmember Luevas has pointed out, and
Isn't it in the newspaper on a regular basis?
No, it was before anything was released in the newspaper, it was posted on social media posts, and then right after that, she started getting death threats, and then she went and filed a police report, I believe.
Well, you have one sentence.
Disavow.
Right, well, because,
disavow the sharing of personal messages on social media?
Oh, no, I don't think it was a message sent to him on social media.
I would say disavow the name, the full name and content of
Share
of an email.
publishing.
City business on social media.
It was
that
published,
could-
yeah, it
yeah,
was
that could be.
publishing city business on social media, in a sense.
Because
Well, I think that's kind of broad, because, I mean, we all share city business, like
Well,
we
that's-
all.
Yeah, we
put-
do.
When we do COVID testing, like, don't you post stuff about
That's
COVID
true.
testing and stuff, like?
Yeah, that's true.
I share
On your
it, yeah.
Facebook?
You're right.
I
Okay, so not
do.
social business, but just, I think very specific to what occurred, posting the full name of a concerned constituent who reached out to him.
Yeah, my only concern, I don't disagree with you, my only concern is I don't want to say something that where he's on good legal grounds that
Yeah.
for what he did. And
Oh, I see what you're saying.
That's my only concern.
Okay.
I'm not afraid to tell you that's a bad idea, but in a resolution, I don't know if it's appropriate because it may not.
Because it wasn't illegal to do that, and we.
Right. We might,
It just was a bad choice, bad decision.
Yeah.
we might want to include that as part of our social media somehow. That would be, we would be able to clarify it a little cleaner.
That might work.
Okay.
What do we have so far, Lonnie?
Well, you have the shell, which I would suggest just moving the shell plus the city council hereby disavows the posting of inappropriate memes on social media by Mayor Pro Tem Judge.
That's what we've got.
I think that addresses this issue, and then if we do something separate that addresses a more broad spectrum from the council as a whole.
Council as a whole,
Uh-huh.
yeah. So we have to read that? Or we need to-
I could read the whole thing if you like.
Would
and
you
then-
like the number, a number?
Yeah, that'd be great.
2020-39?
39?
Yes.
Resolution number 2020-39, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Simi Valley. The City Council of the City of Simi Valley does hereby resolve as follows. Section 1, the City Council hereby disavows the posting of inappropriate memes on social media by Mayor Pro Tem Judge. Section 2, the city clerk shall certify to the adoption of this resolution and shall cause a certified resolution to be filed in the office of the city clerk, passed and adopted this 29th day of June 2020. Signed, Keith L. Mashburn, Mayor of the city. Attested, city clerk. Approved as to form, city attorney. That's the entire resolution.
I move that we pass that resolution as stated.
And I will second it.
Motion and second, call for the vote.
Oh, I'm pushing the wrong button. I'm sorry. Must be after midnight. I'm pushing the microphone button.
Motion passes unanimously.
It's done that to me. It's done that to me.
I work with somebody called Sherry, and every time I say hi, Sherry, Sherry comes up.
Fill out our.
I did, but it's in pencil because I'm in the.
Yeah, mine's really messy, I'm sorry, but it is done. It's just really messy. It's late and I'm tired.
I've got a pen here.
We give no mercy? What are we gonna do?
Just give
You
them
can provide them to the clerk?
Today is
Yeah.
6/20.
29. Tomorrow's the end of the quarter. Oh, my gosh.
It is tomorrow.
Did I put the right date on there?
Okay.
Lucy, did I put the right date on mine?
It is the end of the
Honestly,
quarter.
I'm so tired right now. Did I?
Yeah, it's 6:30.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
That's right, it is.
I signed mine before midnight, not.
I just looked at my phone.
I guess the resolution has to be passed and adopted June 30th and not.
June 30th. 30th, yes.
Yeah. So,
Look at her, she's making me change, oh, I didn't fill it in. We're good, take it.
Madam Clerk, the resolution has to be June 30th, not June 29th. I apologize.
And so I am.
The resolution has to be June 30th, not June 29th.
30th, since I,
I didn't know what date it was. I had to look at my phone.
well,
I didn't even have a date on it.
It's and/or.
you're making fun of me.
Hey, once it hits midnight, we're allowed to be a little silly. Thank you. Okay. Who's next here? Okay.
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, next on the agenda is item 9A, City Council member reports.
Okay, how about Edie Kavanaugh? You go first.
I'll go first. There's not too much here. On Wednesday, June 10th, I attended the electeds briefing calls, and to save time, I've been on them every Wednesday for the month, I'm sure, along with everybody else. I did mention earlier that my employer does the new webinars, so I did attend the LGBTQ plus webinar, very informative. I've also asked for a copy of it, and so I'll gladly share that with anyone if they have any interest. It was conducted by a gentleman that we hired off-site. He did a great job. On Thursday, June 18th, I had my EDC General Board meeting. The EDC is extremely busy with all of the COVID-19 situations. I believe they had something like, I didn't bring my notes, I want to say 4,000 calls total, and that is from all over the county, and they're offering assistance to anybody in helping fill out forms, applications, answering questions, and they're working with the Community Foundation to assist people with that. Let's see. They've been very busy. And on Wednesday, June 24th, again, electeds call, and then Councilmember Litzter and I attended the Veterans Task Force Zoom call, along with our city manager, Brian Gabler, and Samantha Argabright. That was very informative. Samantha supplied us with a lot of information on available properties, or excuse me, potential available properties throughout the community that we can possibly look at, both residential, commercial, and industrial. We had a discussion on that, and I think that's going to be a very good task force if we can get up and moving and get motivated once the COVID-19 once we calm down a little bit from that. I apologize, it's late and I'm tired. So I think that's all I have, Mayor.
So I too, as with Councilmember Kavanaugh, attended the briefings on every Wednesday. That would be June 10th, June 17th, and June 24th, and they are always informative. On June 12th, I attended the Chamber of Commerce's gathering, power hour. Anyway, basically, it was an opportunity to visit with businesses, and I want to thank the Chamber of Commerce for all their efforts to try to provide resources for the businesses and in this difficult time, and make sure they know of all their resources. And I'm sure that they will be very excited about our motion for the $2,500 that we made today, that would another funding source for small businesses. On June 16th, I donated blood at a Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. They had a blood drive at their building on Sinaloa. I mention that just because what I've learned is if you have an opportunity to donate blood, they are always testing for COVID-19 antibodies at the same time. So here you're donating blood, and yet you still also get the benefit to yourself later on, knowing what your antibody status is. So I would encourage it for that reason as well. June 18th, appreciated my visit with City Manager Brian Gabler. On June 19th, I attended the Simi Valley Ed Foundation board meeting. I wanted to mention what was exciting is that they announced that they've been given an additional $10,000 grant, which they're going to give out in scholarships this year to help, and they're going back to revisit that, so I'm delighted that they have those funds. June 20th through the 23rd, I realize this wasn't city-related, but I have for 4 years served as the chairman of the board of the American Harp Society, and we had a series of board meetings, and I just want to commend that organization that's existed over 50 years, and their mission statement is to celebrate the legacy of the American Harp Society, inspire excellence, and empower the next generation of harpists. And then I gave up my gavel to somebody else, so I no longer have that hat. I attend the Veterans Task Force, and then on June 25th, I actually held a virtual town hall, which was a great experience for me to visit with neighbors and residents, and to talk about some of the different things facing us here in Simi Valley. And it was, I hope to do more of those because it was a very positive experience. And so that concludes my report. Thank you.
June was really crazy for me. I am still a full-time teacher. I know people forget that, and I have 2 children I'm still raising. So I was busy with graduation. We did a virtual graduation, a drive-through graduation at my school in Reseda, so I was really busy with that the first couple of weeks of June, and then packing up my classroom like so many other teachers had to do. And I commend all of the educators who had to go through the ordeal of teaching online. I know firsthand how difficult it was, that transition, and I'm not sure what we're going back to in the fall, but I commend all of you for your efforts because I know it wasn't an easy transition for us. I too attended the Ventura County elected officials COVID-19 meetings, and I'm not going to go through the details of that because I'm sure we all did that. On Tuesday, June 16th, I attended the Youth Council meeting via Zoom, and they were just transitioning to the online events, and they are having some online events, so they've had like an open mic, and they've had contests online, so there's been some really fun stuff the Youth Council is doing. So for those of your kids who can't get out, right, but they want to participate and engage with other teenagers, please invite them to like the Simi Valley Youth Council on Instagram. I'm promoting their social media. They're really active on Instagram. That's really the best place to follow the Youth Council, but they do some great work. I'm really excited to uplift and work with our youth in our community. Thursday, June 18th, I attended virtually, of course, via Zoom, the Stonewall Club Evening with Pride. It is LGBTQ Pride Month, so I was happy to hear from our state commissioner, Ricardo Lara, who's the first openly gay Latino insurance commissioner for the state of California, and he was just phenomenal, very inspiring man. So I was really, really glad to hear what he had to say. On Friday, June 19th, I did attend the first ever Juneteenth event here in Simi Valley, Juneteenth protest event. It was a march. There was so much that was going on at that event. It was a beautiful celebration of Black culture. And for those of you that don't know what Juneteenth is, it is celebrated in 45 states, and it's an official holiday in 45 states. And it is a celebration of Black culture, Black music, Black history, and it was a beautiful sight to behold. And there were protests and celebrations and music all across the country on June 19th, and it is the day that the last slaves were freed in Galveston, Texas, on June 19th, 1865, 2 years after the Emancipation Proclamation. And that is why, for the Black community, it is considered their 4th of July. That is when they celebrate their freedom. And so it's beautiful to see that celebration of Black culture and pride here in our city. On Friday, June 26th, there was an LGBTQ pride protest here in Simi Valley as well. And again, it was beautiful that this is the second year that we have the LGBTQ Pride Proclamation on behalf of the city of Simi Valley, which I think is just amazing that we're so inclusive and that we, as a city, officially honor that, and that we actually had an event here. And they did a fundraiser. As a result of that, they raised money for Black trans people through for the girls, and it's basically a nonprofit entity that helps Black transgender people with rent and surgeries and things like that. So I thought it was a beautiful event, and that is my report.
Tuesday, 29th, I was part of the panelist at the Economic Development Committee for the Chamber of Commerce. Good meeting. I have this occurred on Friday, June 12th, but I think that's the wrong date. That I met with Regina Crawford from NAACP, and telephonically, she and I played tag for, I think a week and a half or something before we finally got hooked up, but had a great conversation with her. Very nice lady, and hopefully she'll be, as COVID calms down, she'll be able to come out and visit our community, and we'll get to meet face to face. I'm going to jump. I just wanted to say, when it comes to the elected officials briefing calls, Patrick Maynard, is that guy incredible?
Yeah, he is.
I wouldn't know him if he walked in here, but he does a wonderful job of organizing that and keeping it going and keeping everybody focused. I just give kudos to him, and if you're here, say hi, because I have no idea who you are, but you sure do a good job. On Friday, June 19th, I was the mystery man, apparently, because if you read social media, because it's so accurate. Social media is absolutely 100%. You can trust everything they say. It's so accurate. I was at the Juneteenth protest, and it was right here next door, and like Councilmember Luevano said, nice event, quality event, peaceful event. Can't say enough about it. And contrary to everything you folks write, I was there. So that was that one. And let me see here if anything else. That is it. I won't bore you with the other little stuff. So with that, we'll move to 9B.
Mayor, I have 3 9B requests.
Okay.
The first one is related to an email that we received from Rita Henry, who's a Simi Valley resident. And it is to put on a future agenda to rescind the City Council's previous SB 54 decision to rescind on June 15th, in 2018, the Simi Valley City Council, previous Simi Valley City Council voted to authorize an amicus letter in support of the Trump administration lawsuit. And this lawsuit was rejected by the U.S. Supreme Court. So I am asking for a future agenda item to rescind the City Council's previous decision on the California Values Act.
Can I just say something about that? I'm not interested in seconding that. I just think it was so divisive I was not on the City Council then. I just heard and saw the discussions. It just seemed like such just a divisive thing at the time with people on both sides that I would hate to revisit any of those feelings. I guess, so I just want to, you can go ahead and make the motion. I'm not trying, but I just want you to know that that's my concern, is that I wasn't there on the council at the time when it was discussed, so I don't know. I just recall that it seemed to just cause more divisiveness, which is what I would like to avoid. I would like us to really feel like we're being more cohesive. For instance, I was very much would love, well, you're discussing what you'd like to do, but a letter disavowing racism and the importance of respect and equality and all that good stuff. So anyway, I go forward with what you're discussing. I just tell you I have that concern.
I won't go on long because I can't. But it's just an acknowledgement of what the U.S. Supreme Court upheld. That's all that it is.
Yeah, I too don't want to bring anything into this council that creates more controversy in any way, shape, or form. And the one thing that this city has always done, to my recollection, is while we had that brief, we always obeyed Senate Bill 54. We know that's the law, and like I've always said, is if there's a law, we obey it. If we don't like it, we work to change it. And but I just don't see any value in bringing something like that back into this council chamber and have the potential of two-sided things. We got to bring us together and be one side.
We can't expect our community to know how to discuss controversial topics if we on the dais are not willing to lead the discussions on controversial topics. I know that it is uncomfortable for certain people to discuss uncomfortable topics. I teach high school, I teach middle school. I am the queen of discussing uncomfortable topics with my students. But if we do not learn to have discussions about uncomfortable topics, then how will we expect the rest of our community to do that?
And Councilmember, let me just address the whole council, just, maybe it's because of the late hour or whatever. You can't talk too much about an issue that you're going to agendize or not. So I guess enough to get it so you know what the issue is, but then you do have to see if you have a second or a...
Okay, I certainly wouldn't second something like that.
No, I agree, and I'm concerned about bringing divisiveness again to the dais, but is that something that can be discussed with your new group, Mayor?
Absolutely.
I think that would be a great place to start with the new group and bring that subject up there and then bring it back to us.
Yeah, I can bring it up. I got to remember the group, it's not my group.
Well,
our group has no affiliation with the city whatsoever.
Right,
We're just a group of people that are opening discussions. But I'd be happy to bring that up.
I think that would be a good start.
Absolutely. Okay.
Okay, Mayor, my second 9B request is for a Black Lives Matter resolution. We actually all received, I hope you all received, the same email that I received from the National League of Cities, of which we are all members, as part of the California League of Cities branch. And it says right here, stop racism. And it specifically talks about that this is the moment, this is their quote, "This moment shines a floodlight on the institutional and structural racism that has plagued this country since its founding." And so I would like to put on the agenda a resolution for Black Lives Matter resolution. And National League of Cities will help us write the resolution. They already have the language. It's all set to go right here. That is my 9B request.
I think that's fine to articulate that.
I don't think anybody would.
Yeah. Yes. Seconded.
So-
I'm sorry, that's the language I need to use. Seconded, sorry.
Okay, and my third request is, this has been something that other people have asked for, and apparently we had in the past, a Citizens Police Discipline Review Board in whatever form that would take. My understanding is that previously we had one, and now we don't. And so I think that's my request, to have that put on the agenda, in whatever shape or form that may take.
Well, to clarify, we used to have a disciplinary appeal reviews board that was made up of the city manager and 2 council members as of a couple of years ago. If you wanted to examine having that again, it would have to be also negotiated through the MOUs to get that. It's like a disciplinary, if that, Councilmember Luanos, if that is what you are referring to.
Yes.
Currently, I believe appeals go to city manager, but it's sort of a complex issue as far as it does involve union negotiations about discipline. So if that is what you're asking, that's what it is, just to clarify.
So that would have to be part of the MOU before we even discussed it?
Well, it's unclear how far you could go without, in a discussion at council without doing those negotiations and
Yeah, I'm not sure if we could get very far without the union coming to terms with the city on what that looks, acts, and smells like. We can certainly include that in the MOU expires June of next year, so we can certainly include that in the discussions.
I have some information regarding that type of thing.
Please.
And I'll bring it to you.
Okay. Yeah, so we can certainly include that in the.
It's not something that would, it's not a half hour, it's not within the half-hour rules. That's why I'm asking to put on a future agenda, like not next month, but at some point in time having that on the agenda. That's all I'm asking.
Okay, as long as the expectation is it'll be part of the next negotiation
I think
process.
It should come from staff reports, but I'll give you some information on it.
Okay.
So is that a yes, Mayor Mashburn? Are you seconding to get information at least?
No, it's not a yes, because I'm not going to go against the police union and what have you, the legalities of that. I'll take the information that I have and give it to staff, let them research it and determine the best way to address it.
Let's take a look at it, and we'll put a memo to council boxes.
And it'll come back to us.
About how we can handle it.
Okay.
And I've got a couple, or at least one or two, that I would like to suggest. With today's environment, there's talk about defunding and restricting police functions, and I actually would like to suggest a future agenda item to discuss council support praising our police department and letting the community know we put their safety first. And I personally am not in favor of defunding our police department anyway, but coupled with that, and I've spoke with our police chief, David Livingstone, I'd also like the police to give us a presentation. I think in some of our boxes there have been concern about use of force, and I know that our police department has wonderful protocols for what is appropriate, what is not. But I think that would be a good presentation for the city council and of course the general public to know about some of their use of force protocols, and I spoke with them just earlier, and they said,
Okay, you kind of said two things.
I did kind of say two things, didn't I?
Yes.
Okay, so, okay, those are two separate things.
I don't think
One is I'd like to commend them.
Okay, but
Yes.
let me, as far as the police giving us a demonstration
Or discussion, a presentation.
I
Yes.
don't think that's something we need to agendize. We can just go to the city manager and say, hey, we'd like to have this, and it ultimately get done. Or to the police chief after we talk to the city manager.
And I don't know if you have a copy of the letter. Chief Livingstone wrote a response to a constituent, I believe, that is very good.
Which I've shared and posted.
Okay,
and
I've used it
It's fabulous.
too.
It is so good, but I think that I would love a presentation. I think our residents should know just how.
I'm all for discussing I don't even want to say the word, defunding of the police department?
But
Or the not defunding?
Not defining. I want them to show, I would like a motion, a discussion of how much we support our police and how important safety is in our community, I guess. The importance of safety and what they're doing for us. Is that appropriate? Is that the appropriate?
Is that an appropriate agenda item?
Well, we can craft under a proclamation or resolution that you would do at the beginning of the meeting supporting our local police department, and
commending their efforts.
We can draft something up for the
Yeah, so we don't need to put it on the agenda.
If there's to be debate, it has to be down below that portion of the agenda, like informational. So if it's just an honorary certificate, but if there's going to be a debate discussion, then it pops it down into the...
Yeah, the discussion would be separate from the proclamation recognizing the police department.
Gotcha.
But does that address your concern?
It does. I just know in the environment, what's going on in the country, I guess I would like
I know, it's crazy.
I would like our force to understand that we support their efforts and what they're doing in some way. If we can do that publicly somehow.
I think we can accomplish that, yeah.
Right. That's what I'd like.
Okay, and if it has to go to an agenda, then...
However you want, need it to happen. Yeah. And then the second thing then, if the presentation about the use of force, would that be something?
I have the number of the police chief, and
Okay, he understands.
I'll bet you somehow, some way.
I know that. I want him to brag, or I want him to educate us. I think that's what we need, because of what we're receiving in our boxes.
He is an educator, you know.
He is an educator. I think, anyway, that would educate us. The other thing that, too, is I wanted to support your suggestion of a letter from this body decrying racism in any form.
Yeah, that's fine, separate of the other issue.
Separate from Black Lives Matter?
No.
Well, actually, I don't know. That's a good question. I guess it could all be together.
Well, you guys did get this, right? No? From National League of Cities? Because there's a lot of stuff in here.
I haven't read it all yet. I'll be
Yeah,
honest.
there's stuff, it literally says stop racism at the top.
I saw that.
Yeah, and I was like, oh, this is great, so I thought we could use it.
I'm like you, I am still working.
I know.
Even though from home, I am still working, but no, I'll read
If I
more
got
of
lost
that.
in your email, let me know and I'll forward it to you again, but yeah.
So I guess that could be in conjunction with that.
It's in there, yeah.
Okay, then never mind.
Okay, that will work out well.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay. Hey, tonight's a good night. It's always a good night when we don't adjourn in memory of anybody.
Oh, that is good.
And
That's always nice.
so that's a positive thing. And with so much negative going on, I'm really happy to say that we're going to adjourn, and not in memory of anybody. It's in celebration of everybody.
Yeah, I like that, in celebration.
Yes. Meeting adjourned.